One and all, it's time for another day of Genesis Retold action. That's right, welcome back to the EZC TV channel. I'm, of course, Killer Pigeon. And joining me from across the globe, so close, yeah, I can touch him, though, it's the one and only Boy. How's it going, buddy? How you doing?
I'm doing so well. It's a little bit on the late side, but we're ready to have a good day. It was an insane day yesterday. Did you manage to catch any of the games?
I caught a glimpse of one or two. I'm gutted to say I didn't catch a certain Titan matchup that I heard about. A 50-minute game, in fact. I'm going to have to go back and look at that one.
Yeah, I'm excited to check that one out myself as well. I mean, people say that Age of Mythology is a little bit quick, but, you know, it's great. Good time.
I mean, I think it's more that the late game is rare, and that's what makes it just that much more magical. Speaking of magics, of course, we knew he was going to make it through. Mister as well. We're having a look at the players that made it through yesterday. Any of these people, straight away, Boy, you kind of looked at and were surprised to see them in the first 8 to qualify?
I mean, I'm not surprised to see any of these guys qualifying, so to speak. But I mean, that everybody in this top 16 are players that have the potential to be in that main event caliber of player. I guess what I am surprised about is how dominant certain players have been. Redo, I know sometimes the scoreline doesn't kind of explain exactly how game went, but Redo going 3-0 against Soup, that's a surprise to me. Superfim 3-0 against 3DB. Superfim's a really strong player, but so's 3DB. So, you know, there's some players who are really kind of pushing that envelope.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I love is also how we somehow, like, there's only 2 Fox members, right, in Age of Myth, and they somehow ran into each other on their side of the bracket. So I'm sure we'll see more of Tunison today. That was apparently an insane set between those 2 team members. But dude, I love the fact that we're in the early days of Age of Mythology, and you can already see so many tags. I mean, obviously, historically, you had the likes of Keen in there, right? But we're talking like, you know, orgs that have got funding, they're going to provide salaries, they've got all those details behind them. We've got the additions of Aces now that recently picked up. The Mr. Squad, as we like to refer to them, of course, Fox that went in for Vortex and Tunison. Hopefully more to come. Of course, 3D Clan have been looming in. We were just talking behind the scenes about how Garnath surprised a lot of people. In fact, the 3D Clan boys just seem to do that quite frequently, as do the Spanish bros when it comes to switching RTSs.
Yeah, I mean, watching these guys play, and actually I get to play, or I have played a couple games against 3DB on the ladder. I mean, these guys are just so creative, and it's wild. They just been playing Age of Mythology for 15 years, and they do things that I've just never even thought to try. And they're just like, wow, it's good. It actually is good. And maybe I should give it some credit.
Do you watch CSGO at all?
Not recently, no.
It's something to look into. I call it the Stewie effect. So Stewie is this guy who came in at a time where the whole idea of smoke grenading and running through was taboo. You didn't do it. Like, it was an unwritten law. And this guy got mocked by players like, why is this idiot running through smokes? He'd done it all the time. He'd frag 2 people. He'd get control of the site, right? It's that type of idea where when you have a game for a long time and someone new comes in with a fresh perspective, you've probably been in those situations where you go, why is this Muppet doing this? It's inefficient. And it's not inefficient. It's just a completely different meta that they're evolving. And I think that's the exciting thing in these early days that we get to see. But okay, I told you I was going to reveal the secret. But I think you might have to wait. Are we in to go? Oh, okay, no, okay. So, straight away, they were both like, KP, why are you sitting like this? Something happened, but I couldn't be without my dose of Age of Mythology. I am a caster in a cast. There we go. Let me just get that up there. Oh, that's good Pilates right there. I'm keeping my toes out because we save that content for the OnlyFans. So, yeah, I had a busy weekend, mate. So, surprised I was able to catch any of the Age of Mythology. But I am ready to dig into it myself firsthand because it looks like our first set of the day, it's going to be Simtom versus Poker, and we're opening up on Savannah.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm joined with Killer Pigeon today on EGC TV's Genesis Retold tournament. This is Qualifiers Day 2. In the top side of the map, we have Simtom playing as Isis.
And his opponent on the other side, Lumen with the power of Poseidon. It's going to be in the orange. It's going to be Poker from AOL Clan. So, you know, we're digging in straight away. Of course, best of 3 sets here. We're opening up on Savannah. Talk me through the elegance of this map. What we're expecting to see out of these 2 civs as we hop into this one, Boy.
Well, the first thing that I noticed right now is we're on the map Savannah. It's a really, really open map. Going to be really, really good for that Poseidon cavalry kind of raiding potential. You get that bonus speed for Hippias and for Prodromus, and you can just control everything on that map with that speed. Also adding centaurs in if you want. But there is a really big, important part about ISIS which you can take control of on this map, which is all the gold mines are forward. So you've always got to be very, very careful not to get gold starved on this one. So the way that I kind of see this is if the ISIS player can get that advantage going early, she's going to be able to convert it into a win on that second or third gold mine. If the Poseidon player can kind of dictate the pace, then he's going to be able to control the game and just get that stronger army going. And that's going to be the keys to victory for both players.
That's a fair tricky point, right? Because like to your point around the gold, like as you're saying, with the TC being so retracted, they're all shoved forward. And I can't think of a single civ that suffers more when they're lacking gold than, of course, the Egyptians. And when you're up against what can be quite an aggressive civ, like Poseidon, right? Someone that favors the cavalry, you can find yourself dancing left and right this map quite easily.
Yeah, you can do. There's a lot of like tricky kind of high level plays around sort of gold styles where you send villagers one way and the entire army goes over there to push you off that, but then you're also sending villagers the other way. So it's you can kind of on this map you can make that happen and do those kind of like dancing routines around your opponent's army, making those villagers safe or whatever. But yeah, it's going to be that's going to be the big most important thing. But the big question is going to be, all right, so second gold mine's important, but before there, do we try and just mash units and start working towards it? Or are we going to try and get some economy going by getting a fast second town center and sort of make it work and make a defense happen while having the extra economy? So that's going to be the decisions for these guys to make. And we'll see. Hermes coming through for our Poseidon player. What do you reckon we're going to see here from Simtom KP? Got Anubis or Bast?
Has the man not been bust for a while? I feel like in these situations where you maybe can't be the aggro player. Because I feel like it's very hard to set the tempo in this matchup, right? It's almost like Poseidon's going to have the options. You mentioned that whole 2TC situation. The nice thing about playing Poseidon here is you can poke first. And then after you get a slight edge, you can play into economy for safety, right?
Totally. Yeah. And we see that a lot from the Poseidon players, especially when you saw like players like the Mister starting out and he's like, I'm advancing 3 minutes and 15 seconds into the game. I'm sending my Atalanta onto your gold with my centaur, and then once you are panicking because you've got three units in your base, I'm going to grab a town center type thing. And we're already seeing Poker starting that up with that centaur running across the map at this point.
It's tricky as well because the centaur is just so good at harassing the idea of a second town center going up. So it almost feels like Simtom has to stay on one and address this annoying threat before we can even contemplate shifting into greed.
Yeah, 100%. And one thing we are seeing here from Simtom is a slightly later advance time. It's not crazy late. You have seen ISIS players going as late as 5 minutes, 5 minutes 30 with the idea of just getting tons of monuments out and a really nice heroic age. But yeah, Simtom's going to be up and he does have the goal to get a second town center, but he does have to worry about that hero threat and this centaur that's currently on his gold mine.
Gonna be a nuisance. So wondering if behind this we do just see the greed up, right? It's kind of a typical play. I remember Mister would do this a lot with Poseidon, even in matchups where you're against a more greedy civ. But at the moment, looks like we are going to start adding in the hero units and getting into the cavalry. It makes a lot of sense, right? You just want to try to contain your opponent as is best possible here.
Well, I'm actually seeing something interesting from Simtom, which is he's put down a barracks, but he's kind of, I don't know if he's actually building it or not. I don't know if this is mind games at this point from Simtom. No, he does want that barracks. I could be wrong, but to me, this is looking like a slightly delayed fast second town center from Simtom. He's going to get a handful of spears out to make sure that he gets that town center up really safely, as the Sphinx is currently in the main base of Poker, and Poker's got no heroes in his main base right now. This Sphinx is going to get a lot of value.
Poke can be a little bit annoying here. Obviously, you don't want to use the Eclipse too early. You want to get that second, maybe third Sphinx before you even contemplate it. So it will force him off of the gold, but we do have a new hero unit on the way, and this one always proves to be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's recently had a slight speed nerf from memory, but it's still fast enough to catch up to this.
So she downgraded from Nikes to Adidas trainers, but still runs fast.
Yeah. Nikes to Adidas, yeah. Some no brand sneakers. It's a tough life being an ancient Greek hero.
Some AliExpress sneakers.
Yeah, you can see the Sphinx here. This is a sad state for any Egyptian fan seeing a Sphinx running away from a sad Atalanta, but it's all over for him.
I don't think this was the end goal, though, right? We've seen these kind of builds where ISIS is all about this timing attack around some Sphinxes getting in and ruining the game. But I think probably in Poker's mind, he always knew this was going to... Oh, sorry, Simtom's mind, he always knew this was going to end up being almost a greedy type game that's going to go a little bit later.
Yeah. I mean, he's now getting the talent center up. And one thing that might seem a little bit small, but he's basically forced in a way by having that Sphinx in Poker's base. He's forced that Atalanta to be in the base, so instead of on his town center. So he gets it up without any problems, which is what you want. If you get attacked while you're getting that town center, if you lose a couple of villages, then you're just getting set even further behind, and life gets really, really challenging here. But the one thing that Poker is doing that is interesting to me, and is maybe a slightly... No, never mind. He's getting the town center. Okay, take it all back. I thought he wasn't going for a town center. It's going up right now.
He's creeping in behind. It just makes too much sense here, right? And like when there's this much cavalry, you don't want to run out on the map. Sure, you've got spears, but you can get outmaneuvered, and it feels like if you do go on the offensive, your opponent can attack quicker. And we are going to see the mirror move here as Poker is going to be going for that safe second TC. The gold a little bit safer on the edge there as well, it's got to be said. That spawn a bit more favorable for safely pocketing gold compared to when you look on the other side, everything for Simtom is ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we'll... Am I getting these colors mixed up right now? Simtom
right,
is...
Yeah, I
okay.
double check. Yeah, so just to clarify, people, because there's immediately the first thing I saw, because we've got orange on the top overlay. So blue is Simtom, and orange is Poker.
Maybe we could turn on friend and foe colors to turn Poker to red.
We'll work on that one, folks. I immediately got in because I said it, and I was like, wait a second. So we'll get that fixed.
Alrighty. But yeah, now second town center is now up for both players, so that economy is going to be coming through. Poker's going to be going for this hunt, and these spearmen are not a threat at the moment. That centaur's out. Pox30 are out as well. Poker's going to be getting that economy going and just starting to set up something here. Simtom, what he does have, though he has lost his Sphinx, he still is always going to have that threat of Ancestors Eclipse with the help of a bunch of those myth units. But Poker's got Ceasefire, so you can take away a little bit of that strength by clicking that button. So what Simtom really wants to do here is try and force a ceasefire in a different way. Get a good raid. Catch the army out of position. Something like that. So we'll see if he's going to be able to make that happen with these classical units here.
I think that's why he needs to keep investing in Sphinxes, right? Spears alone don't think that they're going to achieve that. However, the Spears might get a good fight here because it looks like maybe Poker doesn't even look like he's paying attention right now. It seems like he wants to get on top of the villagers, but ending up on the wrong side of the fight means that those spearmen are going to eviscerate the cavalry, the Toxite, now thinking they're the ones that counter this unit, but it doesn't work out that way. So a wipe of Poker's army, an unusual engagement, and Simtom now with an open net to try and score a goal. What?
Yeah, this was actually... This is a classic maneuver here from Simtom. He actually ran the Sphinx into Poker's base. Poker moved his army forward, wasn't paying attention to it, saw the Sphinx in his base, got the Atalanta on there to take it out, but by that stage, his army was already way out of position. And even though Toxotes, they totally do counter the infantry, but if they're in melee, they're just going to lose. It doesn't matter. That's just... Infantry beat everything if they're in melee, right? Except for the counter infantry units.
Brutal situation, though, from that. I mean, it shows you how tricky it can be. Like, it's the classic kind of 1-2 punch, right? Draw attention, then make a raid happen. But kind of crazy just how big of a lead that's now snowballed for Simtom. So, an opportunity to start the map, and he's going to take the opportunity to be greedy here. New TC going up, that is going to secure those 2 gold veins behind, which is the dream for an Egyptian player at this stage of the game.
Yeah, totally. I mean, as my favorite caster of all time, I mean, Day 9, he says, when you're ahead, get more ahead. You win a fight, grab a town center. You win a fight, get a technology. You win a fight, make some more dudes and go and put some raids on. Do something to use that advantage. And Simtom does it in a great way there. And now Poker has got to figure out some way to try and get something back. Maybe hit the food raid, the food villages on those giraffes. Try and catch Simtom out here. But Simtom's playing a really, really good game of Age of Mythology thus far.
No, I'm going to go to the the SC knowledge bank as well. I always love Artosis for the point of transitions at the hardest point in any RTS. But from this type of position, I think Simtom has it fairly easy in terms of choices. He's chosen to eco greed up. He could easily just think about tech switch and then look for a new unit type. And there's the transition I was waiting for. It's going to be a move into Slinger production.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting the Slingers out because those Toxite are getting built. But we also see Poker saying, what if you're just going to make those Spearmen, I can make Hoplites. And Hoplites, they aren't necessarily a counter, like a hard counter to the Spearmen, but they are a soft counter to the Spearmen. Because they do win in a resource trade there. But Simtom's very, very far in front in terms of military population at the moment. And it's going to take a long time for Poker to catch back up. And I mean, if you take a look at the actual max population difference,
it's ridiculous.
Crazy.
70 to 56 eco as well. This has just turned into a bit of a Zerg effect here. Once again, the Toxite that are meant to count these units, I'm going to do so. The Militia trying to save some lives, but they barely last long enough to stand their ground. I have a feeling we're very close to a wave of the white flag at this stage. It just doesn't seem like Poker can get army units out quick enough to mount a real defense everywhere he needs to.
Yeah, and not only that, we talked about the gold mine situation earlier on in this game, but you have to be thinking that gold mine's expired now. It's 12 minutes into the game. Poker needs to leave his base. He's got to get out onto another gold mine, and Simtom knows this. He's got obelisks kind of spread out all across the map, but he can get some more up in. There's not going to be any way for Poker to sneak anything anytime soon. And you can see he's moving those Sphinx around, just checking things out, getting a market as well, setting up for just in case. But this is going to be a mountain to climb for Poker to get back into this game.
I think we might be looking at a 2-1 pull here. Simtom, he drags attention east side. If he hits the west side where that gold vein is now, he could do some irreparable damage. Because this is the awkward fact. Poker, because of that point you mentioned around gold, he has to essentially lean his entire army here, or he's out of this game. And we're seeing that move now as the main force does start to march in. Simtom, a little bit slow, actually ends up just attacking the building. So Poker will get some time to react, but there's way too many villagers here. He's going to take some extra eco losses, surely.
Yeah, it's wild. You can kind of just idle your army on this spot, and even if you're losing units under the town center, the actual unit resources lost from not using those villages at the moment to gather just ends up being more than the actual unit kills you're getting. And not as Simtom's about to have Ancestors, Eclipse about to have Heroic Age, is about to have all these upgrades coming through, and Poker is just stuck in this classical age. He needs units and he needs a defense. He does have that gold mine down the right side of the map. It's kind of secured in a way, but those Sphinx are going to be close, and life's going to be challenging for them. They're all really low HP as well.
You say they're secure. They're only going to be secure in the afterlife here. The Sphinx is rubbing his mitts together. He's happy to give some kitty paws over, so it looks like it's going to be a forced retreat, but the body blocks on the way out. Extra villager losses here. And once again, a denial on the gold. There is a counterattack in the meantime as Poker is trying to dive towards that third TC, but a difficult defense to breach here. Sphinx getting maximum damage as they try to run past. It's once again a distracted click somewhere else on the map. Ancestors Eclipse gets activated, and it looks like this should be the fight that could break the entire army. He marches back towards the gold. He's got control of the east side, and it doesn't seem like there's anywhere right now that Poker can take an engagement.
Yeah, no, and ceasefire comes down, but there's still going to be around 20 seconds left of this Ancestors Eclipse. Simtom can literally just walk in and take that town center down in the time that this is all over, and he's actually just going to chase that army down if he can get a good fight going here.
It happened again. I think Poker, he keeps getting distracted by things, right? You saw the army just idle there for 2 or 3 seconds, and okay, that is it. GG gets called. Simtom takes the first in the qualifier series best of 3.
Yeah, solid. Honestly, a really solid game here from Simtom. Wouldn't expect anything less from him. He is an insanely good RTS player. But, you know, Poker, he gave it his best. It's best of 3, right? So there is going to be some sort of extra chance here coming for him in the next one. So he's just going to have to think about where his mistakes were and maybe how he can overcome them. He's going to, you now know the caliber of player up there against, so you can start paying extra attention to those multi-raids and those little mistakes here. You know, if Poker didn't run in and lose his entire army while he was getting raided by a Sphinx, you know, this game could have gone maybe a different direction and maybe he could have been in a better spot, but
I think that's
how the cookie crumbles, isn't it?
I mean, I love the way he says, like, if only he just didn't do that. It's like, it's a very big thing to do, unfortunately.
Yeah.
The good news is at least, you know, Poker can sit there and go, it's very obvious what I need to get right next time. The problem, though, is what we saw at multiple points in this game is the distraction tactics work. And that's the chink in the armor you've now revealed. So you need to address that immediately because, of course, one more loss and you're out. Because Simtom, there are games where it's subtle and you're maybe not aware of it. But when your opponent runs his entire army into you, you're clocking that he's not able to handle multiple points of aggression.
That's right. Yeah. And sometimes when you're at that sort of player, sometimes the actual best way to play is just go, look, I'm not capable of dealing with this. So let me just prevent it from happening to me. And that's a hard way to play. And it takes a lot of thinking. And you have to be like, okay, so I'm not able to control this weakness or defend against this weakness while doing this other thing. So let me just put a wall in here and then that's going to be shut off. So all good. And then we can do it over here. And then we can make a really slow game. Easier said than done, as we say, but there's ways to play into your strengths. There's been plenty of RTS players through the history of, I know, at least for Age of Mythology, who are quite slow, who can play at a really, really high level. Yes. You have to know that that's your sort of play style and go for it.
I think I tease Recon on occasion because he's quite what I call a calm player. There's a few people that I refer to as very good streaming players. And what I mean by that is they're not giving you a brain aneurysm when they're clicking around at 500 APM and you don't know what's going on. It's very relaxing. But you're right, like sometimes it is meaningful APM over maximum APM, but definitely somebody needs to lock in. I'm wondering if things could be different here, because of course, one thing to keep in mind is it's much easier to not die to these type of situations when you're the one sticking the aggression to your opponent. And next up, we've got a full Hades matchup. It sounds like it's already time, in fact, to jump into watering holes for what could end up being Poker's final game of the EGC Genesis Retold tournament. Let's get into it.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and we see Simtom in the right side of the map, in the blue color, playing as that Thor.
And then Poker on the other side of this. Can he get the win? Can he claw it back and get into this? Or is he going to be going home early? Or rather, sitting on the sideline early here. Hades needs to deliver him a big dub.
Oh, I'm excited about this one, KP. There's been some really, really interesting meta development from Hades recently. But before we get into that, let's talk about why Simtom is picking Thor on this map. Thor is this god. I mean, Magic just put out his tier list. He is qualified to the main event, and he's like, all right, I can give you all the information now. I don't have to sweat. It doesn't matter. And he says, Thor is arguably the best god currently in Age of Mythology Retold. Part of that is this early Dwarven armory that we're seeing coming through. Every single upgrade that comes through gives you an extra villager. So by the end of the classical age, or by the start of the classical age, you're like 4 villagers in front. And that's why we're seeing Simtom take this one. But to finish the thought off, this new meta development coming through from Hades is all about the Colossus, not the Colossus, the Cyclops, and how strong this unit is. So whether or not Poker knows about this and he wants to go into that Cyclops route, we'll have to wait and see. There is another completely other option for him to run for, but I'm excited nonetheless. It's going to be a fun one.
I'm intrigued to see if Cyclops does get its due time on the main stage, right? Because I feel like, when the game first released, everyone was Minotaur. It got nerfed. Cyclops got buffed. This happened multiple times, and people were still plowing into the Minotaur pick. I guess it's because, obviously, Minotaur gave a bit more saturation, right? When it came to essentially crowd controlling your opponent. Whereas the Cyclops is more targeted. But, of course, the beautiful thing about the Cyclops is you can target where you throw the people, and you can do damage where they land.
Yeah, it's what we've been seeing. I don't know. We're still seeing what these guys are going to pick, but we'll give you a little bit of ideas to play around in your own games if you don't see it in this one. What we've been seeing is when you get about 3 Cyclops into your army, you pick up an infantry front line, and then you throw those 3 units at the ranged. In this case, it'll be throwing axemen. You throw them at the throwing axemen, and they all die. So you can get a gigantic lead, and unfortunately, we are fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know. We're seeing Athena coming through here from Poker.
Well, we can dream, right? Like, let's just cast the entire game as if Cyclops actually appeared. That's the moment at the end where you go, and if he loses this, and if he'd just gone Cyclopses, could have all been different.
Oh yeah, I'll say it. We'll bring it up at the end. It's fine. I've got this saying about forest fire, as we see forest fire as a god power, which a lot of players like to use really, really early. Thor's actually got access to this if he wants to go through Freya, and they love to use it at the very start of the game. But I like to say, you know what? Just imagine if you'd used forest fire in this one moment, 5 minutes down the line, and you trapped all those units that you just trapped onto that forest, and you clicked that forest fire and you killed them all.
No, I think
Imagine
what the problem is
Cyclops in this one.
we need to incentivize late game forest fire, and what should happen is if you use forest fire on walking woods, the fire moves. There we go.
That's right. That's perfect.
Maybe give it a lively noise, like it's screaming as it burns to death. You know, really make them feel guilty for using it. But Minotaur's on the way. No matter what happens, no matter how much this unit seems to get nerfed, it still seems to be the Greek player's favorite thing to go for.
I mean, it's just so good. It's got crowd control, it's got HP, it's got DPS. I mean, what more can you want from a classical age myth unit? And then, I mean, to boot, like, you get to the heroic age and then you just get an even better myth unit. So, yeah, it's a great starting choice here. And what Simtom does need to be careful about is just because it got a cost increase, right? And with one of those nerfs, just because it's more expensive, that doesn't mean that it's less effective. That just means there's going to be slightly less of them. So you still have to be careful when they come out onto the map and be prepared with your own heroes or your own myth units to kind of deal with them.
And let's be totally real, right? Cyclops, Minotaur, whichever one it is, everyone just wants to see a dwarf get tossed.
That's right.
It's going to get clipped and used out of context against me. I can see it coming already. But yeah, we already have the Ursus on the way to make sure that the dwarves are going to be well protected. It looks like he's insulating himself. In the meantime, second settlement now coming online for poker.
Yeah, this is a kind of a standard idea for watering hole. You get the really nice kind of canal, whatever you want to call it. There's a natural defense for this second town, and you get all that food behind it. You get a gold mine as well here. It's very, very defensible. Plus, you're playing against Thor, who does not have the best of scouting. So he's not going to 100% know what poker's doing at the moment. But you can kind of take a guess based off of how many military units are out on the map, how much pressure you're under as to what's going to be coming through. So the question is right now, how much is Simtom thinking about what poker's doing, and what is he going to do to react to this? Does he just go for a whole bunch of units, get some raids happening and punish the second town center? Or is he going to match with his own second town center, potentially a third town center as well?
I was also envisioning what your win condition is, right? Like, what are you trying to do, and does this actually hurt you? Because, for example, we have got the raid cav on the way, right? Which is kind of interesting on a map like Watering Holes, because I find of the maps that we've got in Genesis, it's one of the more easily defendable ones because of those easily wallable passes. So leading cav is maybe a little bit surprising here, but I guess that's because it's anticipating the quite popular Toxite for the Hades faction.
Well, yeah, Hades has got the big boost to those archers, so he's going to be wanting to make them at some point. So you have to get cavalry out sometime. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Simply just wall in, get a couple of units out to be defending those walls. Maybe you could even, if you really want to, you can invest in the stone wall upgrade as well to give you even more of the time to play with to get around the map and defend this. And that villager lead that Simtom has constructed for himself by getting those armory upgrades out and getting those extra dwarves from his dwarven armory, that's going to get eviscerated very, very quickly unless Simtom can get some damage done.
Always nice to have a Pegasus just pop up like this, so he's at least got the info. That's the dream, right? When you look down, he's like, oh, no range units. I guess I'm just going to snitch on you for the entire game.
Yeah. I mean, knowledge is power. You see those units and you go, all right, well, now I know what I have to build. There's no reason to build those archers. He is building them, but just throw down a couple more military academies and start spamming out some hoplites, and you're going to be in a good spot to start defending yourself here. But it looks to me like Poker's taking his sweet time getting these units out, and he is very far behind on population at the moment.
So the tower just got upgraded as well. It's just kind of relying on static defenses. Of course, you have got the Sentinels as well. This is kind of your atypical thing, really, that you get out of the Hades faction, right? Like, I'd say of all the Greek civs, they're the one that can get away with not needing to build units more often because of those static defenses.
Yeah. Hades gets the Sentinels. Hades gets the extra range on his buildings, so he can defend much easier against this sort of aggression here. But Simtom, he's not caring at the moment about the static defenses. He's just pushing in and trying to take out his archery range and open up that gold mine.
Doesn't seem to be working out quick enough, though. Troops finally start to show up. He's a little bit worried here. Stacked, actually. The Minotaur could get a good hit, but I don't know where he was going?
Yeah, this is another one of those fights. It's very, very similar to what we saw in the last game, except he actually does take the fight maybe decently, but while it's happening, he's losing villagers on that wood line.
It's a good raid, right? Like, it looked a little bit weird, a little bit flimsy with the defense there. Worked out really nicely for Simtom to at least get rid of the Minotaur, stick himself here. But that raid for on the flank, just really the deal sealer in this moment. So really good strike in there. And now, eco-wise, neck and neck, but the military difference in this game is looking overwhelming right now.
Yeah, it's quite a big deal. I mean, Simtom, he's got armor upgrades, he's got lion upgrades, like he's got his medium cavalry, and is really applying pressure to Poker. But you know, Poker's got a lot of gold in the bank.
Yeah.
If you're ever in these sort of situations and you find yourself getting under pressure and you don't know what to do, how to spend these resources, simple ways to say, I've made a mistake here on my macro. Let me fix it. Take those gold villagers off of the gold mine and just put them somewhere else. And you're just going to have 1,000 gold there to just spend and have that drain out. And then when you need the gold again, put villagers back onto the gold mine. So you're not made a mistake until you don't fix the mistake, so to speak. You can always kind of fix it up in a way. But Simtom is ready to get very, very spicy here.
It's an all-in. He went for the forward healing spring. It's a sure sign that you can see that Ford wants to end the game now, not later. So, Temple being assaulted. Villagers trying to keep it alive and repaired. Archer range is still heavily damaged. There's pilled troops to keep the defense force away here. But the repair crew seems to be doing this too fast. Finally starts to target down onto those villagers. Taking a lot of damage in return. Forced to retreat. It looks like Poker is going to survive another wave.
Yeah, repairing is really, really good in Retold. Those buildings come back. You have to focus the villagers down basically if you want to take down the buildings. And we didn't really see Simtom execute all too well on that one. Maybe under appreciating the significance of 4 villagers repairing a temple there, and he does lose quite a few units on that one as the military resource valley gets ever so slightly closer, and we do see Poker getting up a nice wall here to buy himself just a little bit more time.
And it's not about the raw military number you're seeing there. Military is coming in different form. You just saw the upgrade that got queued by Hades here. Poker, his military value exists in his buildings, and that's something we simply can't truly calculate into the military balance chart right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that crenellation's coming through. That gives him bonus damage against those cavalry. So you got to appreciate when that comes in. Those cavalry are going to have a tough time diving into Poker's base right now, and Simtom might not recognize this. It's not obvious when your opponent gets this tech. You have to click on the tower. You have to see that bonus damage applied to cavalry to know that it's in, and then you have to kind of judge whether or not you can make a dive happen. Poker's still getting a bit antsy with those Toxite.
Simtom just trying to shove Toxite back. Has at least broken through the wall, so we diving into the second town center again. You're seeing is going even deeper now the Raiden Cavalry. The problem here is, you can try to dive all the way in. That can force the restoration, but then you can be overextended. So backs away, heads over to that second settlement once more. Villagers once again in trouble. And every time it seems like Poker's about to start building that eco lead, he's once again checked.
Yeah, and there's just so many villagers idle now, and Poker's still just making archers. I mean, his opponent is making basically, well, he's making those berserks as well, but he's basically making pure cavalry. He needs to get some answers to that cavalry out, and somehow he also needs to make sure he gets those villagers that are stuck in this town center, maybe retreating away from it. I don't know. He's trying to repair the town center and stay alive. The army's coming through. There is a restoration available.
It's tougher, right? Like in this situation, the army's not deep enough to really leverage that restoration. In fact, he's not even micro in the way. Finally, the activation comes out. Ajax has been overwhelmed, so hero units down. Barely any units left alive. And could that be a game? Or are we just frozen out? It's looking like it is. I think we might have a bit of a hiccup here. So we'll figure that out. We have actually got the screen, so things are definitely still happening. But this is a rough situation either way you paint it right now. It looks like the settlement is going to be forfeited. And after that, all these villagers that worship Hades might find themselves going to his underworld a bit quicker than anticipated here.
Well, yeah, I mean, the town center right now is basically gone. All the villagers will be gone as well. And yeah, this is going to be basically an insurmountable position to be in for Poker, but I mean, you can sit in your base for a while. He's got all that gold in the bank. But how long can he actually hold out here once the town center is gone?
Yeah,
And
well,
see if
that's
it's
going to
happening.
be the absolute limit. The GG comes out, so we see it in the screen. Simtom, he will take it 2-0. Poker not able to put a dent in the Tommy Boy Beast. So well played to him. A bit of a brawl one there, boy. Like looking at that kind of, hindsight moment, what could have been done differently? Because I kind of like the idea of these static defenses out of Poker. I guess
Yeah.
maybe it was the fact that he just stuck to Toxite the whole time.
I think it's as simple as that. He sent the Pegasus forward, he got the information he needed, but reacting is the key. You see your opponent making raiding cavalry, berserks, not making any of those thrown axemen. Well, simple. Just make hoplites. Make Toxite. They're not necessary. You can even make cavalry as well if you really want to get that movement speed. But what works really well to play a 2 town center defensive game is infantry, walls. The walls buy you the time, the infantry kill everything else. And that's the secret. But Boga doesn't go for it.
I think maybe, like, to figure crafted out, I think maybe the reason he thought that Toxite was the way is because it's the range unit, right? So, like, you're going to trade without taking damage in return. So, like, in theory, I can see the thought process, but I think what Poker probably appreciates after the fact is he didn't have the time for that, right? That's a 15-minute play, and maybe if you were not up against healing springs, I could see that paying off. But I think that was what was so smart by Simtom, is to make that aggressive healing springs commitment was ballsy, because a lot of players are scared to do that, right? Because if you lose that area, you've just given your opponent a god power.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. If you feel like you've got the advantage and you can just push it, just put the healing spring. But you have to have that knowledge down. And I guess what Simtom sees is he sees the 2 town center, he's 1 town center, and if he has to go for any sort of town center after that, that's kind of just handing the keys to the player who goes for the economic approach first. All of the kind of initiative or whatever you want to call it. So he says, all right, well, we're just going to go big or go home, put the healing spring down. If you can't kill him, then you lose anyways. So we'll just take that and see how it works. And it worked out for him.
Oh, yeah. I think that's promising for Simtom, though. I always say, you have to back your own play. So, like, a lot of players might have chosen to put the healing spring at home because it's safe, but then you're inefficient. If you have the idea that you've got an all-in timing, don't put, 50% behind it, 70% behind it. Put the full power of your might behind it, because if that's your strategy, your win condition, you need to be aiming for it or you're falling short. So, well played by him. He gets the 2-0. He continues on. Commiserations to Poker. We will not get a chance to see more of him here in Genesis Retold. But I think we're figuring out where we're going to be going next, what lobby we're going to be moving on to. Apologies about the random freeze, folks. It seems to be a bug in-game. It's something that I think the devs are aware of, so they're working on it. And big shout out to all the people I'm seeing already subscribing to the channel. Definitely recommend doing it. Means you don't have to worry about ads, which can be a pain in the ass. I don't know if it's happening again, because I've made sure I'm subscribed recently. But a while back, I made the mistake of not being subscribed, and I got a concerning ad popping up about essentially chopping off my bits and pieces. Have you seen that one, boy?
What? No, I don't know. I don't watch ads.
It's a shaving, like, so it's trying to get you to buy their type of shaving product. And it's like, wouldn't want to cut it off. And then there's screaming in the background. I was like, I'm getting a Prime sub right now.
Yeah, we don't get those ads in Australia. Nah.
No, in Australia, it's probably some creature from the wild trying to bite things off.
That's right. That's how it goes. Yep.
All right. So it looks like up next we've got Mini Yeti versus the Count Von Count. I'm familiar with the Count Von Count. Do you know something about Mini Yeti? Because I haven't seen too much of this guy.
Let's just say that this is an absolutely insane matchup to happen in round of 64. Both these guys are gamers. They are really, really good. I had the pleasure of having Mini Yeti in a free-for-all that I was playing, and I walked over to him, and I was a bit mean. He was having a nice little ceasefire. Let's just have a 15-minute treaty game, and I was like, "No, I'm gonna kill you straight away." And he was down to one little portion of the map with a village center, just trying to reboom. He won that free-for-all.
Oh no! Did you know he was there though?
Yeah, I was like, oh, he's fine. It's fine.
Boy, no, dude. This is like,
I'm a nice guy. I don't want to kill you in my game. You stay in the corner and just don't cause any problems. And then he killed everyone.
So like, for a long time, there's rumors about there's going to be another Kill Bill, right? Yeah. And the speculation is the girl that she left alive, who she killed the mother of, is going to probably kill her now, right? That's the problem with that, boy. All right, when you leave him alive and you give this ego child, you always let one live so they can tell the tale. No, he was too invested. You needed to stick a bullet to the back of the head.
The story's better when he succeeds, right? David versus Goliath. I can't. You got to play for the content, right? You can't. If I just kill him, it's nothing.
All right, mate.
Give him a chance.
You did just call yourself Goliath. I'm gonna have to say that was a well loss in that free for all.
I try. I make it happen.
But this is going to be a fun one then. So, not same flags, folks. You have to flip them around a little bit. It's a different nationality shown. But we are going to have an interesting way of opening up draft-wise. Gaia on Ghost Lake versus Loki.
Ooh, this is I don't know what to say about this one. In Legacy, this was like a 90-10 matchup for Loki. In Retold, this is very much closer. Player who plays better wins. Let's just say that much. This is going to be really, really fun. I love this map, Ghost Lake. Very, very aggressive mid-game map because the gold mines are really difficult to secure. And it's going to be up to forward thinking to ensure you don't lose this game really, really early.
Well, I can hear it beckoning us in. The second set of the day is about ready to kick off here in Genesis Retold. Mini Yeti versus the Count Von Count. Let's get to it. We open up on Ghost Lake, and here in the blue, playing as Gaia, we've got Mini Yeti 67, a fabled legend of the free-for-all scene.
And on the opposite side of the map, his opponent here from the newly welcomed to the Retold scene, esports clan Aces. His name is the Count Von Count.
And of course, Loki, just from the atmosphere alone, feels more comforting, more fitting here. But the big surprise to me, actually, when we think about this opening game in this series, actually, boy, is the fact that Mini Yeti did draft Uranus, who I would say fits a lot better into the way you want to play Ghost Lake.
Yes, I totally agree with you on that. I think Uranus is possibly or arguably one of the best gods on this map. You can have like an overall tier list and say maybe Gaia's sitting a little bit above Uranus in the kind of power balance of everything. But on this map, those sky passages getting you around the map and securing those gold mines and being able to bounce around from one gold mine to the other one when you're under pressure is invaluable. But it's not to be in this one. And I think Mini Yeti, he might be kicking himself just a little bit for not picking that one. Now he's up against that Loki. But we'll have to wait and see exactly what these guys are going to opt into. But I'm going to say it right now. This game's going to be fireworks.
I'd have nothing left. Less rather. You're in the situation where you got one shot, one opportunity to make it to the main event. You've got to do something a little bit creative, a little bit different, a little bit surprising. Right now, though, it's kind of difficult to get that creativity or surprise going because one thing that can be frustrating when you're up against the likes of Gaia is the amount of vision they have on the map so early in the game.
Yeah, this is just an Atlantean bonus. They've got arguably the best scouting in the game because of those 3 scouts they get for free at the start, and they expand out, they see everything, they find everything out on the map, they know what their plan needs to be very, very early on, whereas everyone else has kind of worked that out as the game goes along. It's a really big advantage for them, and we'll see if it's gonna make any difference for Mini Yeti, but Count, he does have his own bonuses in vision as well, KP. He's got this technology in the temple, and I'm pretty sure Count is going to be trying to use it, called the Eyes of the Forest. Basically lets him see the entirety of the map if he can get it set up. It'd be very exciting if he could make that happen.
We've already got him snooping in the meantime, so he knows what's actually happening in the base at all times, at least for now. Unless Mini Yeti can figure out which one is being snooped on. Kind of interesting thought here, actually. Are we going to be getting... I feel like this is for Seti usually in this matchup, right? For Classical Age.
Yeah. There's one cheeky strategy, very off meta, very not going to work on this map through Heimdall that you can go for against Atlanteans as Loki, which would be a very big boom. Heimdall's got access to Safeguard, gives you cheaper town centers, so you can do that in some situations. But yeah, on this one, that 4 set is just too important. The gold mines are too important. You need to get some bonuses onto your military units, and the Healing Spring is incredibly important against that Caladria that's going to be coming through for Oceanus and on Mini Yeti's side.
Yeah, it's also, I think the tricky part is like if you go the other way, you lean into, say, Einherry, sure, they can buff you in fights, but they're so immobile. And I find on this map, you need that flexibility. It's why you mentioned Oranos earlier, is the whole idea you get across the map. Because, sure, you can run across the center, but your opponent is playing east and west. So you feel like you're playing counterintuitive because you're not directing aggression towards where they're expanding.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of what we were at before, we are already seeing Count Von Count setting this up. In that left corner of the map, that house that you see over there, Eyes in the Forest, is going to give him all of that vision on that location. So he's going to see the gold mine. He's going to see all that corner. You can't sneak by there. And I'm sure Count's going to be attempting to set even more up after that. He's got that in the back of his mind. But great haul, long house for Count, as he is going to be attempting to get probably some throwing axemen out. Probably going to get some raiding cavalry and some Herser as well. Done make an army composition that is very scary to deal with for Mini Yeti. The question is, what does Mini Yeti go for? As it looks like it's going to be Murmilla and Terma.
The Eyes of the Forest
it
can daisy chain through Gaia's Forest, right? If I remember correctly. So like you can get a ridiculous amount of vision.
Yeah, the way that I think it works, and I could be wrong about this. I don't know the technical specifications. I just kind of see it and go, is that how it works? I guess so. You basically get the vision that those Gaia things have got. So Gaia trees have got their own amount of line of sight in them. I'm probably not right on this, but this is my guess. They've got their own amount of line of sight on it, and you get to see all of that when you have a unit close or a building on it.
Gotcha.
So yeah, you can get it on those Gaia forests as well.
Let's see who's going to try to spring the trap first, as we are starting to see military production ramping up here. We have got the Axe Throwers coming out on one side, and a bit of a balanced mix on the other. We have, of course, got the assistance of Gaia-type units with the nice little lines appearing, but we're also going to get some Cav as well as infantry mixed in for the Atlanteans.
Well, we do see the first engagement. Mini Yeti, he sees all of those Herser coming through, and he does have a lot of those Murmillo out already, but there's really no need for him to be looking for any fights. Both players at the moment have got nothing to gain at the moment from having a big fight, but they're both wanting to get involved no matter what here. As Mini Yeti's seeing he's got the speed advantage with those Terma, able to snipe down the throw an axeman there beautifully. Great micro, in fact, from Mini Yeti, as Count going to have to really be careful with those throw an axemen.
Harvosianus, man, it's just so difficult because once you find yourself in the mid-map, even a retreat feels like it's going to be punishing here. So gets home, does cost him a few units on the retreat. Nothing lost in return from Mini Yeti. And of course, we see the value of just having these lines so early on. It's just a free unit that's going to keep coming back. And another kind of annoying piece of clutter when you try to just say A-click into these engagements. You're just basically going to target something you'd rather not.
Yeah, it's a great early game relic. I'm not exactly sure which relics we've all picked up in this game, but relics is such an impactful thing, and it's super important to be picking them up. And we do see that Count does have his own relic, I think. If we could get a click on the temple at some point.
Did pick something up, I remember that.
He's got two. He's got the Arrows of Heracles, giving a bit of a boost to the range units, and Counter increase. He does have that. So some big helps here, but Mini Yeti is controlling the pace right now, and Count is very well stuck in his main base. You know what, KP? One thing we haven't talked about just yet. Ghost Lake has got 2 spawns. One gives you 1 medium gold mine, and 2 gives you 2 medium gold mines. This is the 1 medium gold mine, so hyper aggressive here. We'll see how that's going to change the way these guys are going to play this one.
Well, it's pretty crafty the way that actually Mini Yeti's come out. Because I feel like usually when you go up against Gaia, you're expecting them to actually chill at home, not to be aggro. And I just love this. We've got some DL aiming coming through, just trying to deny equity down the line. Of course, the decay rate is quite low these days, but it's still going to be over time food lost here. And it's something that right now, at least, Count Von Count isn't even aware of.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something you want to do. Like, if you've got map control, you're not going to go up there and hunt them. So why would you let your opponent have it? It makes a perfect amount of sense, and it's totally legitimate play here from Mini Yeti. There's a bit of like a history with killing deers and people getting upset about it in the Age of Mythology community, but
oh no, that's not just a myth thing. That's Age of in general.
Age of in general.
Age of Empires 4 is a bit different because we don't have decay there, but it's still called deer laming for a reason.
Yeah. Well, it's lame. Like, what are you doing? What you're alone, man.
It's like a balanced lame though, because in that game you can like scare the deal all the way into the TC very easily, right? So
Yeah.
we had two Canadians that basically forced everyone to start laming recently. I imagine we're gonna get a lot of that in Myth over time as well. So pressure coming in as the walls are up, but it's just so difficult with this range composition, right? We saw that there was an attempt to go into the axe throwers, but he's already been forced off of that. And I understand why Count leaned there, right? It was that relic that also gave him the benefit of playing into range units. Sadly, the matchup just isn't allowing for it right now.
Yeah, and we do see something interesting here from Count. He doesn't have any answer for the Mamilo at the moment. He's got Herso, which lose to Mamilo. He's got Raiding Cavalry, which lose to Mamilo. As you said, those Throne Axemen all getting picked off, so he doesn't have those anymore. But what he is getting is Mithril Breastplate, and that technology, and Go and Bragi. Those technologies that you can unlock through Bragi all impact the Berserk. And the Berserk, with all those upgrades, starts trading really well against not just the Terma that he's got, but the Mamilo as well. And there could be some options here for, I'm going to foreshadow, hopefully, fingers crossed, a Berserk Narok. Have you heard of that one yet?
Please. I think I know what it is in my brain already, but I just want to hear it from your voice.
You go, all right, my opponent's out of his base. He's got no gold mine. He's onto second gold mines. He's like, all right, going to convert all my villages into Berserks and full send with the flaming weapons. It's going to be absolutely brutal. Oh, wow. I mean, I want to get excited for it.
It's crazy here as well, because depending on the option choice from Yeti, he's not going to have a great counter to that, right? Like, if he doesn't realize and start taking up soon, the worry I have is a Carnivore is not going to save you from Berserk Rush, right? Like, the reality is Carnivores are really good at dealing with few units, small groups of units that are high value, right? We've even seen games where they eat an Egyptian's elephant. They're that good. But when you Zerg them, the unit tends to lose a lot of its impact.
Yeah, and there's also some Hersa out as well, so it's going to be a Carnivora popping up and a Carnivora going away very, very quickly. One bonus that Loki's got is that bonus damage is a little bit more, so his Hersa are even more effective at killing off the myth units, and that does include the Carnivora as well as...
Oh, it's kind of interesting, actually. When you think about it that way, it's kind of like the Marrow with the Super Hammer, and the Carnivora is just the plant popping out of the pipe.
Yeah, that's right.
We've got a march in anyway. It looks like it's going to be an offensive move as they've got the power of the ball behind them here. Question is, what's the reaction going to be? It looks like we have got tech choices on the way. So Mini Yeti just needs to do the best he can to avoid a fight until he's got his own upgrades in. And it's going to be a mass queue of Mamilos on the way to bolster his forces.
Yeah, I love this play. He just got that upgrade through Oceanus, or he's getting it. He converted it too early. He should have waited. He got frontline heroics, and he just wasted 15% resources or something. These are the best players currently playing Age of Mythology Retold, ladies and gentlemen. They've got a perfect game plan going on. I'm sorry, I had to say it.
I've seen it in games before. Like, my favorite one is when game mechanics have an interaction where if you queue a unit, then get the discount for the unit, and then cancel the unit, you lose money.
Yeah, that's right.
All the nuances, but I love the fact that we've just got Count sick of sitting in his base, doing whatever he can to try and find an exposure point. He understands that with this tech coming through on a delay from his opponent, he should have a slight edge here, but this is dangerous. This walk in, the wall is up. Fortunately, he might have time to retreat because Mini Yeti did not immediately pounce on this opportunity.
Mini Yeti's coming in, and very, very lucky here for Count. He's going to be able to retreat out and probably not lose all too much here. But it's a little bit scary. He's going to turn around. He wants to take a fight here.
Wrap around the back as well. There it is. Activates the flaming weapons. Carnivore comes in response. He's one of the cav units, but the backstab's going to be there. The hearses, they don't seem like they're doing enough here. I think they're going to get wiped. So an unfortunate fight. Confon Count thinking this was his moment to strike. He'll at least take some bodies with him, but for the commitment of the flaming weapons, this doesn't feel anywhere near enough.
Yeah, this is I've seen this time and time again with Loki. Flaming weapons is really, really strong, but you still have to have the right units out. Those Murmillo were tanking a storm.
And where was the ball? Right? Like, that's my other thought there. Like, imagine if the ball was in that clustered fight. I could see it making sense, but he was intercepting reinforcements, and now he arrives far too late to this party.
Well, now Mini Yeti is going to... something happened on the right side of the map. Raids onto that gold mine. It looks like Count is getting some multi-raids happening. And he is getting something here from this. But he's got some catching up to do in terms of military very, very quickly here.
And economy. I mean, you see the difference there, right? 54 to 39. So I thought maybe this flaming weapons, like you were looking for as well, was about some sort of secondary raid, right? A multi-pronged assault, but instead it wasn't at all. So Count on Count needs to recover quickly. We've got the full air force of the Atlanteans coming this way. It's not just one unit type in the air now. We've got the secondary that's going to apply the damage. And when you talk about ranged, we're talking about an army that feels like it's getting more and more heavily melee-based for Count on Count.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're about to see Mini Yeti showing off a bonus of going through Thea right now. He gets Montarius, he gets that Poseidon Secret technology, he also gets Dryads, and this army is incredibly strong. At this point, like, what do you need? You need a counter to the Contarius, you need the counter to the Dryads, you also need ranged heroes to deal with the Stymphalian birds and the Caladriel. There's just so many units which Count just doesn't have out at the moment to deal with what Mini Yeti's building. And Mini Yeti, he knows if he can get some gold starve action happening, he's going to be in a good spot. But Count retreats away preemptively here. He's also been a bit tricky with it by leaving those dwarves ready to go back. But Mini Yeti is there checking things out no matter what there. So no way back onto that gold mine for the time being.
And the Dryads are just wasting the entire army's time there. It's just a tricky unit. You know, my favorite part about Dryads is people realizing that you can have more than the 5, right? Because I think a lot of people at first thought that it was capped at 5. Like, wait, you can get more if you build more trees? That's broken.
Yeah. Yeah, if you get, I mean, everything's broken, everything's busted. That's the mantra of Age of Mythology Retold.
Oh, yes. Oh.
And we see a little fight here.
Gets the horn blown, so does get that buff coming out. The benefit of Loki just spawning different myth units, but it still feels like quantity and quality may not be on his side here. The Dryads just tanking so much. The assistance from the Air Force of the Atlanteans allowing him to control this fight. And it's going to be a forced retreat again, and the Count von Count now just on the edge of his seat and waving the white flag. I mean, we're talking 27 military to 74. It seems like the Count cannot find a single fight where the Count would favor him.
Yeah, this is just the economy of Gaia, and we're also seeing raids coming in to push off the gold mine as well. And if you take one bad fight against Atlantean, they're going to make you pay, and Mini Yeti does just that as Count taps out.
The 82 strong in the cold climate here takes the opening game, but best of threes, folks. So the Count von Count at least has one more opportunity to show off, to show what he can do. Because I think in that game, it seemed like there was an aggressive timing in mind, Boy, but he was almost surprised at how quickly Gaia came to try and face him in that mid-map.
Yeah, I mean, flaming weapons is something you want to use. You want to use it to get that gold stuff going. But if you're facing the army of Gaia, and the Gaia player's got those Murmillo, Hersa do not beat. Hersa are a counter myth unit. They're a hero. Yeah. They counter myth units. They don't counter human units. And your opponent's got a ton of Murmillos. They're just ready to tank up. You need to have something to deal with that. Whether that's going to be throwing axemen, berserks, even raiding cavalry aren't terrible if they've got their an upgrade advantage against them. But yeah, he just didn't have any of that, and he just drops that fight, and that gives Mini Yeti all the advantage.
Yeah, it kind of felt like he dropped the ball and was trying to scramble for it, right? Because he did technically break out of that wall before it would have truly killed him. But we could see the maim effect was already coming in from melee units hitting at the back of him. Then, of course, you have the birds assisting the slows. I think maybe Count panicked and thought, look, I'm already behind. I can't afford to lose 8 or 9 units in the retreat here. I have to make my stand. It's just unfortunately had that secondary wave of recruited units on the way and not already there, because that is the type of flaming weapons fight that can win as a person a game. Instead, he ends up with a defeat in his hands, but I'm wondering where we're going to be heading next. I mean, the other thing is Mini Yeti looking really good with the Atlanteans. We've still got the threat of someone like Oranos, and I think from what we were having in the map pool, it's still a big looming threat. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes straight for it for game number 2.
Yeah, I can't remember what they drafted.
I remember he had Oranos, Ra. I can't remember what the other one was. Was it Set? No, Poseidon. Okay.
All right. Well, we're going to see Oranos versus Odin here. So another Atlantean versus Norse matchup. So we're already knowing that Mini Yeti's feeling comfortable in this matchup. But Count playing Odin, that's a very, very different Norse god. Norse has got 4 very different play styles going on with the 4 different Norse gods. So we'll see how he's going to be able to function with the Odin now against Oranos.
Yeah, this matchup to me, I think the Funnily enough, the Gaia matchup, I was expecting Loki to be always the aggressor, right? But this matchup, I think it tends to be Uranos is the one that's going to stick the pressure your side. It's not that Odin can't, but it's just obviously with Uranos having the sky passages to get eco out of danger zones, and usually we've seen things like Terma play before, you tend to have a bit more freedom to play risky your economy while attacking.
Yeah, there's this thought going around in the kind of top level circles that there's just no point in attacking Uranus at the moment. He's got sky passages. You kill off a sky passage, what? It's 5 favor and 20 seconds of build time or something. So it's not many resource investment. The villagers just go straight back to work on the other side of the map, and you cry as the aggressor. So this might be a time for the Norse player here in Count on Count to just say, well, if I can't attack him, maybe let's play a defensive booming game and see if I can hold on.
It's interesting, right? Because like we usually talk about the idea of like, when you get in a game, you want to identify what your win condition is and what your opponent's win condition is. Enable yours through somehow disabling theirs. But to your point, like the most classic baseline idea of a win condition is harass eco, stop gathering, right? And Uranos, he makes it so easy to fall flat doing that. So I agree. You kind of have to take a more greedy approach. There are certain civs in any RTS that force that approach. That's almost like you have to aim later in the game. You can't try to cheese me out in the 5 minutes. It's possible, but at the highest level, it's unlikely.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things that I like about really well-made RTS games, Myth being one of them, Age 4 being another one of them. Like all of the Age of Empires have this feature in it, which is there's ebbs and flows of power imbalance. It's like your Civ gets to be strong at 5 minutes. My Civ gets to be strong at 8 minutes. Your Civ gets to be strong at 12 minutes. And then you just keep going until you get to the late game. And then, that's just the way that these games work. And I find that really, really enjoyable because you really get to narrow into your advantages and try and figure out how it's all going to go.
And even within that, you still have to execute. Otherwise, we just have a draft and say, oh, you win that game, go next one. No, we play them out. We're going to play this one out. We're going to see what the Count Von Count has got up his sleeve. Can he be the magician? Can he get us to game number 3? Or is it going to be the second 2-0 of the day? We're just moments away from the second set. A big reminder, folks. There's no second chance after this. This is the second qualifier. This is you slip up here, you're on the sideline for the next several weeks watching Genesis Retold unfold. Being paid. We're being paid by the timer. We'll be in there in a second. We do this sometimes, the clock. So I think just to speculate ahead of time, all right, we don't need to. I'm going to say just boldly put out there, probably Poseidon versus Isis map 3 if we get there. But for now, we hop into map number 2. And we have got a fun one here. Mini Yeti leading this series, but Count Von Count still trusts in the Norse gods to get him out of this bind. He's back again on them, this time in the red as Odin.
Yeah, I mean, Count Von Count is the Norse man. But he is going up against Mini Yeti's Atlantean here, as in the bottom of the map, blue color, we have him playing as Uranos. The map's Tundra. This is a map that we don't get to see very often because it's not in the ranked map pool. And the big difference with Tundra compared to all the other maps is instead of chickens, you spawn with an extra hunt pack. And that can be a very big difference to the way that these games get played.
A very big difference as well for a certain Norse Civ, considering their starting power in the game as well. So, yeah, I like that you brought that up, though, that obviously it's not in the rotation. So, maybe that's an edge for Count Von Count, because we have to acknowledge the fact he's part of a team. It's not to say Mini Yeti doesn't have people he can practice with, but usually when you're in these team environments, you've got these full-time players that have just as many hours as you do to hop in and do serious scrims instead of maybe Mini Yeti that gets more of his practice on the ladder.
Yeah, it's... Personally, I think if you're a really, really high level RTS player, you don't have to have any games on these maps to know what to do. That on some of these maps. Some maps, like there's some very specific, unique, like gimmicky maps where you go, wow, that's that I've got no idea, and for sure. But on a map like Tundra, you go, oh, it's got extra hunt. All right, the gods that get bonuses from extra hunt here are the ones to pick. Count Von Count goes into it. He gets the Odin for it, so that's going to help him. Mini Yeti, he's got the sky passages, so he can move around the map and save that hunt in his main base for later, and he's always going to be having something to grab in this game. So they've both got their own unique edge to use here, so to speak, but Yeah, it's going to be a challenge for Yeti to get onto the front foot against Odin with having that hunt in the main base. He's going to have to wait until around 8 minutes or maybe 9 minutes before Count even needs to leave his base for food. So, yeah, he's going to have to be aiming for a much later point in the game to get that advantage going.
Now, something that can come in that later point that's very helpful for Mini Yeti. I noticed that he rolled the dice and scored a Yahtzee because the relic on the top east side, if I'm not mistaken, that was the one that allows you to use your god powers more frequently, right? Yeah.
Oh.
A potent one for Uranus in particular due to the classic chaos power in the third age.
Yeah, it's not just chaos. The big bonus that Atlanteans get is all of their god powers are cheaper. So then you just make them even cheaper. And well, you got to get to use them more. Uranus has also got bonus favor gather rate. So they're cheaper. They're able to be used more. Can shockwave, can carnivore, can chaos. You might even want to go through Thea here for a third Hesperage tree for 15 potential dryads to be out on the map at one time.
I think crazy. I think Uranus in the third age can get up to the point where he's generating, I believe it's 55 favor a minute.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. He's got a big bonus there, that's for sure.
We'll have to see what Count Von Count can do, because that's what I'm a bit worried about. This whole idea that he drafted on this map for the idea of I will stay in my base, I don't need to feel pressured. That's going to make you feel pressured, because usually when we see these Norse versus Uranus matchups, it does turn into a game of whack-a-mole. With most of the Atlantean civs, you need to kill the oracles, but with this one in particular, it's paramount that you find those kills.
Yeah, and we are seeing something with Count's idea. He was going through Freya. He gets the Valkyrie out. And one thing that I noticed in a game I was watching yesterday by, I'm just gapping on the name, but the first thing that he did with the Valkyrie was search the corners of the map. And at the moment, Mini Yeti, he's mostly brought his oracles back, but they are very exposed. If that Valkyrie gets onto one of those oracles, it's going to go down.
He's just relic snatching everything. He pulled 2 back, right? And he's got the 2 close to his base. I like this approach, man. Like, it might be that you don't want everything here, but usually there's going to be something that your opponent wants on the map, right? So, obviously, with the spam of Hurts here, Norse are usually a quick civ to play out and pick up those relics themselves. But it seems like a game where actually Count Von Count might be denied on all counts of that.
Well, it depends on how you want to go about this one. There are some builds which you can go for Norse, which gets you a relic early. But for Atlantean, very simple to get yourself out a hero oracle. Yep. Spot the relic you want, heroize the dude as soon as you've got that temple up, take that relic back home, and really there's nothing you can do to stop that. With the exception of sending a villager across the map and start shanking super early, which is a little bit risky to say the very least.
Yeah, and well, even if you now tried to shuffle out quickly, we already have this issue of Mini Yeti playing into the cav again. So that poke damage is going to be quite frustrating for your hearses. Does at least have the Valkyrie to heal off the damage done. But we've seen these bird units before. I think it's the big nuisance. I've heard multiple players just have this feeling that maybe Oceanus is still a little bit too good for the Atlanteans.
Well, it's funny you say that because it's like Oceanus on Legacy was absolute garbage tier. I tried my hardest to make this god work, and as much as I'd like to say it was a good god, it was always it was less good than the other option. But yeah, I mean, you've got the Caladria. It's got 2 really good abilities. It doesn't have any attack though, so it's got to be able to do something. So it's tough to find a balance for sure.
It's interesting, actually. Now that I think about it, like this is heal on heal, but the difference is it's much easier to scale that healing for Mini Yeti due to the Oracle power here. Nice shockwave does stun up the hearses, spreads out the formation around the lake. So we'll have some poke chase down here with the Moonlows arriving. A tricky situation here now, so I'm wondering, like, what do you do if you're Count Von Count? With the comp that's coming out, what's the best unit to lean into here?
I mean, it's tough, right? Because you've got your opponent making counter archers or counter ranged units, and he's also making infantry. So, I mean, you want to make throwing axemen to deal with the Mermillo, but you don't want to make throwing axemen because he's making Terma.
Yeah.
Now, a simple way that the Greeks deal with this is they go for cavalry infantry. And it looks to me that's what Count is trying to do. He's gone berserks, he's gone raiding cavalry, and that can be a way to deal with this. You get the berserks to kind of frontline against those Mermillo, you get the raiding cavalry to take out the Terma, and then maybe you mix in a handful of throwing axemen just to kind of get a little bit of DPS going that your opponent can't snipe anymore. But Yeah, it's a challenge to say the very least to deal with this composition, and this is why it's a standard composition at the start of the game here for Mini Yeti.
And we see the powers, the Murmillos getting buffed up there, with the unique powers coming through. So much more focus on infantry in the coming minutes for Mini Yeti. And if this starts to turn into a bit of more of a macro game, we have to lean towards age 3. That's where Oranos is always just so frustrating for a lot of players. This is not a faction that feels strong in age 2 and weak in age 3. It just keeps ramping up at quite the ridiculous rate as long as you keep those oracles spread out and generating.
And we are seeing the Count is kind of scouting around for them. He's got the Ravens, so he can spot them sitting there. And then if you're not staring at the minimap looking for red dots, like it's pretty easy to miss those dots there, just kind of spotting your Oracle hanging out. So if he spots him, he can get over there. And we are seeing Count. He's saying, I want to get to that next stage. He's got a lot of gold in the bank. His food's come through. He's going up through Njord. So he will be able to unlock those Jarls and those Jotuns, or Mountain Giants with the Jotun upgrades, to be very, very strong moving forward. But he's still got to figure out how to deal with Murmillo in this game. I'm not sure he's unlocked anything just yet that's going to be of super value against those, though he is getting Hamask, that unique upgrade for his Berserks, available only to Uranus. We'll see if that's going to be any help here moving forward.
Meanwhile, Mini Yeti just sticking to the age and actually applying some pressure here. So we have actually got an opening there as the wall wasn't complete, but reinforcements do arrive just in time to scare away. And we have got the usually support units being used as scouting units. Shall we say the Atlanteans version of the Raven, just a little bit overgrown to get that information.
Yeah. Good time. Okay, so the one thing here right now is, what are these players setting up for? Because they're both kind of, we see another shockwave getting dropped in. It's so cheap. But I mean, the more you use it, the more expensive it gets.
Yeah, and it's like against Cav, right? Like I get it against infantry because you can actually run past them in that time window, but so difficult to pinch even 1, maybe 2 cavalry units with that army size. So a little bit of a wasted effort.
And this also, I mean, yeah, one, it makes it more expensive, but more importantly, it goes on cooldown. And this just means that Count's got himself, I don't know, 2 minutes, 3 minutes to say, well, I can do whatever I want now. I can run around the map. You can't shockwave me. You can't punish me anywhere. Let me get some pressure on somewhere.
Mini Yeti immediately queued up the hero upgrades for a lot of the Murmillos. So still, once again, sticking to H2. But the problem with this, the longer you do it, the more pressure you feel to find some sort of value. It's not enough to just guard against the age-free pressure. You need to be finding a way of punishing what is kind of seen as a greedy action by the Norse here.
Yeah, and I mean, one extra bonus here when you convert those Murmillo to heroes is that Bite of the Shark technology you get through Oceanus. We do see that big walking woods coming through, and these Murmillo are going to pack a punch in this fight, but does he have enough?
It doesn't feel like it right now. The Murmillo, they do get through the walking woods. Can they actually flop the cavalry on the west side, though? A bit more even as you get to the second part of this fight. Looks like the villagers, they're going to have to pull back. They will be able to hide inside the passage, so you may have to forfeit the area. In fact, it's going to be a full migration of the army into the safety of the sky passage. So a good fight by Count von Count. A little bit shaky when the walking woods started to fall. But they've done their job. They absorbed enough attention so that the Murmillos could be overwhelmed on the west flank.
Yeah, there's a big confidence booster there for Count von Count. I think that's the first fight he's won in this series thus far. And he is going to be ready to start applying some pressure. But the really hard thing to do here when playing as Norse is to remember, if you need to be in front to be pushing an advantage. If you fall behind, life gets really challenging for you really quickly. So you need to not overextend and just play this game very solidly to push this advantage. But we'll see. Forest Fire down, another engagement here from Mini Yeti.
Big rebuttal as well. The army doesn't look like it's going to be giving enough. Count von Count has to retreat. Of course, that melee slow effect is going to stop him from getting his big boy Mifune out here. The giant actually can easily be slain. And from this position, we have to keep in mind, it's nowhere near a situation where Mini Yeti is going to take control of the game. Because when you look at the military bar, you can see that Count von Count has a giant second wave now on the way.
Yeah, and the thing here, right, for Mini Yeti is he's taking a lot of damage on these units, and he's not been spending the time to reheal them off back up. But he's still got all those gold powers coming through, and he's causing so many problems for Count von Count right now.
Carnivora does bait a lot of attention there, as the Goddess have to target fire it down, but it still munches 1 or 2 units. And the Millos, they can still Zerg for the moment. We have actually got the Axe Thrower starting to come out as a solution here. Great hold on the tiny choke point to minimize the value of these melee units, and it looks like the front wave is going to be dead. Mini Yeti, with that backline, should not be able to stand here much longer. And we're kind of reaching a stage where it has to be tech up or die, right? Because you can't afford, as we get deeper into this age 3 for Count von Count, for it to be an even trade. It means that those upgrades are going to start coming through, and that's when the game is going to snowball hard for Red.
Yeah, we're seeing armory upgrades coming through. Count wants to get himself that heavy infantry as soon as he possibly can as well. These Berserks are really doing a lot in this game as well. I think that Mask upgrade is really paying for itself in a big way. And right now, Mini Yeti, he's got a lot of food in the bank. He's got a lot of wood in the bank, but his gold situation is a little bit dire. So all Count von Count needs to do to really put some hard pressure onto Mini Yeti is get those raids onto the gold mines.
It's interesting though, right? Because he has got a little bit of cavalry, but I think he's been forced to lean more into things like the Axe Thrower, so you don't really have that mobility to go and poke on the flanks. And we mentioned before, this whole idea of gold starving Oranos, or any resource starving Oranos, is very difficult because of how easily it can shift around the map with those sky passages.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to get the gold stuff, but a handful of units just kind of poking, that can be enough to idle that, right? So that's got to be your idea. You're not going for a whole bunch of kills, but just idle time. Idle time is what resources lost, gives you that ability to get back into the game. And we are seeing Mini Yeti actually doing this nicely himself.
Yeah, nice little raid from one of the Millos. Looks like the Dwarves are not happy about that. They proved that Pickaxe can beat Sword. But now that it's been snitched on, it looks like the Millos brothers, his big brothers, are on the way. So that should be able to force him back. Army is at least on the way to react, but it's not just that gold vein. Count von Count is actually leaning east into both of the gold veins. So if this is realized by Mini Yeti, it could actually end up being the Count who's the one gold starved.
I mean, he's all over the map. He's spreading himself thin, but Mini Yeti doesn't really know this. He sees only a handful of dwarves here, so maybe he can make a guess that Count's kind of all over the map. But honestly, Mini Yeti is not using those Caladria to their 100% benefit, which is just getting them out on the map and just checking things, coming back into the army and just being very much getting all the knowledge. We see the hill fort coming down, which will secure this gold mine, but Hyperion's on the way. That's going to be chaos. That's going to be Satyr. That's going to be a challenge for Count von Count to overcome in the next few minutes.
I wonder if there's actually an opening here for him to make a move. Usually when you see this type of tech up, you do look to punish. But considering what just happened, I got to give a lot of credit to Mini Yeti. That small raid forced a defensive reaction out of Count. So by him coming back to defend this gold, he's no longer in a position to now punish the upgrade of his opponent. So well played by Mini Yeti. I'm expecting this to be a much later dragon game. No immediate tech into a death.
Yeah, I mean, this is the weird part about the power imbalances, right? If Mini Yeti can apply the pressure right now, he's going to get a really big advantage. If he can't...
Chaos comes in. Locks him on the spot there, so the Berserkers should be wailing through each other. Good target on the back lines. The Axe Throwers are going to be brought down. An overwhelming victory in the center here for Mini Yeti. And now he should be able to plow forward into those defenses.
I mean, that was just a perfect engagement from Mini Yeti, was it not? He just absolutely took advantage of the fact that there weren't that many units there for Count. He gets them stuck with the chaos, and now Count, he's got nothing left. He's 50 population behind. He's 40 military population behind. This is an insane position to be in right now.
It's scaling worse against him still. Like, look at the production queues for both sides. It's a 50 military lead. It's going to be a 60 in the blink of the eyes at this rate. The Satyr are also a really big problem, even for the cavalry units. Not to mention the maim slows coming through, not able to run away easily. And the cav spam coming through from Mini Yeti. This is going to start to overflow into the economy. We've seen the Count has at least minimized damage you can take by spreading wide, but when you see mass cavalry coming through, it means Mini Yeti has the capability to spread out and look for all of these resource groups.
Well, yeah, we see some counter raids coming through, pretty desperate from Count. You have to do something when you're trying to get yourself back some military here. But Mini Yeti is just going to move across the map, just has to check all the gold mines, and then no gold for Count means he's going to be stuck with just 2k military resource value, and I mean, what else can he do after that?
Are those workers? I think those are workers shuffling. On the mini-map on the left side for Red, it looks like a giant blob of what, like maybe 12 to 15 workers? Oh
Yep.
my god.
He's being sneaky.
No.
He's being sneaky.
He's not sneaky. He's sneaking into his own coffin here. He gets seen. What?
He doesn't get seen. He's too sneaky. He's too sneaky.
He turned the whisper mode on. All right. Turns out that Mini
very,
Yeti
very
didn't have
quiet.
the surround sound on his headset there. Unbelievable. Count dodges death to stay alive here, but he's not out of the woods yet.
Does Mini Yeti see that there's a gold mine over there? In
Right?
his perspective? On the
Can
left
we
side?
check? He must. There's no way the map isn't fully scouted at this point, right? When you know your opponent's playing. Yeah, he knows.
It's there. Maybe it
Okay,
doesn't
come in
matter.
anyway.
He's so far in front. He's
Oh,
so
that's
far in front.
I mean, you can just A-click the base at this stage, right? Shockwave just
Yep.
completely discombobulates the formation that Count had there for the defense. And this time with the wraparound, he might be able to scout it, right? He's playing up for a settlement drop. There is going to be a raid coming in, but the army's close by. And unfortunately, this choice by Count to raid the settlement build has now idled out his own gold supply.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that Mini Yeti could do, I mean, this is a really, really high-level idea from Count to just pull back, but there is an obvious thing. It's like, if you click on the gold mine, it's being gold. You know there's something around here. So he has to be thinking about that, but yeah, you're right. Count just can't come back to that gold mine until those units retreat away. He's got the Raven there to spot them leaving, so he knows when he can go back there, but he's playing a very, very risky game right now, and it's if he can pull it off, he can pull himself back into this one, but he's got a very, very long road in front of him.
Yeah, Mini Yeti came to play Ogre Smash. Meanwhile, Count Von Count was playing Benny Hills, but the soundtrack runs out. Mini Yeti will be able to take it 2-0. A dominant performance by him in this series.
This was a surprise to me. Like, I knew this game was going to be a very high level, this series was going to be a very high level series, but Mini Yeti, yeah, this guy, he means business. Taking Count Von Count out in the first round is no easy feat. And he does it in pretty commanding fashion.
Yeah, I'm flabbergasted. I mean, you know, you want me, he's good in free throws. I thought, yeah, but Count, a lot of talent, a lot of skill in 1v1s. Of course, he's part of the Brain Trust, right? The Mr. Crew. So there's got to be a lot of passing the baton and experimentation there to get an edge. But Mini Yeti came prepped, and he just showed the power of the Atlanteans to blow away the Norse in 2 games. So commiserations to Count means he's going to be the sideline watching. I think he sometimes does actually, you know, do his own little bit of casting on his own channel watching the game. So I'm sure he'll participate in some way with Genesis Retold. But for now, it's not going to be as a player. All right. I'm just confirming, by the way. Really cool one coming up next. We got Soup going up against Soldier. But I think what we want to do quickly is stretch our legs. Well, Boy can stretch his leg. I can stretch one leg. This one doesn't really move too well at the moment, so I'll do what I can. It's good for weight lifts. I recommend everyone else can stretch their legs or stretch your bank account because while you've got a minute or two, it's a perfect time to enter your card details and subscribe to EGC. And we'll see you back here in just a few minutes. welcome back, one and all, to Genesis Retold, the first major tournament from EGC TV, and hopefully not the last. We've had some incredible games so far today. If you just tuned in, you just missed out on quite the dominant series from Mini Yeti. I'm joined once again by Boy. An upset, I think, in a lot of people's eyes, because Count Von Count was someone I think a lot of people, if they looked at these two on paper, they would have expected him to be all over this.
Well, yeah, I mean, you see this is the fight we've got right now. I mean, Count shows why he's so good right now, kind of dominating at this start position, but he's just kind of, I think he just maybe underestimated Yeti a little bit, went a little bit too aggressive instead of playing that safe Age Mythology Retold style we kind of see from other players, like, like Recon comes to mind, Chemo as well, like to play that longer game just to make sure they don't just lose. And as Mini Yeti, I mean, he just comes in and he shows you can't overcommit. You've got to be playing respectful in Retold, and Mini Yeti makes him pay.
I think this is the hardest Civ in the game to fixate on the idea of formations against, right? And I think that's what we saw Count fall in the trap of time and time again. We saw it with the Chaos, we saw it early with the Shockwaves, right? Those two God Powers alone gives Uranos an unrivaled level of disruption to any organized formation you bring into a big engagement. So kind of a tough one there. And I think, looking forward, Count Von Count, take that in mind. I think one thing I want to give him credit for, really good at denying oracles. I feel like I didn't see more than maybe 4 oracles at any given time in the field for Uranus in that game.
Yeah, there's positives to take away here for Count Von Count, but he's going to be very unfortunately on the sideline for the rest of Genesis, and we're going to be moving into this game very, very shortly. KP, take it away.
Oh, yes. No time to waste, folks, here. So many series to be played in Genesis Retold's Qualifier number 2. Fun one ahead of us. That's going to be a bit of EU versus NA. In the blue, we've got Aces Hussup playing as Ra to kick us off.
And in the red color on the opposite side of the map, as Poseidon, his name is Soldier. Oh, baby, this is another Savannah game. We've been seeing this one pop up quite a bit here, but we've got some very, very different gods. Not really. What did we watch before? Isis versus Poseidon.
Isis versus Poseidon, yeah. So, I mean, Ra's seen as a bit more boomy, but recently there's been a build going around that isn't as greedy with Ra, right?
Yeah, I mean, recently, the past patch that came through and the big talk on the block is all about the Electron Bullet Slingers. 1 divine damage, 150 gold, 10 favor. Thank you very much. I'll take that to the bank and make some slingers, very much so. And Soup himself, he's been very vocal about how good this is. In fact, he's been playing this god for free elo for several weeks, well, for a week now, 2 weeks now, I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, this is going to be a big one. But in terms of gods that have a decent counter to this big slinger, Poseidon's got to be one of it. He's got those special speedy cavalry, and those, no matter how much divine damage those slingers have got, cavalry are going to be able to chop them up and eat them for breakfast. So Soup's got to be careful to not go too far into the OP unit and make it happen here. What do you reckon about this one?
I'm just focused on the comment to chop them up. I was like, that happened to an Egyptian god. That seems kind of appropriate here. But no, I think it's an interesting thought because, something we don't see too often is the idea of ceasefire used aggressively. I feel like it's usually used more as a kind of temp reset to get out of a bind, but maybe that's the perfect counter to the railgun backline of Ra, right? It's like if you see they're leaning a bit too hard into the big pew-pew blob and you go mass cav, ceasefire, gap close, stick on top of them. If the timing's right, you can just wipe the backline of what Ra relies on with that build. So I think there are moves that can be made here. I mean, if we think of the most powerful Age 2 god powers in the game, I feel like ceasefire has to be easily top 2.
Well, yeah, there's so many great options here for Poseidon in this matchup. He's got, you talk about ceasefire, but inside of ceasefire with Hermes, you get Spirited Charge. You can go Dionysus here to get Thracian horses. You can get Hephaestus here to get you a whole bunch of extra economy from those plenty vaults and help you out with the late game. You've also got Tyroi, which are insane if you can mass them out. It's challenging because they only come out of the fortress, but there are a lot of lots of really cool things you can make with Poseidon. But Soup here, he's having some fun already. He's got that temple on the rotation here. Gets him. It's just a little bit. Actually, does he get? Is that how geometry works? He gets a little bit more gap closing there on that with the rotation.
Wait, does it work? I feel it's just the tree that's in the way, right? So you kind of had to put it off tilt because he's built a house now next to the tree line anyway. He's like, I'm gonna be so smart. Oh, I still need to fill in that gap. It does look nice though, you know. I kind of look like it looks like I'm entering a campaign village, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Age of Empires. It's a base building game first and foremost, and Soup. You got to make a pretty base. Make an ugly base with farms being placed all over the place, and you get your barracks in the wrong spot. Your granary is getting. You got you got to make it look nice.
Is this where we have to reveal our age? Like, kids nowadays just don't get it, boy. Kids nowadays are watching like your pros, and they're like, oh yeah, you must place this down here and that down there as quick as possible. And then there's me as a kid playing like Red Alert 2, for example. Like, ooh, I must have all the buildings line up with roads, right? Can't have a tank drive out onto a path. That's just rude. That's definitely not following local rules.
Get bogged up. It's not. That's what roads are for.
So we are actually going to get some Cyclopses, though, which I'm happy to see. We don't just get the standard Minotaur. And that means no ceasefire.
No ceasefire indeed. And a scary realization for Soup is Pestilence. This is a really, really tough god power to play against when you're trying to defend yourself with a Migdol Stronghold, because it stops that arrow fire from coming out and it makes that entire situation naked for your opponent to come in and kill you. Not only that, if Soldier can get out enough of those Cyclops, those slingers can get erased. We've talked about it before, but 3 Cyclops, get them an upgrade, they can remove an entire blob of barracks units here.
Wait, I'm trying to think. Do slingers have more health than the priests?
I don't think so. Priests, no, they don't.
So like, I'm wondering what the difference is. Like, how many Cyclops tosses do we need to wipe out a giant priest blob?
Well, I mean, if we were to get really technical, I think the priests take half damage from the throw, so you need like carry the 12 Cyclops.
12 Cyclops. All right, there's our win condition. I've said it, Mose. And Pestilence already coming in early, so it looks like he's trying to harass on that temple. I'm not sure if that was worth it, though.
Yeah, I must say I'm a little bit confused about that one. I might give him line of sight. I actually don't know. But he sees the village center here from Soup. Soup is opting into the village center right now. He's getting an armory down. This is a very, very different sort of build. I haven't seen this one out of Soup before. Looks like he's going for a fast heroic at the moment.
Pressure follow-up is looking good. All the hero units being spammed out here alongside the Cyclops. So we'll at least be able to force some idle time. But we talked about it in the previous series. Repair is very strong here. And when you're playing a full melee comp like this, it almost just looks cheesy how simple it is to out-repair the damage.
Yeah, and you've got to have some range units. You've got to snipe those villagers that are repairing, and then and only then you get to put that pressure on these. These early rushes in Retold, right? They're effective insofar as you can actually just get into your opponent's base. But if they're walled off, it's gonna take you a lot longer. And Soup here, he's basically got a free road to the next age, but his gold mine's about to expire. So
he did choose a good time there to use the god power though, because I was just thinking, like, if he waited any longer, Soldier probably would have been into farm soon with the 2 TC builds. So what's the play here off the back of the age up? Right? Are we going to see an immediate kind of burst out into the map from Soup, or is it going to be more of the stand your ground and let your opponent come at you?
Well, it's double town center for both players here. Yeah. Technically, it's 1.175 versus 2. That's so for those of you playing at home, village centers, they train villages at 20 seconds, regular town centers at 15 seconds. The advantage of the village center is I don't need to move my villagers there. So I actually get a little bit more resources up front. So you have to go and get some damage right now if you're Soup with that. So he's got to get some units. Probably going to go for camel riders in this one. He's got Sobek coming through. So I can assume, that's what I'm going to have to assume is going to happen here is Sobek, Osiris maybe, get some big camel raids Camel Rider raids coming in very, very quickly. But Soldier's getting some pressure on him.
I think Soldier's feeling that pressure mounting against him, right? Because, of course, if you're playing Poseidon, you're thinking mass cav, and as you mentioned, the Camel Riders will be the perfect counter to all of it. So it looks like stat defenses will be enough to deter him from diving too deep. Does get some chip damage in there, but at this stage, I think we're reaching the point where it's undeniable. You're going to have to start thinking about age-free if you're Soldier as well.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the idea with having those Camel Riders on the cards is because they counter the Hippias, you basically can't rely on those anymore. You've got to get Prodromus out. But we still haven't really seen what Soup is committing into just yet. He's dropping a Migdol Stronghold in his main base. I mean,
hey, look, it's a glorified Pegasus.
Yeah, that's true. I actually saw this unit going for rock raids the other day for the first time.
Really?
Yeah, Shadowfax went for it. Now, the rock got killed and he lost all of his chariot archers, but he went for it, so that's all that matters.
Wait, he might be doing it now. He garrisoned the laser. Okay, I've been baited. He basically garrisoned the laser gator for about 2 seconds. We might be seeing a raid with the alligators.
Yeah, but Sukos raids are possible. I don't know if they're going to be any good, but he can go for it. But we've seen not one Migdol, but 2 Migdols going up right now. And Soup, he's staying in his base. Does he have a marker down? I think he does. He's going to have to sell wood to build these units out. He's got no gold in the bank. He can sell food as well.
But we have got him on the move now. He's flying across. He's flying in the blind spot as well because troops are on both flanks. Now, for those that the uninitiated that haven't seen this before, maybe you're new to the RTSs, if you've watched StarCraft at all, consider this a poor man's Medivac raid.
That's right. Poor man's medevac raid indeed. But one technology right now that's coming through for Soldier, if he can get to this, is going to put a big hole in Soup's plan. And that's Phobos's Spear of Panic. I was talking earlier about 1 divine damage for Slingers. Well, you get 1 divine damage here for Hoplite, Militia, and Prodromus when you get this technology. And those Prodromus, 1 divine damage times 4, I think it's 4, onto Cavalry. That's a lot of divine damage to take out those Camel Riders. But Rock Raids are getting some value here.
This is annoying though, because correct me if I'm wrong, but Soldier's army is still full melee. So you can just keep doing this really frustratingly with no counter answer for Soldier in the meantime. Losing eco, and with the cavalry coming home, you have to wonder why they're even here. They can't actually do anything about this.
No, but we do see Hippolyta coming out of the town center. It takes about 20 seconds, I think, from memory for that one to come out. So he's going to be able to shoot that rock away. Now, the hard part is actually just killing the rock. It's actually kind of fine so long as it's moving the right direction away from the heroes. But yeah, he's got the damage there from that one. And now Soup's got a second gold mine. He's pumping out those Camel Riders. And I think he's in a good position right now.
And look at what's happened in the meantime. The camel numbers have stacked up here. Look at the military as well. This is overwhelmingly in favor of Hasu.
Yeah, he's got a big advantage. But there's lots and lots of food in the bank. If Soldier can get out a couple more stables, he's got a lot of wood in the bank as well, so he can do this, get a couple more stables out, and just quickly start getting into those Prodromus. He's going to be in a good spot, but his villagers are now starting to get raids. Obelisk, beautiful obelisk over there. Locust getting dropped down as well. Does he get some kills on that one? I don't know where it is on the map. I can't help you, Vodka. There it is.
He found it. He found the gold being set up on the south side. Actually, I think that's the food. So runs that down. So a hit on both flanks here is going to extend the economy lead for Hasu to over 20.
Yeah, we were talking about you get that settlement and you get an extra little bit of value out of that one. But if you lose your villagers, there's no value to be had. And Soup is now well and truly in the driver's seat. But those Prodromus are going to come out, and Soup, he absolutely needs to move away from these Camel Riders. He needs Spearmen.
And Soldier, he needs to be careful, right? Like, he can't afford to split up his troops to address both sides because Shifting Sands could be used. Instead, though, Curse is going to come out first. So Piggies have arrived. That's at least shifted some of the Camel threat away. But now, of course, being the cavalry units they are, they're able to quickly run and retreat back towards safety. And the big raid hits into the main while the army is distracted. Soldier losing even more economy. 66 to 39 now.
And KB, this is vintage Ra play. It's like Ra players, they sit in their base for 8 minutes in Legacy, and then they make some units, and when they hit the next stage, and they get that raid happening. It's just got so much movement. But Soldier, he's getting some revenge kills over on the front here. He wants to get something happening, but Sukos in the main base. Cavalry or Camel Riders on the bottom town center here as well. This is a messy game for Soldier, and Soup is controlling it really, really well.
He's outnumbering, man. It's just so difficult. And like, keep in mind that shifting sands are still there, right? So you could always just bring the all army in if he sees a golden opportunity. For example, like this, but instead he's just being methodical. Guard, attack, guard, attack. He understands that he's built such a substantial lead at this point. He doesn't need to get overly fancy. And I love the fact that the cursed pigs are still his, essentially just there mocking his opponent that he can't even get these.
Yeah, I mean, the problem right now, and this is a testament to Soup's multitasking in this game and how much pressure he's put on, there's just so many resources in the bank for Soldier. He's not spending them. He just doesn't have the stables up. He doesn't have the production up. And we see Soup wants Osiris right now. Osiris comes with Desert Winds, making those Camel Riders even more of a threat.
That is a full cav on cav spam. I mean, I wonder if there's any recovery point down the line for Soldier, but I don't want to say it sounds delusional to think of one, but he can't think about down the line is the bigger issue. He has to find a big win in the next 20, 30 seconds because he's essentially out of time. The dive is coming in onto the second settlement. Mass Camels could easily run this down. The upside is Soldier does at least have the settlement to assist in the defense, but even with that in mind, it's 103 military versus 45.
You just look at the population difference, and it's a very, very sad time to be a Soldier fan right now. Main base village is falling, front of the base here, Prodrom is falling, and on our main screen, Soldier falling as Soup takes game one.
Didn't even need to go for that mass pre-strat we've been Fury crafting. I love the fact, actually, that we got to see Rock play, and it felt like it mattered, right? Sure, he only got a few eco kills, but that distraction really paid off. I think there was a recent change to Rocks, if I remember correctly, where they made it a bit easier to micro them and garrison on garrison. So clearly paying off in these pro-level games.
Well, it's one of those things. If something just never gets used, you're just not prepared for it.
Yeah.
So it could be the case that this is just terrible from Soup to do this, right? But because Soldier had no idea, no one uses the Rock flies in, two Pitsukos pop out, he loses 2 villages, he gets idle time, and now Soldier goes, oh, drat, that thing was there. I could have dealt with it, but I just wasn't prepared for it, and Soup gets all of the momentum started from that. I mean, I love that Locust on the bottom while raiding the top side of the map as well. It's just completely making Soldier's life a living hell in this game.
Yeah,
I would not have wanted to be in his position, that's for sure.
Agreed. My favorite Rock player I've seen so far. I loved and I could smell what Soup was cooking there, and it bought him time. I think that looking back on that in hindsight for Soldier, maybe the biggest issue is that he overreacted to it because we mentioned at the cast that you're sending melee units back to deal with a Rock play. You're not going to do anything. If he kept those cavalry on the enemy's side.
Exactly. Well, you can't. You saw the Soup was stuck in his base. He's trading for gold. If those cavalry are there, no gold for Soup. And sure, you lose 10 villages, but your opponent is trading for gold, which is worse. You don't have as much resources as your opponent they're gathering. So yeah, there's definitely some ideas there. Don't overreact. React accordingly to what your opponent's doing, and maybe he's in a better spot.
Now, I always have a smile on my face when Alfheim is drafted because I feel like this is the most played location for Freya. Big fan of this civ. I think a lot of people actually have come to love it. It brings the Michael Bay to Age of Mythology, which is not something easy to say for a game that already has so many flashy god powers.
Well, yeah, such a fun one with that Inferno big boom coming potentially in this one. But yeah, you're right. This guy Mr. played it in Red Bull Finals in Wallaloo against Recon, and it was insane. He also played it against Chemo in the qualifiers as well. And yeah, I mean, it's a really strong god on Alfheim. There are some map spawns that you can get with Freya that are very tough to deal with. But I think we're going to be getting into this game very shortly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's fun as well to think about, right? Aces, Mister's on that team as well. Yeah. Soup and him practice together a lot. I talked to Mister. I remember when we were in Spain, and he said that he thought Freya was the strongest god in the game, right? Like hard to do, hard to execute, but if you can do it, nigh on unbeatable. Let's see if that's the case for the god and Soup himself as we hop into game number 2. It's going to be an Alfheim, and it's going to be a fun one here because in the blue, playing as the Norse new god, Freya themselves, we have got Ace's Soup.
And his opponent today, suffering a very, very difficult first game there. Playing as Hades in the red color, it's Soldier. Map Alfheim, and KP, we were talking about Alfheim having some really nice spawns for Freya in this one, but this is not one of them.
No, this is
This
really
is a very open map.
Yeah, we have the same thought. Like we've seen him rather do so well here because usually you have these mountain ranges in the center of the map that kind of divides, makes the map very easily wallable. Because one of the biggest issues with Freya in the early game is around these god powers, around the perks of faction. You really lean into this idea of playing maybe condensed, possibly going for 2 settlements, but not usually looking to aggro. In this situation, there is a potential opening. I'm hoping Soldier doesn't lean into that mistake that we see some Hades players make, because we know Hades players, at least traditionally, like this idea of maybe going 2 settlements, playing it a bit safe, and going for like a Toxite play in H3. That, to me, would feel like you're giving away probably your most advantageous point in the game.
Yeah, you can't play a booming game against this Norse god right here. You just can't. This god has got 50% off of all technologies. If you go into a boomy game, all you're doing is saying that the downside of the extra training time required to get said technologies just doesn't matter because you just got all the time to get buildings down, spend those things, get this. Oh, now I've got full population. I got full upgraded army. You've got 2 units and a pickaxe, and I'm going to kill you. So, yeah, you have to be aggressive here. And luckily for Soldier, he does have some options. He's got that Ares option to go for Cyclops. He can go for Athena, make a whole bunch of Minotaur. And he can make Soup's Freya in this game a little uncomfortable. We'll have to wait and see what his plan is and what he sees as some weaknesses or potential weaknesses in Soup's position.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the spawn, maybe for that kind of kryptonite moment. I mean, it's kind of awkward because even though it's open, Soup does have a fairly feasible second settlement if he wants to choose it on the west side, right? Nicely pushed up against the edge of the map. He has got those 4 tree lines that he can sort of pseudo wall to, which will bridge towards his primary. So although he hasn't got those natural cliffs that make it so easy to defend yourself, he's got enough safe resources here that it can still work out to be quite a nice booming game for Soup.
Well, there is one idea I'm seeing for Soup that looks a little bit crazy strong. The top side of the map, there's a settlement. There's a gold mine behind it. There's cliffs all around it.
Wait, is there room for a marketplace?
I
don't know if we can go that great. I mean, maybe. You know where my mind's going.
But you know the big god power that you get from one of the new minor gods that comes with Freya is that Asgardian bastion, and you don't know where that gets cast. It doesn't tell you. You can hide that at the top side of the map in order to secure that town center. You get the gold mine behind you. You've also got Hunt behind it as well, I think, with the little blob up there, and there's relics up there as well, and it could be the place for Soup to go and play a defensive game here. But to me, it looks like Soldier, he is looking to play a little bit of one town center action here. He's got 10 villages on wood, 3 on gold. That means he wants to pump out a whole bunch of military buildings and get going in this game.
Yeah, so likely we'll see the Asgardian fortress maybe used at home, close to the temple to bridge towards the second settlement that's closer. But I agree, man. Like my greedy brain, and I know I'd lose the game for it. Like that whole idea on the north side from you, I would have put it forward to the berry, so I got the double gold and the choke point as well. But I know that would get scouted, right? At high level, there's no way that doesn't get seen. So thinking of like a one settlement all-in type play here, is it that feasible to try and break into Freya early on? Because I feel like it often feels like this is a civ that is difficult to force these god powers out of unless they're already in a favorable position for the fight.
Well, I mean, sometimes you don't have to worry about what's in the base. Sometimes you can just say, I'm just going to mass units. I'm going to make an army composition so strong that it doesn't matter that you're going to be just that little bit in front of me because you've got those cheaper upgrades. And, I mean, you could see one idea here from Soldier is he's gone through Athena. So you've got to make myth units when you're playing as Hades. It's a big, big bonus for him. He gets big amount of HP bonus when you're playing this civ through those myth units. But make some myth units, make some hoplites, make some toxotes, and just start sending villagers around the map to wall, and then force Soup as the defensive player to have to somehow make a second gold mine grab happen in a place where he doesn't want to go. Soldier headbutts that Draga to safety. You hate to see it.
Damn, didn't get the shot back. That would have been a 360 no-scope if he had. Heavy damage, though, that he can't easily repair. He has at least got the monkey boys in, so I love the chimps. I think the biggest value of them is the kind of body blocks, because they have got decent mobility, but unfortunately, not that useful against Minotaur strats.
No. And one thing here that I'm seeing from Sum, this is an interesting opening here, is he's going in to an immediate 4 military buildings getting popped up here. Why? Well, he wants to get all of those cheap upgrades out. He is playing, I would say, very, very greedy here. He's not training any military units.
Yeah.
He's got watchtowers. But if Soldier, 6 minutes into the game, has like 50 population, or, well, let's just call it an extra 12, 15 population of military right now, he can just walk in, ignore that tower, and just start wailing on villagers.
It's tough to read that, though, right? Like, he's got to play for a little bit of scalability. Mass won't support that. He wants to get in the Minotaur, which has a better hit at the timing. And as is expected, kind of predictable here, playing in the Toxite, usually a good thing for Hades, but can sometimes be a bit of a double-edged sword up against the Norse.
Well, this is a. It looks to me, and I could be wrong, but it looks to me like Soldier's going into a pretty classic AOM strategy, which is Minotaur's Toxote, which is like, this is something as old as time itself. It's really fun. You get the front line with the Minotaur, you get the back line with Toxote, and the Norse player goes, I can't get my Hersa onto your dudes because there's just so many Toxotes, and then the Minotaur kill everything else, and you're just like, well, what are you gonna do? That's,
you know, my favorite one with this though is like I hope he doesn't do it because I've seen it too often. Hades players that wait for H3 with this comp, right? Like, the amount of times I've seen goes H3 immediately dies because it hits best in H2, and that is a bold Ad's Guardian Fortress being dropped here. Has got the backline Draga to try and assist here. Boar is on the way, but of course, the further he gets away from his own settlements, the slower it's going to get. So it might arrive a little bit too late to this fight. The Minotaur is now getting hits in. Restoration is going to be popped. Heavy focus fire on the forward Minotaur, but able to peel him back just in time before the Hearses would overwhelm. One more headbutt comes out as he does go down. Minotaur count is still at 2, and the Boar has arrived. So looks like it's undeniable that this should end up being a win for Hussub. The fort will go up, and the forces of Soldier have been heavily diminished.
Yeah, this is just... Soup just has so much more stuff
than
Soldier does.
Like, how did... It almost feels like Soldier was focused on premium, which would pay off maybe 2 minutes from now. But Hussub was like, me like units, mash keys.
That's right. That's exactly what he was saying. He was going... And so Soldier's like, well, I've got to attack, right? He's put an Asgardian Bastion in my face. Maybe he didn't have to attack. Maybe he could have waited. But we'll see if he can hold now. He's got himself into a... I wouldn't say he's behind here. He didn't lose all the Minotaur. He's still got a handful of Minotaur left. He can get the upgrade, get a little bit more HP onto them.
He's head on economy as well.
Yeah, he's got a lot of things to be looking forward to in this game, but he just has to keep playing a solid game.
And of course, you know, that's all God powers used. He's still got the Sentinel, so if things get really dicey and he needs the TC defense, that is going to be there. But the Asgard Fortress is almost complete. Love the fact that we're just building this up even quicker. A little bit of backstab coming in from the raiding Cav. Toxtate. I'm going to force a reaction. Axe throws. Trying to tug down those Minotaurs. They should be able to find it though, and the fort is online. So an untenable position here. Soldier commits to it nonetheless. So likely to lose both of the Minotaurs. If he's able to get rid of several of the Axe throws, he'll probably think it's worthwhile. I'm not convinced.
And the Minotaur just keep coming in, but the numbers are gone. And this power of this Toxite Minotaur composition is when you mass up enough of those Toxite. It's like you need to have the front line to push all the raiding cavalry away, but you need to have the DPS coming from those archers. If it's not there, then I mean it's just a comp of a handful of Minotaur which you're going to get slapped down by Hersa. So I don't think Soldier is quite playing into the strengths of his composition just now, and I think Soup is kind of forcing him to make these mistakes with that forward Asgardian Bastion. He's just panicked a little bit.
Yeah, I think what also worries me is like small things like the commitment into Achilles there. I know he wants more like more hero units, right? But you know you're going to be diving the fortress. Losing that unit, 175 gold is really expensive in a game where when you look at the map, gold doesn't feel that accessible for him, right? He's got that one in the south corner, but outside that, any gold he wants to touch on this map, he's very likely to run into a Norse force.
Yeah, he misses the hunt on that right side there with the raid. A little bit unlucky for Soup, but he's going into the main base. And a little bit of distraction action happening, as that is going to be a big upgrade coming through for Soup. Is that the one that gives you portable rams in the...
I think so.
I
Yeah,
don't
and
even
Paul
know.
Rams an age earlier. Yeah, he's going for an all-in play. This is a timing attack.
I'm a big fan of this. I haven't seen this before. It takes so long to research this tech, but once you get it, I mean, you're just ready to go, and you can just keep spamming out units while this is happening. So it's not like it really slows you down in any way.
Oh,
you're just
no.
ready to make that happen.
It's that gold we were talking about. Yeah, because this is the thing. Like, he needs this to secure himself into the mid game. So opens the wall again, pokes down 2 villagers. Every little counts in the situation. And also keep in mind, sending 3 Minotaurs over here as a reaction means you don't really have much frontline at home. I'm wondering if maybe we're going to see a second raid group from Hussoup look to go in.
Well, we are seeing the walls definitely... They're going to get up here with that many villagers trying to throw them up. A couple of Minotaur in defense means a handful of raiding cavalry aren't going to be enough. He has to send the Herso down there. But I'm not sure Soup cares. He's now getting those portable rams. They train pretty fast now once you've got the tech, but there's a lot of units waiting in here for Soldier. And attacking this main base, I don't know if Soup is as far in front as he thinks he is right now. The military resource value is equal, maybe.
There's Jean-Claude Van Ram right now. He's going to send it in onto the outpost. Of course, we still have the Sentinel player being held in reserve. I imagine it's going to activate as soon as the Temple does get targeted. The Chimps are also looking to raid onto the east side, but they seem a bit idle at the moment. So reaction is going to be there. Nice pushback coming from Soldier. But I don't think there's an ultimate punishment waiting to be had here, right? He's always got that Asgardian Fortress so close nearby to fall back upon.
Yeah, and one thing that comes from that is he also gets those Huskar. He shouldn't have them at this point in the game because they are normally locked to the 3rd age, but with Asgardian Bastion, you get those Huskar. They're going to be a really tough unit, well, a really great unit to take out those Toxic Decay on the back here, but Soldier's taking the fight. This is going to be big.
He's brute forcing through, man. He's just trying to get on top of those Toxic Decay, keep the numbers low. Love the split. He drives the Minotaurs off on the side, but it seems like there's still enough in reserve here. Soldier with the headbutts, able to plow through this, and Hussoup misread his power level in this fight. Backline is still alive. Asgardian Fortress should theoretically make Soldier think twice about the dive, but for now, he seems confident.
And this is what we were talking about before. It's like this comp gets big, gets difficult to kill once it gets big. And it's big right now, and Soup is looking at going, how do I kill this? Asgardian Bastion going down. Gold on the south side of the map here is going to be open for raids. If Soldier's thinking about finding a win here in the next couple of minutes, he's got to start moving across the map and getting those gold mines to the top cutoff. So he's kind of ridiculously strong, kind of death ballish comp here can get some damage without getting kited all around the map.
I think the monkeys on the east side did kill 1 or 2 villages belonging to soldiers, so maybe you can get more from that. They've been a nuisance here, idling out the eco. A nice little bit of value there, but it doesn't feel anywhere near enough.
It's such a silly unit.
It.
I mean, you get a lot of them. It's beautiful. It's fun, but yeah,
all right, hear me out. They should age 3 get upgraded, so instead of just attacking with their fists, they throw feces.
I'm listening to you. I'm hearing you. I think you should. I think you should be chatting with the devs about this idea a little bit. Yeah, this is some. You got to get paid for this one. That's a big idea right there.
Half damage, of course. I'm not insane, but this is an insane push. I mean, this fortress is up, but the Minotaur count looking good. Toxic as well.
The Minotaur are upgraded now. These things are booking it. They move ridiculously fast now. The axes are bigger than their heads. And Soup, he is in a tough position moving forward right now.
Dive is going to come in. More idle time. It's just so many workers not working right now. And I mean, age 3 is on the way for Hussoup, but what kind of state is he going to be in upon arrival there?
Well, he's seeing the army comp, which Soldier has, and he's like, I need Goaty. That's what he's thinking. He's like, I can't kill that with Hersa. I need some range units that aren't going to die straight away. And Soup says, I see you villagers there. I'm going to convert Berserks and take them out because, yeah, I lose my villagers, but you lose yours, and that's a good trade for me. And I get military after the fact. Good decision there from Soup.
He's avoiding the army, right? He understands that when he gets this age up complete, he's going to take a hit. He's probably going to lose an arm, right? But you're going to live without an arm. I'm living without a leg right now. So all he needs to do is make sure that there's enough hemorrhaging of economy that Soldier can't mirror, can't follow up, and can't remass after the fact.
Yeah, and not only that, he prevents those villagers from getting in onto that top gold mine, which Soup is now mining from. So he gets a bit of defense on that. He will lose some of these berserks. Actually, maybe he's not.
No,
Soldiers. A lot of value here.
Soldier's stand ground reaction there maybe could have ended up costing a bit more. He did have the second wave. We have got to dive into the main though. Age up is about to complete here for Hasup. Is there going to be an immediate defense though? It is indeed going to be coming out. So the Hailstorm gets dropped here for the defense. Minotaurs with the shot coming in, but good stun control there. Locks in behind the first wave. Taunts a huge chunk of the melee force into engaging things it can't attack. And that's going to be an overwhelming defense successfully for Hasup.
And that was just perfectly executed from Soup. He gets the win. He's back into this game without any fear of that big death ball. He's now got the Rock Giant. Doesn't have a heroic gold power anymore, so there will be a slight swing back to Soldier if he can get to the heroic age. But Soup's got to be feeling good. He's going to be going for gold. He's been getting villager kills while this is all going on from those berserks. His army is very, very strong right now.
Man, honestly, I love this unit so much. You know, I know some people feel like Rock Giants are OP. I want more units of this caliber of power. Like, it's, I mean, I come from Dota too. It reminds me of a guy called Axe, right? You taunt and everyone around has to attack. You don't have a choice. And you just see how quickly players have gotten so good at leveraging this. If you are good at positioning your units, the Rock Giant takes no damage, right? Melee units are clambering around, failing to connect on anything, and you're maximizing your DPS, as he's doing in the follow-up here, without the Rock Giant. Numbers are looking good. He's going to be diving in. The taunt, not ideal here. Does at least trap one of the Minotaurs unable to attack. So maybe there's a swarm opportunity here. We are hearing poor little monkeys die, but the more important detail is that Toxite are struggling to clear that backline quick enough. The cavalry is now on top of them. Soldier, what has he got that can hold it? Because even if this turns into an even exchange, you're talking about an age 2 versus age 3 matchup, where this is only going to get more slippery. So he needs to take a win here and then plow forward.
I mean, he has taken the win here. Soup has yet again overestimated his army composition. He does have those goatees out, but those Minotaur are just lasting. He needs to get. He's got a lot of favor in the bank, though. He's got 132 favor. He's got a little bit of wood, so he can make a ton of those Rock Giants out. If you get yourself 3, 4 of those Rock Giants, all of a sudden, the entirety of your opponent's army is no longer attacking you for a good chunk of the fight. So you can win any fights here, and I think Soup knows that. He just has to be a bit careful. Soldier, on the other hand here, I don't know if he's aware that there's a gold mine at the top of the map, and if he is, he's not sending anything up there to get those kills. He's got to be getting away. Oh. There's the Minotaur. That's going to be big.
Just one is all it takes. We are about to witness some dwarf bowling, folks. That is a lot of targets.
And we're talking about what you wanted to see. That's it. The Minotaur comes in. It's going to be a couple of kills, but Soup immediately knows he's been sprung here. He's going to have to retreat away. But while this is going on, Soup's also going to be able to set up hill forts, something on another gold mine. Wouldn't mind seeing some walls, in all honesty, out of Soup, but he's got those 2 Rock Giants coming in. The army ready to fight for Soldier, and Soup will see if he can make another win happen after that previous loss.
That secondary taunt might have been good enough. Frontline is already dead. Archers are exchanged with that backline ASAP, but more Rock Giants are on the way. Now, this is critical. Hasup cannot afford to fall back. You can see the dwarves arriving right now. More Minotaurs on the way. Numbers are starting to favor Soldier. The second taunt comes in. All focus fire goes on to the tanky frontline. Is it going to be enough, though? Just a few goddesses left on the back. The melees are starting to eviscerate the comp, and it looks like this is going to be enough. The taunts are overwhelming here. Soldier, unable to target what he wants to in this fight. His military is going to get wiped.
This is such a close fight, KP. We've also got the Shades of Hades coming through, but it's looking like it's just not enough for Soldier. And I think if Soldier's still got some gold in the bank, he's still got that back gold mine here, and can just retreat back and continue in this game. Those Rock Giants are getting a little bit low on the HP, but as you say, he's still in the second age. He doesn't have access to Chiron. Picking these ones off is going to be really, really challenging.
And he just has so much favor behind this to keep using, to keep leveraging as he continues to plow forward. Game 1. It was rocks from the sky. This time, it's the Rock Giants themselves. Right now, Hasup is channeling his very own Dwayne Rock Johnson in this series. These guys just feel unkillable.
Well, they get so much armor when they use that special ability, but it does look like, I mean, still, it's really, really close here. The Minotaur there does end up falling, but we got the heroes back in. The Rock Giants are about to fall. And Soldier, he's going to get back into producing units yet again. He's still making Minotaurs. He's still making Hoplites. He's still making Toxidate. He's still going in this game as Soup. He's got his gold bind, but
I think he's been a bit greedy, right? Like, the Giants were cool, but then it's almost like he was prioritizing additional Giants over actually getting humans that can deal with the heroes. Because as we know, Greeks are always just great at getting these premium hero units that are as effective as 2 or 3 of a different. And there it is. He has to react very aggressively. He converts into the Berserkers, jumps on top of the Toxite. More Giants on the way here. Needs to rush to protect this, but might not even need the assistance of the Rock Giant, as the Berserks are able to just munch that backline of the Greeks. All of a sudden, 62 military to 29. Yes, it cost economy, but actually it ends up costing Soldier the game. Hussoup will take it in 2.
I mean, he just has that economy there, and he knows how important this fight is. He goes, "Oh, you've got nothing. You've only got a couple of units here. I could just get a whole bunch of Berserks, and those Berserks are heavy. They've got good upgrades. They are ready to get into that fight." And man, Soldier just says it's over. He probably could have just retreated back and tried to stick it out, but he's up against Soup. He knows how good this guy is, and he says, "All right, that's game. I'm leaving it." And well played by Soup. GG.
Commiserations to Soldier, another known quantity in the age of community, will not be making it through to Genesis Retold. Another member, Aces, keeps the dream, the hope alive of qualifying. Of course, there's only going to be 8 more players, I believe, going through today, so not much to go around amongst so many talented individuals. But what an outstanding performance from Hussoup. I mean, I think we can agree that Freya is... Sometimes it seems like an easy Civ to play, but I feel like it only seems like an easy Civ to play because people sit back. The way that Soldier played this game shows you how uncomfortable playing this new Norse god can be.
I mean, the pressure. Like, Soldier, he had the right idea. I mean, you see this, and this is where that Freya's problem is he's got some challenges. He's got some challenges to overcome, and I think if Soldier just played even harder into that big comp before taking any fights, just say, "All right, put the Asgardian and Bastion up wherever you want. I don't care. I'm going to come and kill you with a bunch of Minotaurs, a bunch of Toxidate when I have them." But he just didn't want to wait. He was a little bit impatient. And even with that happening, he still managed to make an incredibly good game out of it. But we have an even more crazy game coming here, KP. We got Shelty versus Zeron. These guys are gamers.
Yeah, and Zern's an interesting one, right? Like, I don't think he's announced his full retirement from AoE4, but I talked to him a bit, and he said he wants to focus on Myth, see where the journey's going to take him. So my insanity kind of shifting over. Shelty, I haven't had a chance to see much of, but it's going to be a fun opening set. Oasis set versus Poseidon, and we are set to kick the first game in this best of 3 off. Let's hop into it. This is just a round of 32. Still so many games to be played out here. And in the blue, in the opening game of this best of 3, Shelty will kick it off with Set in his hands.
And his opponent today, a very familiar god thus far through this qualification day, in the red color, bottom of the map, playing as Poseidon. His name is Zeron. And yes, KP, the map is Oasis here. Very, very defensive one. We've got the 1 Oasis variant. You can have 1, you can have 2, you can have 4. This is the 1 variant, and this is... Of all of them, this is the most defensive map. You've got a very easy ability to cut the map off and prevent those units from getting in and around. And if I had to give anyone the edge here with this spawn, I have to say Poseidon is going to be enjoying this the most because Set, he's got to be aggressive. He's got those barracks units and he wants to use them. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it happen. What do you reckon?
I think you're right about the Poseidon core, right? Because playing Cav, if you keep pivoting left, right, you have a more dynamic flow. You can open the weakness. Let's say you have Shelty trying to approach on one side with an infantry comp, which sounds very reasonable for Set. If you all of a sudden can't dent the base and your opponent mirrors the move on the other side, you're completely out of position. Your time to react is going to be terrible. So you get forced to dive. And when you're forced to do things in RTSs, that's where mistakes can slip through. You want to feel like you're in control. And I think that's also why so many players feel comfortable with the Poseidon pick. In fact, anytime you're talking about a faction that likes to lean to Cav, you almost inherently get that level of control.
I mean, the cavalry are always going to be the unit that feels the best to use because you've got speed advantage, and that gives you the control advantage. And you're going to go, well, I don't have to take that fight. I'm not getting caught out. I can run away. It's fine. And I mean, that's why people are having so much fun with this one. But That being said, it is Oasis. It is a boomy-ish map. There's not much food on the map. And Set does get that advantage early on with the Priest. Can move around, can convert animals, can steal stuff away from his opponent if he wants to. Not exactly sure what he's going for, but he's found himself his hunt in the left side, the top of the map there. But I mean, the question is, how aggressive do you want to go early here from the Poseidon side? You do get the faster advance with that early lure. You do get a whole bunch of aggression to make that happen with the Centaur, the Atalanta, but you have to be thinking about the second stage here, and it is going to be a relatively quick advance from Zeron at 3 minutes 45, but I guess we have to wait and see what Shelty's going to go for, and he has made a big weakness to himself by going for that hunt super early.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like this kind of all-in early timing for Set can feel a little bit weird. I mean, you are going to benefit from the fact that Set's really good at building into spears, right? So that can kind of buffer Poseidon away, but the annoyance is, when you think of things like the Centaurs. Centaurs love seeing mass spears because, yes, it's a little bit annoying, but you can kite them, you can poke them, you can run them down over time. So I find whenever in the situation where you're against Cav, you can't catch, and they're poking you like this, and you'll know where I'm going with this, you get a building frustration. And that building frustration that you need to do something can lead to mistakes.
Totally. You're absolutely right. Centaur Hippias, that's a very, very challenging comp here to deal with for the Egyptians. Because the only way to counter it is you have to make immobile priests and, well, they're not immobile, but relatively immobile spearmen, and they're just going to get chewed up. So it's a challenge here for Shelty. He's going through Dar. He's going to have that shifting sands. He can use that to engage onto his opponent if he needs to, but
you have to be all in though, right? I feel like it's a one-off trick, yeah.
That's right.
The brutal reaction is ceasefire. I think that's the depressing part. Is like, if you have to use shifting sands first, you've probably already lost because ceasefire will then give all the time in the world for a Cav focused Civ to react.
Yeah. Well,
love this
aggression coming in, and Shelty, he's not in the next age. He's not in the second age, so he can't actually defend against this. So this is a significant amount of resource loss here by having to leave the gold mine. And this is why we see these Poseidon players going for this sort of an opening all the time. But as soon as Shelty hits the heroic, the classical age, his Pharaoh is going to start getting a lot of damage done. And Zeron's going to have to go somewhere else.
You even see him trying to do it earlier than you'd normally wait here, but the Hawk Tour has arrived. That's why I like to call this. I think I want a petition to rename that myth unit to Hawk Tour.
You got too many good ideas.
I mean, like, it's not a lot early in casting. Like, sometimes just calling things what they look like it resonates with people more than giving their full name, right? Like, I can't remember who it was. Someone called the Petsus the Laser Gators, and it's just stuck with me since. I love that name.
The Laser Gators is fantastic as well. Yeah, it's like, who needs the actual name here? Who needs the historical accuracy in games? Let's just name everything something sick, and we'll just leave it at that.
I do love that we have, like, to this day, my favorite name for a unit in Age of Myth is still Scorpion Man. Like, they just looked at the design like, what do we call this? So unique. I mean, we could come up with all kinds of names. Scorpion Man.
It's perfect. There's nothing better. You can't beat it. I mean, you could also go in and be like, what can we call a guy holding a spear?
That's true. I always say, like, if you don't know Age of Mythology, the easiest, as long as they're not building myth units, the easiest faction to follow is actually Egypt, right? Yeah. Because all their units are what they look like. But this is a little bit brutal right now. He does at least get the settlement up. It comes at a cost, though. Zeron already ahead by 3 villages.
It looks like that was like 2 villager kills there, and Shelty just had to say, well, I got caught out going for the town center, bugger. I just have to build the thing and take the losses. Now, I mean, he could have built a couple more priests, got some healing shenanigans going on there, but Zeron taking that win there, it looks like he's going pretty heavy on this one town center. He's already making Hippias. I want to see him getting favor in at the moment and be making some Centaurs, because the only way for Shelty to be defending against these Hippias here is making those spearmen. Centaur going to be getting even more value to mix in. Makes a lot of sense. Let's see if Zeron's going to be able to work that one out. Vision coming down.
Ouch. Big hit there.
What's happening.
I love that idea you're talking about, going into the mass Centaur, because the other point to make is in this matchup, I think often for Egypt, the only real golden long-term solution is you need to get age free and start looking towards camels. And just that, when you go 2 settlements like this, especially as sets, that's not very feasible.
Yeah, I mean, he's got he has to start thinking about that next gold mine. Like he's got one or two there, but it's not like it's safe by any stretch of the imagination. And not only that, we're seeing Zerton grabbing that Lord of the Horses upgrade, which just means he's going to get regen onto his Hippias, which means he can poke, take a little bit of damage from the town center, get that HP back, and have a really, really good game of it.
For now, the gathering is safe from that second settlement, but you can see how Slippery's going to get fast. These Spearmen do have to come out ASAP. He hopes to hold in this area. Has at least got that nice little discount with the monuments nearby, so can start to spam the spears a bit quicker. I'm wondering, wait, are we seeing? No, we're not seeing. So I thought maybe we'd see a bit more worship because it seems like he doesn't want to go Centaur at all. This is pretty much the me like pony, me smash comp for Zone.
Yes. Yeah. He's got one villager on favor. He's got his Lord of the Horses now coming through. And maybe if he gets up, he'll get another one. But we are seeing Wadgets coming through, Spearmen coming through. This is a good composition for Shelty to be just holding on here. But he's going to have to figure out how to get across and start putting some pressure onto Zerton if it's possible. But, I mean, at the moment, Zerton's just too much pressure. He's coming in. He's going to be diving underneath the town center. Can he take this fight is the big question.
Almost gets the Centaur there. Gets peeled back just before it gets sniped. Kind of annoying. If you get rid of that, you feel a lot less pressure because, of course, Centaur is almost like that little mini newt being targeted on one of your eco lines, right? If you don't pay attention to it, the arrows scatter in. You look away for a few seconds, all of a sudden you're missing a few villages. So it would have been a nice sigh of relief there if he'd gotten that kill. So well played by Zone to at least keep that alive because it is a pressure point for him. But I don't know. I feel like, Shelty has weathered the hardest point in the comp, right? I think Zerton's the one who now needs to switch his unit comp.
Well, it's funny you say that because right now we're seeing Shelty do something which makes a lot of sense at the kind of metagame level. He goes, I'm building Spearmen. That's going to make my opponent need to build Toxotates. So I'm going to build Thingers and have an answer for them already. But Zerton, you already said it. Me build horse, me smash. And he's going to smash through that army if Shelty's not careful with those slingers. He's doing it a little bit too early.
And it's going to work out for him because he finds the villages on the north side, and that is going to be an easy wipeout of the, 4 villages here, no escape for them. And it's kind of funny because Zone, he built a bit of a reputation in Age of Empires 4 as a French spammer, and French had Royal Knights, heavy knights from an early stage. And I know he loves me for this. I dubbed his strategy the Zerton strat. It's where you only build knights and nothing else, even in a 50-minute game. He's doing a certain strat in Age of Mythology.
I mean, if there's a civ that the French was based off, it was Poseidon. Come on, like this is civ is built to be spamming knights. Hippias are basically knights. This is it. This is it in a nutshell. But Shelty, I mean, he's taken a little bit of a hit to the economy from those raids, but he does have a really strong army right now.
Yeah, but he can also now not just shove back this cav. He can idle out the eco, but there is a dive into the main in the meantime. Does scare him back. The settlement doing a little bit too much damage there. But the worry I now have is this is cool from Zone, but it's almost like you're posturing, pumping your chest out, and hoping the guy on the other side of the fight doesn't realize you've never lifted in your life. In fact, when you grate cheese, you get out of breath. Because the reality is the moment that your comp gets challenged here, you will be pushed all the way back home.
Yeah, and I mean, the challenge really for Zerton is getting an engagement that he likes here, getting another couple of Centaur out, and getting a surround. But I mean, at the moment, it's not only is Shelty in front on Townsend, he's also in front on population, which makes them very, very scary. 3 Centaur out right now. Arrows raining down from the sky. Those priests in the ferret, not a lot of range, but he does manage to get in and get some kills. As Zerton does manage to clean the front line.
The Zone strat's working out. Has to be a shifting sands to escape. Good bailout, but that's kind of a one-off in this situation. Quite expensive with the favor. So Shelty able to retreat home. Now, we have to remember that although it looks like, oh no, he's screwed, there's going to be a counterattack now, it's still 2 settlement versus 1. So Zeron, he needs to do something creative here. He's going to go for the age-free approach, and I have a funny feeling we're going to be seeing even more cav.
Well, why wouldn't you go Dionysus? They just get Thracian horses. And, like, he's going for Aphrodite is great. Don't get me wrong. You get Curse, you can win in the game with the Curse. But, I mean, I've got a soft spot for just, like, building the ultimate unit.
Yes.
You've got ultimate Berserks with Norse. You've got, like, ultimate Spearmen with Set, for example. Poseidon gets those ultimate cav, and I'm like, I see them, but we're not. We're
Mate,
going to be seeing
you got to be careful, right? Like what you're saying there. Like, I'm getting flashbacks to Recon in the qualifiers for Myth, where he was going for the perfect Ragnarok, and he was holding all the abilities. It's the same thing. If you think too much on one thing, it's going to be your own curse, right? You got to balance it out.
That's right. I know. I just like
I'm
it.
with you though. I want to see it. I want to see the most godly cavalry you've ever seen.
Yeah. Nonetheless, Zeron has to pull back, and he has thrown some military academies down at this point. He's getting upgrades, so he's making hoplites. At the moment, this army from Shelty, it's built to counter archer and cavalry. A tech switch into infantry, this is going to change things up for Shelty. And with this as well, he's on that second gold mine. He's got raids hitting him on the top side of the map. He can't go up to that gold mine, those gold mines at the top without clearing those hippias, but he does have some spearmen there to say, get out of here.
This is the tricky part about what Shelty's done in this game. And this is the weakness of playing defender, right? Like, theoretically, being the defender at the highest level RTS is an advantage because you get the favorable reaction. Where it's disfavorable is you don't know what you're reacting to. And because you use the shifting sands to retreat already, Zeron knows the likelihood of a dive coming in the next 3 or 4 minutes doesn't really exist. So he gets to layer the cake as much as he wants without Shelty having a clue. So 2 options. Shelty either builds everything and is a jack of all trades, master of none, or he masters one and gets countered completely.
Well, I mean, we'll see if he's going to be able to make it happen. He pokes his head and he sees a whole bunch of wadgets and a very big army here. But there is Curse, and the villagers, he's going to have to retreat away. See him desperately putting down towers. Shelty knows he's in trouble right now as heavy cavalry comes through. Hippias are coming through as well.
Curse gets used. Deals with some of the front line here. Slinger Master still big, target on the centaurs, but nice kite away. Villagers trying to run for their lives into the choke points, but the Wajits actually blocking them on the escape. Not as clean as he'd like there. We'll be able to make it to the settlement, but a lot of idle time achieved here. Eco-wise, Zeron is behind by 12, but more than that is being idled out with this dive. He continues on in with the cavalry. Wajits are still alive on the back side of this, but they're starting to run out of front line to keep them alive. Slinger Mass not looking healthy anymore. Zeron needs to make sure this punch is worth what he's leveraging, because of course eventually the army is going to get cleared up. And it looks like the trash tier units are buying enough time. The question now, Zeron, this new premium comp coming in, can it get him the win?
Well, I mean, that defense there was the story of choke points. Zeron way overcommitting on that one. He pushed the villagers off the gold mine. You don't have to go and chase under the town center. Just, I got value here. You're not gathering resources. Let me just pull back.
Do you know what? Like, what if he just actually taken the cavalry and gone north is what I'm thinking, right? Like, the longer I was watching that, the more awkward and uncomfortable it got.
Well, I mean, we're going to keep seeing Zeron trying to apply the pressure. He's now got those premium units, like you're saying. Those are pacifists absolutely demolish the spearmen on the front line. But with those, he doesn't actually have a great unit that kills off those slingers without having any of the hippias. He's making prodromus at the moment. I don't know why. There's no cavalry which Shelty can build at the moment, but he's making them nonetheless.
Doesn't feel right if he doesn't have a cavalry unit. Oh no. It's a rough one because, like, I can't believe I'm going to say it. It's almost like if he just stuck to the cavalry, this might have worked a bit better for him, but we'll have to see. Maybe the Hippopotamus can do enough here. Axemen are being queued up in mass, though, and with the discounts, with how efficiently they produce, I'm getting a little bit worried for Zeron's position here.
Yeah, you almost have to. You're absolutely right. You almost have to go when your opponent's making Axemen. You have to go back into Hippias. Like you just do. Like Hippias absolutely counter Axemen. They counter Spearmen. So you can go mass Hippias there and just make your opponent's life a living hell. But we see Nephthys now coming through as Zeron does get another nice raid. He is keeping the villager differential here very, very competitive, but he's having to force some very difficult fights.
He's keeping them off the gold. That's the most important thing, right? Like, if there was an advantage, an opportunity to go for some Migdal strongholds, get some premium units, that's when this game gets scary. He's essentially making this a budget Egypt. He's like, Set likes to play the early game. Let's keep him on the early units. So O1's the front line. The Slingers are going to survive once more. The military lead is building, but funnily enough, in a game where a second settlement is rushed by Shelty, we now have the one settlement player who's just gone for a second himself with the eco lead.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're playing the one town center in this position, you've got to be thinking to yourself, or you are thinking to yourself, panic. I've got to get damage done. I've got to get damage done. But Zerton's done the damage now. He's done the dash. He's got his second town center up for himself. So he doesn't actually need to be he doesn't have to be crazy anymore. He just has to take this game into the next stage and get himself the solid army, which realistically the set doesn't win against much if Zeron if the Poseidon player can get to a decent amount of units here. And at the moment, he's behind on military, but he is in front on economy, and he's just going to have to convert that economy lead into some military units and taking good fights. He does have to worry about that Ancestors. He's got ceasefire, and Shelty's got to make something happen here really, really shortly.
Also, Ancestors feels a bit wonky when your opponent goes back into mass cavalry, right? You can just retreat away from it quite easily. But yeah, mass Hoplite on the way. Get some pelters in as well. So we are getting a calming moment here. And, you know, you kind of alluded to it a bit there. The set can have some options in the hyper late game, but I feel like, you know, one of the good ones, it feels like there used to be that classic, almost felt like a buy one elf and get one free build.
Yep.
I don't think you really want to do that against Poseidon in Age 4, right? Like, this is a decent faction that's switching into Hoplite.
Yeah, or even Prodromus, right? If you go into the Migdol, you're just asking to get mass Prodromi. But another option here for him is to go for Horus, get that tornado, and you can delete a lot of units. So if you can force your opponent into some kind of lower HP units like the Toxite or the Peltast, you can get a lot of value out of that tornado. But Zeron here, he's applying pressure. He's getting some villager kills still with those Hippias raids. And I mean, Shelty's got to be asking himself, maybe I should just put some walls down because these Hippias are just getting too much value in this game.
It's the classic. It's like after the fact, it's like maybe the war's worth it now, and then you just counter argue yourself like, well, the villagers are dead now, so what's the point? I guess we'll just save the resource. Keeps coming back to bite me in the butt though. And I think the bigger worry I have is Egypt. Whenever I look at any civ of this game, they're the ones I panic about for gold the most. We have to check those veins because I don't think he's got much left to work with. Okay, so that's not too bad. Yeah, 5k, but this one, yeah, close to exhausted.
Close to exhausted. Zeron's got through what I would like to say is probably the hardest part about playing the one town center game. And I mean, what do you do now? Do you go for a third town center? Do you just spam units out? Do you go to the Mythic Age? He's got 3 choices, but he's got to make the right one. Siege Tower's rolling through. He's got Siege Fire, but he doesn't want to use it because Ancestors is available. But differential in population is very, very close here. And I'm liking the army here, which Zeron's got. He's got Peltas to kill off the Slingers. He's got the melee units, which can kill off those Siege Towers really, really easily. And Shelty's got to respect this at the moment. He's Mass Slinger. That's not going to help him all too much when your opponent's got the right counter units, but he's still got to get some more upgrades on them, it looks like.
Find time to build more mass behind this. Middles are at least massing as well, so maybe get some better premiums coming in. Scorpion Men are getting queued up as well. Nimi and Lime Raw not on point there. As well, just about buying time, right? Like, you can see the Toxite numbers are starting to escalate. Kind of interesting up against the Slinger mass here. Seems like he's trying to prep for the next unit that Shelty should be building as more and more spears are being added.
We are seeing some nice raids coming down as the Ancestors going to be dropped. Zeron, he doesn't have to click ceasefire right away. And in fact, losing the town center might not even be a bad idea because he gets a bunch of militia from it as he's Poseidon. But we'll see how this one's going to go. Okay,
not just that, he's poking at the settlement being built up on the flank. So a bit of a massacre there as he dives on in here. Has he got a front line of glass long enough? Looks like the siege tower's going to be brought down. The Mingle does go up. Slingers are now exposed to the melee line and no reaction coming through. In the meantime, the poke on the west side, not enough to deter him. Zeron does get the extra settlement up here. Military exchange heavily favoring him now, 93 to 66. There's simply no front line. Finally, elephants start to arrive, but we already talked about how this could be a nightmare as time goes on. Those militia are well and truly earning their payday here, absorbing these blows as a free-tier unit. The Migdal should at least protect Shelty from an immediate counterattack. But Zeron, no doubt about it, won that engagement.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's already got heavy infantry. So the militia are not only free, but they're also fully upgraded for this part of the game. Absolutely disgusting. They've also got bonus against cavalry, so they remove those elephants from the map incredibly fast without even needing to go into any other sort of units here. So Zeron's just got the right units out at the moment. And Shelty is in a very challenging position as he's trying to make a transition into those Migdol units, those superior units, but they're just not going to be helping him at this point in the game in the slightest.
No, I mean, the Migdol as well, just it's doing some damage, but the fact it's being ignored this much, the fact that he's willing to just commit to the dive here shows you how little he's worried about it. Military lead now extending. Eco lead is going to extend as villagers get cut down on the tree line. That is now certain. Still on 2 settlements despite the loss, with almost a 20 villager lead here.
Yeah, but behind this, Shelty is going for the Mythic Age. He has been staying on that 2 town center, so he didn't invest into that, rather investing into the Mythic Age. That's going to give him that Valley of the Kings. Now, with Valley of the Kings comes a boost in economy of around about 1,000 resources a minute. So while he's going to be behind by 20 villages, he's also going to be technically in front by 20 villages with that tech coming in. But he does only get those resources with a very specific set of units. And the gold going to be going down, it looks like, but a lot of units for Zeron are also going to be falling for the cost of that.
That's crazy as well, considering the tech is coming from blue here, right? Like, usually you wouldn't expect that type of win, that type of fight. Another settlement being built up. Zeron, he has at least got the strong arm behind this, so the fortress should be able to protect him. However, this dive, Slingers are farming that eco. Counterattack is going to be good enough to push him away. He will get the settlement up and online. Another thing to keep in mind, we need to check Shelty's base, because I don't think he's completed a farm transition, right? Okay, sorry, no, yeah, okay, he's good. I was a little bit worried about that, because I noticed Zeron, he did have over 2k wood, so he's just completed his as well.
I mean, both players have got a little bit of the dirty farms going on here. I mean, with Retold, they added in a quality of life feature to build farms, and it seems that these players are still kind of used to the old school farm creation methods.
I like it, you know.
You see a pretty base, KP. Just one pretty base.
No. I think I saw it. Was it Nilly who tweeted? It was the Age of Empires 2 game. And Doubt. Oh, wait. Hold on. We got the big boy strike. He doesn't even hold it for a second there. Immediately commits the meatballs. It's going to crush the forward army here. It's a great strike there. And all of a sudden, Zeron, I'm a bit worried, actually. Like, he has the eco lead. He hasn't started the tech up.
Yeah.
Oh my.
I mean, he's got ceasefire. So he does have 30 seconds to rebuild an army here if he wants to use it, but he's trying to deny the town center on the left side. There's a Phoenix there. That's scary. Got to get heroes out to deal with that. But Shelty, while he's behind by like nearly 10k in score, he's not out of the game. You're never out of the game if you've got a gold mine. You're never out of the game if you've got your town centers down, and he's got both.
I think the scary part for me in this game is genuinely the settlement situation. This is going to become a pop difference. You can see it, right? You can feel it. It's like, Age Up has been queued up by Zeron. He's going to need to buy longer than a ceasefire will provide, but well played there. The rematch was so quick. The Militia coming in clutch once again to give him the counterattack in the exact same location as just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, pushing Poseidon is a nightmare for every single civilization because you kill the town center and he just magically has like 10 militia just popping out. But behind this, Zeron is also going to the Mythic Age. He's going to get Artemis, that's Earthquake, that's Chimera, that's also getting out the Polyphemus, or as I like to call him, Sauron. It's that big club waving around. Lord of the Rings fan. It is. I'm a nerd, gigantic nerd, it's fine. But Zeron is still in a good position. He keeps losing the town center, but he's still completely fine here.
Wait, that's just got me thinking. If we have a rock, and because you can garrison like allies in those, right? So if you load Norse dwarfs inside, can we say that they're taking the hobbits to Eisen? Anyway, we'll come back to that later, because I think something interesting about this is with this opening, if Zeron just runs a few units into the primary, he's going to see all those farms. And that is Earthquake Central.
Yeah, you losing that main base to the Earthquake, and then not only do you lose the town center, but you also lose all that economy coming through from the farms. It can be absolutely brutal 1-2 punch, or not even a 1-2 punch, just a one punch man coming at you. But I mean, what else can Shelty do at the moment? He's still got he's got that Shifting Sands in the bank with the favor there, so he can make something happen with the Shifting Sands play, but there's still ceasefire remaining. Zeron hasn't used it yet.
Was he waiting? I guess he's waiting for like maybe a threat onto his economy. It's really good discipline, right? Like we mentioned at the start, ceasefire to me is the top 2 ability in H2, right? Like there's not many that compare, and it scales so well, right? You know, think how much damage you can do in 30 seconds in a late game fight. It's the difference maker. And now we might have the big difference maker. Earthquake comes in. He's on the farms. He hits the primary. He scouted in there. So big ripple of damage coming through. All the houses are going to crumble. Farms should be fine, but it's the population block. He can only have 30 people. Everyone is a homeless bum here. 150 population and only room for 30.
This is the hardest part about dealing with an earthquake, is preparing for the earthquake in advance. But we're also seeing now, this isn't over. Zeron, he's got the Chimera there. That's going to roast those slingers. The Peltas on the back are doing a good job there, but Shelty says, that's enough. I've felt the pain for one too many minutes in this game. Get me out of here. Zeron takes, is that game one? Zeron takes game one.
Game one, but it felt like a series in itself. You know, I love that from Zeron. He's like, you're all homeless now. Let me warm you by the fire of a Chimera. Beautiful way to put the cherry on top and take the first in this single elimination best of 3.
Well, I mean, this was just Zeron's game from the very, very beginning. He was putting the pressure on throughout. Shelty opts for that second town center. He takes a couple of villager kills to get it up, puts him on the back foot, and Zeron just takes it to the bank and just, he made maybe a tiny mistake going a little bit too ham on that second town center, losing his army and giving Shelty a little bit of breathing room, but it wasn't enough to get Shelty back into the driver's seat, and Zeron taking a big advantage with the Poseidon bonuses. They're getting the town center, allowing the town center to die there, so he gets a whole big amount of militia, and that gives him yet another big push that Shelty just could not hold on after, and he just couldn't get back into the game in that moment.
I think, you know, watching what Earthquake done there, I know there's going to be comments about being OP, but I just go straight to Mystic, because I remember when we were in El Renado over in Spain, in El Modovar, the AoE 4 boys are going, you know, I like this game, it's a lot of fun, but the thing that's kind of frustrating is, like, you know, things like these late game powers just feel OP. And I love it, Mister just did not skip a beat. He's like, it's not OP. You just need to prepare for it. If you think the game is going to go there, you build your base differently. And I think, unfortunately for Shelty, he thought that when he got age 4, the game was going to be over. You could see with the way he'd set up his farm, set up his houses, everything was suggested the game would be over before there was even a threat, even a whiff of an earthquake. And that lack of preparation is what made that earthquake look so pivotal. Zeron, he steadied the tide. He survived the tsunami of the Egyptians and then immediately brings his own apocalypse to their doorstep.
Well, I mean, you can continue along the thought of, okay, maybe it is strong, but the very simple way to fix the problem of having 0 houses is you just take 16. So say you lose 16 houses, right?
Yeah.
Take 16 villages. Each of them builds a house in 20 seconds.
And how much would that cost you, boy?
Well, 0 resources for the houses if you're Egyptian. So, I mean, is it OP? You tell me. I say 16 villages idle for 20 seconds for a 4th age god power. That's not a big deal.
Hear me out. He built that wall. He didn't even build the wall on the west side, right? We were worried about resources. Just build a wall of houses there. Sword.
Right.
Boom.
You've got granaries. You've got mining camps. They're all free as well. Markets, armories, whatever you want. Egyptian is living rent free.
The true SimCity faction of Age of Mythology. So, looks like we're going to get a bit of a mirror, though. Double Norse for the Watering Holes.
Okay, babe, before we jump into this game, let me give you a little backstory. Shelty, he is one of the best Norse mirror players out there. There's a shout out to AOL Iron Maiden. He was on EGC TV yesterday for Fimble Winter. Shelty is one of the monsters of that tournament, Norse only tournament. And we're going to be seeing him flexing his incredibly strong Thor in this one, Watering Hole. We're going to be getting into it fairly shortly.
He's going to need to, because Zeron, of course, is the one on match point. He's leading. Yeah, sorry, Shelty fans. He's going to have to make a comeback because he's sitting behind here. It's time to hop into Watering Holes for a Norse mirror. And as we get in, it is going to be in the blue. Shelty, as was just highlighted in the lobby, a true master of the Norse mirror. He'll be manning good old Thor here.
And his opponent today, taking up the challenge. Winning first game very, very solidly. Playing his own in the red color. His name is Zeron. KP, the map is Watering Hole right now. And, I mean, lots of hunt, lots of room for defense. Yeah. Armory down for Shelty. We're going to be seeing that classic Thor opening. What can we get out of this Odin to try and punish this greedy opening here from Thor, do you reckon?
Well, one nice thing you mentioned is a lot of hunt, right, in the beginning. Obviously, Odin benefits a lot from that, being able to duplicate, so that can keep you a little bit safe at home. And in fairness, this map is quite defendable. It's weird to defend compared to some maps where you get like the 2-lane effect, where you can just wall off twice. Something I really like about Waterholes is just that central ramp. You wall that, all of a sudden, the faction on the other side is a little bit disarmed, right? Like if you weren't playing raiding cavalry, you're going to have a difficulty flank raiding to do significant damage because your opponent can always pivot. So I would expect Odin to be a little bit more defensive on the opening here. But the nice thing is between all that food you talked about, the second settlement being so close, realistically playing a bit more of a macro game isn't necessarily an immediate loss.
Well, I mean, you just see so much chaos in these Norse mirrors because, I mean, you have to use your army to build. But you also have to use your army to fight, and your opponent also has to do the same thing. So it's like, well, what do I do? Like, how do I defend stuff if I have to be fighting with my stuff all the time? It's just it's a big challenge, and this is why this mirror matchup is so exciting. So I'm excited to see what these guys are going to come up with and what sort of wild shenanigans can come through. What's going on, KP?
I know what we do is to solve your problem there. We just build where we fight.
That's correct. Right? Yeah, we see that a lot, and then we also see there's actually with Retold. We got a little bit of history here. Legacy.
Yeah.
What happened with the houses? Do you reckon in Legacy for the Norse? You may have alluded to it just before. What do you reckon happened?
Do you just wall your opponent in with your houses?
Oh, your houses go on the front because your army's on the front, right? Makes sense. And that was always a really, really big weakness in the Norse mirror because you'd lose a fight, and not only would you lose all your army, but you'd also lose all your houses, and you're not able to build any more dudes. In Retold, you can build houses with your villagers, so at least you can get around that fact.
All right, the best one, my favorite one actually is I think it was Mister done it on the opening days of Myth. He walked over to the other side in the Norse mirror and built houses around the guy's gold veins.
A classic.
A classic. Oh, I'd love to see that in this one. I mean, the nice thing is like when you're playing 4, that can't screw you over fully, right? Because you just spawn more gold, thank God.
That's true. Yeah, Thor's broken. Thor's everything's broken. Everything's busted. But yeah, I mean, this is one of the big bonuses for Thor here. I mean, talking about it, he can not only can he spawn gold, but he can also build villages that cost gold, and those gather at the same rate on everything for Thor. So you can go into a mass Thor a dwarf build if you want to, and really just enjoy the fact that you don't have to use so much food. Yeah. But I mean, do you want to do that on Watering Hole when you've got a metric ton of that hunt there? I don't think so.
I mean, it's just beneficial with the way that you, like, whether you're greeding or attacking, it's beneficial in that, like, obviously getting these upgrades is going to get you dwarfs as well, right? It's always something that's nice for them. I think it's intriguing because, like, we were talking about the hunt and having a lot to duplicate. I think maybe, like, 4 is better to just have the gold because, yes, you can duplicate hunt, but as you were highlighting, there's just so much food. It almost feels unnecessary to need that duplication.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we are seeing the classical ages coming through. Both players opting with Freya. So no serious advantages coming or any weaknesses in timings or timings can be open here through these gods. But the Valkyrie's already in the main base. And will we see that very, very early forest fire coming down? Or is Zeron going to be a little bit more calm with it? Is he getting a village kill?
Oh, surely. No, you can't get there. Dwarf's got in the way as well, so... Stout little boy is able to hold it back, and that's annoying because now, because it is a Valkyrie situation, you fail to commit and convert kills, that's going to get healed.
Yeah. Is that a second Valkyrie already out for Shelty as well, or is that the first one? I'm getting confused.
No, that should be the first for Shelty, and then it was one for Zeron, right?
Yeah. Okay. It's just too many. Oh, there's the start. Okay, we finally got it. That was low HP villager. Get out of there.
Wait, that's because Shelty chose to attack straight away. Yeah, he sent his Valkyrie straight across instead of playing defense. So I understand the desire. It makes sense, but that's an expensive loss. I mean, sure, you got the eco lead, but doesn't mean you can just keep throwing away villages for free.
Yeah, I mean, it's only a 3 villager lead instead of a 4 villager lead. So it's a Shelty is looking for scouting here. I don't think he's looking for any sort of harassment. There is a really, really weak part. The biggest weakness for Thor with going for this early Dwarven armory is scouting. You see the map, he's got nothing spotted. So runs straight forward, still has to deal with the Valkyrie in his base. But one thing he really wants to avoid is getting into a situation where the enemy has got a town center on him, and he doesn't know about it. Zert's on here, he's just going to be pumping out raiding cavalry. He's got 3 Great Halls down already. But that's going to be a position that, 2 Great Halls already. That's going to be a position here that Shelty's going to be very comfortable with.
He said it's not looking comfortable right now, outnumbered in his own base. We'll eventually pivot towards him, but it just means that this mid-map, we're probably going to see the dance favor Zerton. That's scary because one big thing, kind of highlight there right now is scouting for that second settlement. If you start to lose map control, you're going to have to anticipate that at any given time there could be a second settlement. You're going to have to react accordingly and try to find a way out.
I mean, it's all.
Wait, this is a sandwich. It's going to work out against him. The Burning Forest does get used as well to try and force him. Doesn't quite get the sandwich though. Shelty refusing to become the meat between the buns.
That's indeed. There's no barbecue on this occasion for Shelty here. The units do a little bit of a slippery. They've got applied to them the oil. He
remains rare, not well done.
That's
right.
That's right. But survives another day. He's still got all the advantage in this one. Not only does he have the villager lead, but he's also got the tech lead. He's got medium upgrades. He's got all the copper armor upgrades. So taking a fight here is going to be fairly advantageous for Shelty if he can get the engagement that he wants. But right now, military unit slightly in favor.
It should favor Shelty, right? Like when you look at the raw number at the top, it doesn't feel that way. And the Burning Forest on the single tree there. Enough to deter him. That forces a retreat. The main effects do come in. And a great move. That single tree from Shelty. Megan and hope from holding this. Raiding cavalry lines have thinned out here. It looks like Zerton does still have more. The Axemen on the backside are some assistance. But the health bars, they aren't looking good. You need to focus far down these injured ones. It looks like Zerton is unable to do it, though. Forced to retreat in the end. Great hold, and all of that off of a single burning bush.
I mean, it's people complain about Forest Fire not being strong enough, Matt. You're just not thinking about it fourth dimensionally. Just the one tree. That's all you need. One tree for ultimate value there as Shelty absolutely dominates that fight. Zeron has to get out of there. And now Shelty's going to be on the front foot. He's going to get the raid started. The problem for him, though, is Odin gets regen just passively. So all those injured units that got away, they're going to get back up to full HP. Shelty's, they're just going to be sitting there half HP, quarter HP remaining as he goes for these raids. He's got to find some sort of kills here or get the Valkyries back out, kind of get some value and convert this advantage that he's kind of constructed for himself.
See, both our YouTuber brains are right now picturing and constructing the thumbnail. One tree decides entire game. The story writes itself. I mean, that was incredible because before that, it was looking a bit shaky. I think Shelty was always going to hold, but he wouldn't have been in a position to counterattack like this. Dive comes in, Zerton's primary. It's giving me a retreat, but not quick enough. Several villagers going down, and now all of a sudden, a 7 eco lead for Shelty.
Yeah, this is the swings in the Norse Mirror. You make one misstep, one bad engagement, or one brilliant forest fire play, and everything just changes in a heartbeat. And now, well, not only that, I mean, you've already got the Shelty in front on tech. And he doesn't have to get armor upgrades now. He can go for a talent center. He can go next stage. He can put more military buildings down. He's got a lot of population still left that he can create in military units to get an even bigger lead. And it looks to me like he is just pumping the dudes out. I want to see him get some more military buildings down. I want to see him get into an unlosable position here. He's got Valkyries. He's got it all going for him right now. And there's also those houses on the front. Taking those out is always value in the North Mirror. I
think it's smart. With Cav Axemen, right? Like, this is the type of comp that if you choose to tech against, it can actually overwhelm you. So just keep the numbers bumping. Keeps the dynamic, keeps the flow across the map. Love the targeting on the houses as well. Immediately a pop block coming in. And a game where he's already 30+ population ahead. Ironic. Almost like he's just mocking him. Builds more houses in front of him. Dive now comes in with the production. Certain, he's going to have to take this fight sooner rather than later. You can tell he's hesitant to engage right now. Just look at the bar at the top. It gives you the full picture. 93 to 61. Choke point hold, probably the only place Zerton can hold, or it's going to be a forced retreat all the way back home.
I mean, it's a nice choke point for Zerton, but does it matter? He's behind in tech. He's behind in numbers. He's behind in hope here in this position. The Valkyrie numbers are looking good for Zerton, but Shelty is right on top of those throwing axemen in the back of the fight there, and this one looks like it is going heavily into Shelty's favor.
Yeah, it's like wives and children on the rescue boats first. The villagers, they try to protect them to the end, but the end is nigh. Shelty pulls it back and decides we need to see a third game for the first time in day number 2 of the Genesis Retold qualifiers.
I mean, we talked about it at the start. Shelty, he is a Norse mirror champion. This guy knows this matchup in and out. And in all honesty, all of the changes with Retold, it's still the same game, fundamentally speaking. And Shelty knows how to play it. And he did a fantastic job there. But as you say, we still got another game to go now. Shelty's got the momentum going for him now at the moment. So we'll see if we can take that, ride it in for the advantage moving into the next one. Do we have any thoughts on what's going to happen there?
Oof, I think we need to go back to our draft to paint the picture of what we've got left. I'm trying to think what was actually drafted. I don't think we had any more Norse picks, right? Neither picked Freya. And I think Loki was banned, if I'm not mistaken. So probably going to be seeing some Atlanteans. I think there was an Oranos pick.
Ah, yes. I mean, Shelty. If Shelty did pick Uranus, this is something he's known for. He plays Norse and he plays Uranus. I'm surprised he's picked Set, to be honest, in this one. But yep, Norse and Uranus are his like comfort picks. So if he gets on that Atlantean, he's going to be very, very happy. He knows how to play those at a very, very high level. Zerton, I don't know a whole lot about in terms of his god tendencies, but so far he's gone for the raiding heavy gods with the Odin and the Poseidon, or the cavalry heavy gods. So
I think Zeron is usually, at least historically, was more comfortable in the later phase of the game. So maybe get there. A map like Alfheim with the right spawn would enable, and it is indeed going to be the Oranos coming out up against Hades. So we did have the opportunity for an Atlantean mirror. Not going to be happening here. A little bit surprised. Well, I mean, you said it's a comfort pick for him, right? Like, think if it wasn't a comfort pick, you probably think Ra makes a bit more sense on a map like Alfheim.
Yeah, Ra's the one that makes sense, but then you can do some metagaming with that one where you go, I've got Ra, you expect to see that, but going in with the Uranus instead to catch him out.
Oh, this tree of the tournament right here. I love the fact that this game was decided, or was going to be decided either way, right? That sandwich early with the burning tree, and then this one here. Just that damage, that forced retreat. The maim alone gave that slight edge to propel him forward. Just shows you how close these Norse mirrors can be and how the tiniest detail can make the difference.
It's a really big moment there for sure. You also have a whole bunch of tech advantage here for Shelty, and I don't know exactly how much that would have made a difference with the tree or not in hindsight, but it was a sick moment nonetheless.
I think the funny thing as well is, like, the nice thing about 4 in a mirror is you can tell how many techs he's got just by looking at the eco bar, right? It's usually quite a good indication. So it makes it a bit simple, but just a big lead. Right? I think that's the scary thing as well. Like, I'm trying to think if there's a more worrisome god to go up against in a Norse mirror than 4 because of the ease at which they scale eco while still focusing on attacking.
Yeah, I'm thinking of ways at which you can approach it that could be a little bit offbeat, and it's a challenging matchup. And that's all it's got. It's a challenging one. And
oh yes. So Oranos versus Hades. Like, any thoughts before we hop into this? Like, is there a god that's favored out of these two in this matchup?
Honestly, it's all going to come down to map spawn as to who's favored, but more so than map spawn, it's just going to come down to god to player skill. Whoever takes the better fights, whoever makes the better decisions. We are totally ready. Let's get this happening.
Spaghetti's ready to be served on the plate. We're hopping into the cider here in this best of 3. One game to decide who keeps their hopes alive of making it to the main event of Genesis Retold. In the blue, playing as Oranos, we have got Shelty on his comfort civ.
And his opponent today, currently 1-1 in this matchup, but losing that recent game, going to be having to think about all his life choices that have led him up to this moment. Playing as Hades in the red color. His name is Zeron.
So we've seen some Hades already today. Quite an interesting approach, playing essentially a long classical, trying to drag it out. I think that's where Hades looks really good, right? Scaling this big blob, playing the H2. Meanwhile, on the other side, Oranos really good at kind of focusing raids, dodging big fights in the early game, and tends to really come into their own when they reach that age 3, and chaos comes into the picture, which has to be scary for a civ like Hades that likes to blob a big army.
Oh yeah, I mean this is a very, very different approach for both civs here. Shelty is going to be wanting to apply pressure, attack in multiple different positions, and put the pressure on, whereas Zerton's going to be wanting to deny that, sort of multi-attack front walls, and making a really big, strong army that can just kind of kill everything. So it's, yeah, like we were saying pre-game here, it's just about playing the game well from both sides. I don't think there's a serious advantage here for either player. There's just very differing styles going to be needed.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the spawn actually, and Shelty got, I think, a bit more of a beneficial spawn. It feels like the tree lines and the cliffs are a little bit tighter towards them, so a bit harder to raid in and out. They've got these nice flank raid positions, so looking at the golds as well, that's another interesting detail. It kind of feels like, yes, you've got these choke points at the midpoint, but once you get beyond that, there's a lot more open ground around the follow-up golds for Zerton than there are for Shelty.
Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's almost as if like Shelty's map is closed and Zerton's map is open.
Yeah. Which is awkward for Zerton. Like we said, he's probably going to want to blob up and play the H2 quite aggressively. Meanwhile, other side, Shelty just going for kind of the standard tune right now for Autonos pickers for the H2 choice.
Yeah, there are a couple of other options for Zerton. He doesn't have to play 100% defensively here. You can go one town center. You can build up a big, strong classical army, making those Minotaur or those Cyclops and making Hoplite Hippias. Maybe even getting some Archers Toxote in a little bit later. But the standard kind of play here on this map for Hades would be trying to get up a second town center. Now, he's got that one to the north of his base, as we are seeing Athena and Oceanus coming through, which kind of blocks a whole bunch of stuff off here, as well as secures a gold mine, especially if he gets that Sentinels onto it. So there's also the one at the south as well that he could go for. So I don't know what he's really planning at the moment. Looks like not so many villages on woods. Maybe he's going to go for the one town center play and not go for two town centers at the moment. But Shelty, on the other hand, standard play.
That's a bit scary though, right? Because like this whole blobbing, it can work, but you have a very succinct timing you have to hit. Because if you wait a little bit too long, and Shelty does get the wiggle room to go for a tech play, a big army is actually not a good thing against Chaos. So that's someone we have to keep an eye on. Is Zerton, I don't know how many times he's played this out. I imagine a decent amount, because I think Uranos at the highest level is probably second most played Atlantean, I'd say, at this point. Just a very easy, clean build that people discovered with the Chaos.
Yeah. Well, it's a challenge, right? Chaos did get nerfed recently, so it's still good. Don't get me wrong. When a god power that's good gets nerfed, that doesn't make it bad. That just makes it still good, just a little bit less. And at the moment, if you use Chaos on a really large army, it lasts for less time. If you use it on a small army, it lasts a long time. So if your opponent here is making any sort of counter units, let's call it Peltast, Paspis, Prodromus, you use the Chaos directly on top of just those, and now suddenly they're killing themselves and they're countering themselves, right? So that's where you get the value from. But there's also a completely different route here for Shelty to go, which is going through Thea and just getting himself out those Dryads and taking himself into not a late game, but like a mid to late game area where he's sitting at 200 population plus 10 Dryads, getting himself that advantageous position there. But the game is starting to ramp up. Units coming through. Hippias versus Murmillo Terma. And we are seeing no villages on favor right now for Zerton, so no myth units coming in anytime soon.
I guess it makes sense, especially on like one settlement, right? You can just get out-blobbed by the heroic units of the Atlanteans. Easy to just convert them into that form. So the interesting part is just actually seeing like Hades play Cav, right? I feel like of all the gods in the Pantheon, Hades is the one we most often see avoid the cavalry.
Exactly. It makes perfect sense here, Zerton. He loves his Cav, so why not? Why, if you've got them, make him, you know? It's just because you've got a Civ that has got a unique bonus that promotes making archers doesn't mean you can't make Hippias.
It's also,
I like that you can do that.
You kind of don't want to build archers here as well, right? Like, because you've seen the Terma already, you're kind of a little bit deterred. So yeah, I definitely like it. It feels good.
He picks up that Ulla's bow KP. Ulla's bow is one extra range on your archers, and Hades already gets an extra range. So those Tox today, they're going to be able to hit from a very, very long way away for sure. Maybe that's fine to build them against the Terma. The Terma's got a low range. They've got high speed, but if you can be far enough away, it's totally fine.
Yeah, if you can blob them up to the right point, right? I guess, you know, the nice thing at least is you don't have to worry about something like a shockwave on the enemy side that could disrupt your formation when you dive in. But looks like in the meantime, we are going to see a bit of a commitment here. Sentinels did come in, so I don't think that hurt Zern too much. At this point, it seems very apparent he was going to stick on one settlement either way.
Yeah, I mean, one town center play. I'm a big fan of it. It's challenging as the Uranus player. It's challenging as a Hades player. You've got to be on your toes. You can't make any missteps here. It does really push that multitasking skill, and it looks like Zeron here, he's defending against these raids beautifully as those Hippias are coming through, but he is wishing he was Poseidon right now. So they're just not able to chase as much as the Poseidon can.
He does at least get that main effect in, right? It's able to run down the cavalry, which should be the harder thing to catch. So looks like he better take out both of them. Nice heal last second there, although it does cost him the bird in return. Reinforcements will be enough to scare him away, but really important that Zeron gets this chip damage in. You can see the overwhelming military lead currently that Shelty has.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of the hard part about playing Greek. It's just that the units just take that little bit longer to train. And what does that actually mean in a practical setting if you want to try and make up for that? That just means you need more military buildings. So get those stables down, get those extra military academies down, and spend those resources. But Zeron, he might be planning to get a relatively quick heroic age behind. He's taking all the villages off of gold. He's putting everything over onto food. I'm not sure if he's got an army or a market up just yet, but to me, it looks like he's trying to sneak out a heroic age here.
Doesn't have a crazy amount of food in the base right now, though, right? Oh, no, he's got the cows. I thought, I was like, look at the wrong place there. But Raider's going to come in onto the berry gatherers in the meantime. Good pull away. I like the way he kind of min-maxed that. Tried to keep gathering cheekily before having to retreat. Sentinel is just always so awkward to die for this very reason, though.
Yeah, you can't charge into Hades player's base. It's scary. You got to the towers can turn at any point. The Sentinels are getting good damage. The archers have got bonus range, so they're sitting. I think they got bonus range. They're sitting there way further away than you'd think. But little cheeky raids coming through from Zeron, getting defended beautifully by Shelty. So both players not really making mistakes at this point.
Now, the eco lead is shown for Shelty up by 6. Military lead has at least shrunk. So before, Shelty had, I think, about 20 milli lead. Now it's down to just 10. And we have got Toxite finally added in by Zeron. As you mentioned, with the relic pickup, with the fact he's playing Hades, shouldn't really be worried about Terma too much here.
No, and getting a couple of these archers out early just means that when you want to go into the power comp that you want in this matchup, Hoplite Peltast, it just becomes even easier because you already got those archer upgrades in. So you just, instead of building the Toxite, you go into Peltast. Very, very simple to make that happen. But we're also seeing Vault of Erebus, and you're talking about an eco lead here for the Uranus player. You got to remember, when that tech comes in, that's basically 3 villages on gold, or nearly 3 villages on gold for the Hades player. So it's a big help here, and it really shuts down that slight advantage that Shelty gets. But Hyperion's on the way, Fight of the Shark on the way. Shelty's about to have a very, very strong timing to put some pressure onto Zeron.
A lot of Mamillas to work with here. The interesting part as well, like I think you're right about that trick's going to be helpful because we mentioned the Ford Golds. It's long-term going to be an issue for Zeron. So when this tech comes through, he's not going to be able to come out. He chose to go for the age up himself. Pressure's already mounting in his direction here. And I think there's a better immediate punch at the beginning of these age ups for Shelty than there is for Zeron.
Well, I mean, Shelty is coming in. He's got a feeling on that second gold mine, but when you're playing Hades, the gold mine expires a little bit later than normal. So he's still got some time. He's going to have Curse. He's going to have to deal with Chaos. He's got Restoration. So Restoration, at the very least, deals with the first Chaos. So if I'm Zeron in this position, I'm not feeling too under threat. If I'm Shelty, I'm actually feeling like I got to get some value out of my army right now because this Hades army is going to get difficult to deal with.
I think the tricky part is it's almost like Shelty would benefit from a 2-pronged raid, right? Because you have to use Chaos in one of those engagements, great. But if you have to use Restoration on half an army, you feel terrible. Nice little dive here, though. Does manage to force them off the tree lines. That's going to slow down the Toxite production. No significant damage done just yet by Shelty.
No significant damage at all, but I mean, 10 villages moving to another wood line, at least that's something. Like you said, Toxite production goes down. And this actually gives Shelty some time here to make that transition into Kontari. He's already got 7 queued up in that production queue. I want to see more military buildings here from Shelty. I think he's missing quite a few because those Kontaris can come out very, very quickly if you've got 5 military barracks up, for example. And now we see the Prodromus coming through here as Zeron predicts the Kontarius and predicts very, very rightly.
You can get the positioning right. I mean, this is always tricky though, right? Against mass ranged into these choke points, you don't really get the surround you're looking for. It's even worse when you consider that Nemean line. We've seen how in defensive formats like this, one line rule can turn everything. But I love the way that Shelty has budgeted everything, right? Not a single god power needed so far. It means he has the full committal of 3 powers at once.
Yeah, it's scary. It's a very, very terrifying experience playing against Zeron because you know that if you take a fight, you have to prepare to take the fight knowing that you are going to get hit with 3 gold powers. But luckily for Zeron, he's got 2. So long as you can deal with one of the god powers quickly, whether that be Shockwave, Chaos, Carnivora, he's going to have the answer to the other 2, or at least something to trade relatively equally with the other 2. So we'll see if he can push out. He's out of gold. He's got to get to that next gold mine, or he's just about out of gold. Was he already on 2nd gold mine? Am I crazy?
He's now looking to set up mining camp. However, check the movement, Shelty. He already knows. The timing on this is perfect.
Big brain Shelty comes through, pushes the villagers back, but the army is in position for Zeron. He doesn't get caught out too badly.
Here comes in Chaos. Gets you straight away. Restoration to counterplay, though. And Shelty has to run away with his tail between his legs.
Honestly, I don't mind that so bad for Shelty. He didn't use Shockwave. He didn't use Carnivore. He gets the restoration out. Wait 3 minutes on the Chaos, I think it is, and then just use it again. He's got 75 favor in the bank.
I mean, and look at the comparison,
get
right?
Up to, can Zeron get up to 80 favor? I don't know.
Not with one villager worshiping. Doesn't feel feasible here. Jump comes in. Nemean Line Roy is going to be thrown out there. And immediately he looks to commit the Carnivore in the back line. That's going to draw all the attention to the top stage. Should be able to wipe it out. That's going to draw a lot of fire in the meantime. Shockwave follow-up. The systematic pullback on that backline of Toxite buys the time to overwhelm the front, and Shelty is looking to blitzkrieg through the defenses of Hades.
Yeah, all the myth units falling on the front line. Those 3 Terma in the back line from Shelty doing absolute work. The Terma here microing beautifully. Kontari's coming in onto the Toxite. And Zeron, no gold anymore, no army anymore. And Shelty is in the driver's seat in a really, really big way.
And he controls the gold. He knows diving the base is now how you lose. That was actual perfection, like an artist just stroking his masterpiece there. From the use of the Carnivora, the moment the final Toxite shots came out, he then uses the Shockwave, perfectly positioned to push them towards the front line. It was all about disabling the best unit Hades has at its disposal. And all of a sudden, Xerxes now in a really shaky position. Sure, you've got wood access, so you can still build Toxite, but anything else existing in this comp feels nigh on impossible.
Yeah, I mean, the only real solution right now for Zeron, we've seen it many, many times in tournament from Hades players in particular. For whatever reason, it's always Hades player. It's sneaking the gold.
He's looking for it.
We've got the bottom gold mine, got the top gold mine. There's gold mines all over this map. So sneaking one is going to be at least a chance to be working here. He's got to distract somewhere on the map. He's going for the Prodromus and then make the villager move at the right time.
Villagers down here on the food. They're having to shuffle away. I don't think you can go around the back of this mountain though. No sneak around. That would have been perfect because there is a gold on that south side that I don't know if Shelty sees. He might actually have an Oracle sitting on it, which would be really unfortunate for certain.
I mean, what else can he do apart from that? He's got 2 different myth units that are costing gold. So he can't make myth units. He can't put everyone on favor. He's just got to get this. He's got to get this gold mine. He doesn't have another option.
Can we see the vision of Shelty? I think his Oracle was a little bit too embedded on the west side, so he didn't see the village. Nah, he doesn't see the villagers at all walking out for that north gold. But this one, he will scout. I mean, in some ways, this is going to hurt Zeron, but if this convinces Shelty, it's not. Look at this. He knows. He's gone for the north side gold as well. So Shelty everywhere and anywhere at once. Zeron continues to be the Smeagol looking for the one ring and coming out with gummy bear rings instead. He's not finding what he wants here.
And it's not just one ring here, KP. It's 2 rings because Chaos is back up. 100 favor in the bank. That's Chaos, Carnivora, and Shockwave again for another fight. So even if Zeron gets an army up here to compete, he's going to have to face exactly the same thing he was facing before. but this time with no god powers.
So many rings being mentioned here. You think someone's going down on one knee, but I think it's not the way we're imagining it here. Zeron maybe about to bend the knee in forfeiture and surrender here. I mean, he's got the military back together, but as you quite astutely highlighted, the god powers are going to be the difference. And he's only now shifted additional people across to worship, but that's, I think, so he can just build more myth units, not so he has these clutch powers like the restoration to try and survive the chaos.
He's trying to get the fortress up. He forces out the Carnivora.
Wait, is that gonna... This is tight. He's gonna lose the fortress. Oh my god, no!
He loses the fortress, KP, and
now
Shelty just retreats back, and he's going to get the rest of his army over here.
Chaos!
And Chaos comes in.
Holds him in place, jumps on the back line straight away, just trying to body block retreat. The shockwave perfectly used. Toxicate out of position. The villagers are like, just keep mining. Don't look at it. If we don't see it, it doesn't exist. But that's not the way this game is going to work. Certain, he was on the ropes trying to look for that uppercut knockout. He won't be able to find it though. There's no denying it now. Shelty in the driving seat, looks firmly positioned to take the 2-1 victory and keep his dream alive of making it to the main event of Genesis Retold.
Yeah, I mean, even if you get the fortress up, you still have to deal with all of these Terma at the moment. I mean, he's making prodromas. He's got no gold in the bank. It's over. There's nothing he can do.
Just run into the base like, oh no, a fortress. So who's defending Mother Hen at home? Damn. What a game. GG comes out. Shelty with the 2-1 victory over a legend in the Age of Empires community from AoE 4, Age of Empires Online. Certain, he's no easy fellow to overcome, but Shelty just systematic in this series.
Yeah, the first game, that was looking like Zerton. It was looking like Zerton had that level to compete with Shelty in Age of Mythology. But pushing through into the lower or into the next sort of god picks here, Shelty gets his comfort pick with the Thor. He takes the win. Gets his comfort pick with the Uranus. He takes the win. He gets the 2-1 over Zerton. I mean, this was solid play. So he's just going to be feeling good about himself moving into the next round. Better luck for Zerton next time. But, man, Shelty, well, I'm excited to see him continue along. He's definitely got the potential to make it into that main event for sure. But, yeah.
It's going to be a test when we get to the best of fives, right? Because someone you highlighted there, you were talking about, Uranus being a comfort civ for him. Last game, comfort civ, right? Or rather, comfort matchup, and that he's great in these Norse mirrors. That's a limited field. When you get into best of fives, that's where you usually get tested a lot more on your breadth as a player. I hope Shelty is able to step up to the mark, to the challenge of it, but definitely a good, encouraging sign here up against Zeron.
Well, we'll be moving on to another series, right? Relatively
I think we're
soon
cooking
here,
it
I'm
up.
sure.
Yeah, because we're
Which
figuring
one are
out
we
now.
going
It's looking like we might get treated to Recon versus Huxup for the first decider of the qualifier.
I'm excited. This is, I mean, like we talk about like high quality matches. This is a blockbuster match. Like you already know how good Recon is. Recon, he's a Red Bull Wallow finalist, but Soup, this guy's been cooking up some strategies. This guy's with aces at the moment as well. So he's been in communication with the brain behind the winner of Red Bull Wallow. So he knows all the stuff. And I'm looking at this draft right now, KP. And all the civs that Soup has right now are civs that he has something that he thinks is absolutely busted on.
Yeah.
He's got Ra, Electron Bullets. He's got Frere, which is one of these civs that is insane. He's got Uranus, which is so good that was. And he's got his Hades, which is going to be those Cyclops. He knows how to do it. I've played against it. It's scary.
It is. And Recon, he's got a lot of his comfort as well. Isis, Gaia, these are civs that he lives and dies by, right? Loki is one that he's always listed as one of the most potent and powerful civs in the arsenal, right? And, a little bit of interesting insights here. I remember when I was talking to Mr. and Recon on the LAN, and funnily enough, Huxup in the practice games was getting quite a few wins against Recon. So these two, a lot tighter than maybe people would anticipate at first. By the way, just want to give a big shout out to Drongo. I did see your love. Thank you for the raid through. Big shout out. Hopefully you've been having fun with the free-for-all tournament for Age of Empires 4. Love it when the communities share around. Hopefully you guys are parked in for some epic Age of Mythology games. I think this is a series that I could see. I'm going to say, I think it's going to be 3-1 I'm just not sure which way.
I'm not even gonna. I'm not gonna. Soup got so like Soup's the second. This is the second time he's been in his best of 5 in this tournament. It was up against Redo yesterday,
Yeah.
right? And he got
Yeah.
swept 3-0. But the games was so close. He's not going to be. And apparently, I didn't actually get to catch the game, but apparently he was winning in a big way in at least one of those games, and he let it slip. So he's not going to be having that happen today. He's going to be playing it. If he gets that advantage, count on him converting.
That's a fair
There's some
point.
fun map. Yeah, there's some fun maps here as well. Savannah, Blue
Yeah.
Lagoon, Marsh, Tundra, Anatolia. Not sure who favors who in this one. So
I'm thinking to me, a lot of these maps feel quite open, right? Like
Yeah.
there are much more defensive maps you could lean into, which is where Recon historically has felt comfortable. He's been much better aggressively in Age of Mythology than, for example, what he was like in Age of Empires 4, where, you know, he's always been the raccoon, right? The trash panda. But I always said his spirit animal should have been a turtle, right? Because he'd just sit at his base and let you come at him. He does that sometimes in Myth, but he's also shown a propensity for aggression. And I feel
Yeah.
like that's going to be really important here because when I look at maps like Anatolia, marshes can easily turn that still. Savannah, very open. Even Tundra. You can't just get away with never coming out of the base.
You can't. And to be honest, right now, we're seeing the gods coming through and talking about defensive versus offensive and Recon liking the defensive. He goes with Gaia straight away, and I'm going to go out ahead on a limb, and I'm going to say he's going to be pretty happy about this one. Gaia versus Uranus. This is a matchup which I'd seem on paper like Uranus is all over the Gaia, but in practice, Gaia's got the economy, and that economy more than makes up for that god power shockwave advantage that Uranus has got. Both players here you're going to be looking for both players going Oceanus, both players going Thea, and then Gaia gets implode Atlas. Uranus doesn't have that one. So there is some very, very different sort of things you got to be worried about here. We'll see what Soup's been cooking, but I'm going to lean this first game on Recon here.
I think I'm with you. There is one exception, and that's if Recon just does one of the Terma cheese builds, right? Because one thing that's very interesting about Uranos in an Atlantean mirror is chaos is super effective, right?
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
with counter units, oh good, you're killing yourself. And the difference, like Greeks, they have to wait an extra age to build the counter units, right? For Atlanteans, if they want to be a Terma cheeser, they're already doing it at the start. So that's something I think Recon needs to be careful of, but because of that more defensive leaning he has, I think he's not going to fall for that trap.
Yeah. There's also another little scary thing when you that recently who was I watching? I think it was Garneth. 3D Garneth. It might have been B. I'm getting confused because they're both from the same clan, but I was watching him playing Gaia, and he was using the economic guilds to spread that lush like the Zerg, got channels. And now you've got a Terma that has got 15% boosted movement speed. And that makes life very, very challenging for the slower Terma. So he jumps in, pokes you, jumps back out. And you can't pick off those economic guilds unless you've got those infantry units. So they're just going to sit there giving bonuses over to the Gaia play for the entirety of the game.
That does sound like a B play just because he was a Zerg main in StarCraft 2, right?
Yeah.
So it's creep spread, right? So it's really creative though. I mean, we talked earlier, like these new people coming in from these different realms, right? Compared to like your legacy Age of Myth players, they'll find new ways to play the game that you never thought about before. The best way I've ever heard this described is I was talking to a Dota 2 coach a League of Legends coach. They were talking from an event. For some reason, they were both there. They went, it's really weird how your map isn't mirrored exactly. Why? And then they start thinking about it because no one had ever, like in Dota 2, you just accept it. Similar with Age of Mythology, there's certain things you just accept. When you have an outsider come in and they make you question things that seem so simple, you discover all kinds of new strategies.
Yeah. I mean, mirrored map. Wow, we could get into some mirrored map concepts and why they're good and why they're bad, but the game it's going to be starting relatively soon. Soup versus Recon. It's a matchup that I must say I'm very, very excited. I actually watch their streams quite a bit. Soup is one of the slowest players of any expert that I've ever seen, I reckon. And it's not slow in the sense that he plays the game slow. It's
The
slow in
APM,
the
right?
His his APM is slow. And he just does, but it's like he's doing efficient movements the entirety of the game.
But
Recon, on the
so's
other hand,
Recon.
Recon also does that. So we've got both players here who are playing basically the same style.
You know how some RTS series you vision it being like an anime fight, right? Like Naruto running, Flash jumping everywhere. I don't know. I hope they take it the wrong way. This is more like watching two nannies knit, right? It's very calm. It's very relaxing. But then it will get explosive. All of a sudden, you'll get 5 Red Bulls down these nannies' necks, and they'll be going at the critical moment.
Yes. I mean, it does depend. It does depend, right? Like, if we see this Odin versus Loki matchup, I tell you, Soup is the most aggressive Norse player I've ever seen in my entire life. So there is not going to be any slow play there. Not at all. But two nannies knitting in this game might be the case. I can definitely envision this series. This series could either go for like 30 minutes or it could go for 3 hours.
You know what? I was just thinking that because behind the scenes, our admin's like, our first decider set of the evening. I was like, mate, I know these 2 players. This might be your only decider set of the evening. Oh, that's the way we'd like to have it, though. But folks, if you're just tuning in and you haven't seen the games, there's some amazing series yesterday, as well as so far today. Some familiar names, those coming across from AoE 4 that have been still appearing. We just had a series of Zerton in, for example. Just shame we can't invite them all. There's only so many people that can make it through. Remember, the main event will kick off in the next weekend. I believe, I'm trying to remember how many players. It's 16 in total, right? I think it's
16 total for the main event, yeah.
So plenty.
I could be wrong about this. I believe it is day 1 versus day 2 to kick it off before they get into like a double elim sort of thing. So yeah, it is very fun.
We do have the double elim though, so you know it's not going to be farewell princess straight away. Unfortunately, time limitation means you you kind of basically had a double elim here. If you didn't get the first qualifier, you got the second. But yeah, folks, we're just a few months away. Perfect moment to remember to subscribe, by the way, considering what I just said. I'm going to have to math it out. I think we have got, I want to say it's 3 weekends. Yeah, I think it's 3 weekends of Age of Mythology coming up on EGC TV. So definitely a lot of ad blocked value coming in there. But it's time to kick off our first decider series of qualifier number 2 here in Genesis Retold. It is going to be in the blue, playing as Gaia, comfortable as can be on a defensively oriented Civ, JSS's Recon.
And his opponent today, in the purple color, making life very, very difficult for everyone. Played as Aranos, his name is Soup.
So, just to clarify, they picked the same faction. They picked similar colors as well. And they play a similar style and a similar APM. Are these guys just brothers?
Well, they're at the very least very, very friendly with each other.
Well, they were brothers in clan, right? Because it's kind of a I mean, I don't want to create fake beef, but it's kind of interesting to think how that happened because JSS had Huscoop, had Mista, had all these players in. Recon is one of the ones that got left behind there. I was a little bit surprised by that because, of course, him and Mista were as tight as could be. So.
Got a little bit of inside knowledge there. I believe that Aces are still on the hunt after Recon, so it's not the there's no beef there. It's just Recon is he's a man.
Recon doesn't check his emails. That does sound like Recon to me. You know, this guy goes to a country, goes to a giant LAN, gets given fancy food like the best Spanish ham, carved fish and chips.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
I think he referred to like it was when it was the German LAN. It was just some German ham in a sandwich with cheese, and he referred to it as a fancy sandwich. Oh, I love this kid. So let's talk a bit about the opening map Savannah here, because this is one of your more open maps, and we were talking about the idea that Guy tends to lean a bit more defensive. Oranos benefits a bit more from these wider spreads.
Well, yeah, you've got the Sky Passage here for Soup, and he's going to be using them. He's going to be all over the map. But the way around dealing with a player who has got free underworlds, effectively, to get, well, not free underworlds, but 5 favor costing underworlds, is you just focus all of your might into one area on the map. And that way you can just remove that map mobility away from your opponent. And whether that is focusing all of your economy into one area or forcing your opponent to defend one area or whatever it is, that's the style you kind of have to play to get around that. But as you say, on Savannah, map being so open, this can be really, really challenging. One good thing here for Recon is he does have access to that Gaia Forest, so he can make some defensive choke points happen and make some trouble for the aggressive mobile Uranos here. We'll see if he's going to be able to make it happen. But the first thing I'm already looking at and going, that's different. Soup's going through Prometheus.
Oh, yeah. We don't see that as often anymore.
No, you don't. There is one really, really big benefit to Prometheus, and I'm kind of seeing where Soup's coming from. There's an upgrade that comes with this god called Theft of Fire.
Okay.
This upgrade boosts your hero citizens by 20% in terms of gather rate. On top of that, you get a boosted favor rate with playing Uranos, and you make those valors come through onto your heroes, onto your citizens, and you can get yourself very, very comfortably 10 to 15 hero citizens out within the first, I don't know, let's just say 5 minutes of the, or 4 minutes of the, 5 minutes of the classical age.
Yeah.
So you get
Against
a
a
lot of
Civ
economy going through.
that will be greedy as well anyway, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, you get a subtle way of outgreeding. I love that. So I love the.
am
I
not
also
even
just love the
close.
Oracle spread. Are we just going to have a bunch of Oracles, Spider-Mans pointing at each other across the map?
Yeah, they're just high-fiving each other. It's like, oh, what's going on, dude?
They're a little bit
Just
colorblind.
go
They're
to the
like,
shop to
hey.
get some ham. But yeah, I think I'm completely wrong on that. Soup's going for something completely different. He's getting alluvial clay. This is a boost for the Prometheans. Makes them, when they die, instead of getting 2 Prometheans, you get 3 Promethean offsprings. So it looks to me like he is going for a very, very specific sort of timing here on this map to put some heavy pressure onto Recon. And, you know, we were saying that these players are going to play defensively. It does not look like that's what Soup wants. Soup wants what looks to me to be Terma, Prometheans, and only that. And he's going to put the pedal to the metal here and put Recon under some pressure.
That's pretty dirty. Like, I like it as well because I think Caladria tend to get countered by Blob. They're very effective against premium units, very expensive units that are impactful because then you can isolate them. But where they really felt underwhelming is, oh, look, there's like 15 clay monsters. I've slowed one of them, right? You're not stopping the sway of the fight.
Yeah. It makes perfect sense here. You pick off one Promethean and there's still like 15 left. You go, oh, well, what good is my 2 Caladria here? And not only that, with Promethean, these cost food. So you're making Terma Promethean. This is your economy is just working beautifully within itself. It's like all my food goes into Promethean, all my wood goes and gold goes into Terma, and you just make a gigantic army very simply without really having to think much about where your villages are going, because you just know that you just make it an equal economy. It's simple.
And on a god that is fine with the idea needing to go for pocket food, right? Because the sky passages are just aligns to give him a very aggressive tempo in here. So slows, maims are going to be there straight away, but one Marmalade is not going to be a great way of dealing with that.
No, that's not. Am I wrong? Has Recon been getting himself all those economic techs through? We are seeing him getting watchtowers in already, but does he already have? No. Oh, he's got himself Bowsaw already, so that's already a tier 2 wood gathering technology to come through. So he is pushing that economic approach here to kick this game off.
First little clay thumpers are arriving, so more Prometheans on the way as 2 more get queued up. I mean, you can see how scary it's going to be with the amount of favor rather they have to work with. 40, and we've got 7 oracles out and about. Of course, with Uranos, you have the ability to generate a lot more than any of the other Atlanteans. It's not just that, it's obviously the premium upgrades, the shockwave potential here. It feels like Recon is doing the right thing leading to static defenses, because blobbing a big army doesn't feel like a reliable defense strategy here.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing here that I'm looking at and going, oh my god, is while Recon's got himself that Bowsaw and he's got all that economy coming in, right? Soup's got 8 oracles out already. That's basically like he's grabbed a second town center, but he didn't have to pay for it.
Uranos. I don't know what you want me to say other than that. It's and he gets it pretty much, I don't want to say for free because he's having to build the units, but because he was going for a Promethean rush strat, he gets map control. You can't come out to immediately counter that. It's a snowball-y type comp, right? You'll just start to lose. But we are seeing Recon at least attempting a run by here, a raid towards the primary. We'll get scouted out early, or it should be, considering there's an Oracle standing right there, who apparently was on a coffee break.
Yeah, he was out
on
to
a
lunch.
death break. Yeah.
It's over for him. You realistically can't run away from the Collider. It just slows it and then it's dead. I actually like this idea from Recon to just run around the map with 3 Collider and a handful of Mamilla heroes. He's going to be able to snipe down a lot of those oracles. And while I was saying that they are kind of worth a second, like a villager basically in terms of favorite gather rate, losing it, that's 100 resources. So it's a big deal.
He's going to find another of it. I love this defense as well. Recon has intentionally built a wall out of trees. And he's just kind of leaned into that on the north side where the gold is, and also for his trees. As long as he keeps a few up here, this melee army with the Termins that have short range have to run all the way around, which means they're diving on average at any given point 2.5 towers, I want to say, because you're always leaning into that TC essentially on the edge.
I mean, it's crazy. Even after picking off those 2 oracles right now,
he still has so much faith.
He's got 10. He's got 10 oracles. So that's max oracles.
I lost 1. It's almost like, oh no, we lost a kid. Baby Factory's going to have twins now. And oh, munchy munch time, but not enough. The Carnivora immediately gets erased after eating 1 pony.
All right, so we got to at least start thinking about what the counter is going to be here. Your opponent's going mass Terma, mass myth unit. What do? Well, you go Thea, you make yourself Contarius, you make yourself Hero Contarius, and then you say go. Surely.
I mean, he has already got some range units like added in, right? So I think the bird strat, this isn't the games we saw earlier where it's just a mass melee not able to touch anything in the sky, right? It's not a free pass to Recon. I do wonder if there's a realm in which maybe you get a bit greedy as Uranos in a different way, right? Like, I don't want to say second settlement, but try to lean into something, either a tech up yourself, because you have so much map control. It feels like you can just starve Recon out over time.
Yeah. Yo, I'm speaking of map control. The gold mine situation for Recon is dire. There's no gold mines on the left side of the map, basically, for him. They're all on the right side of the map, essentially here. And Soup, he's spotting it with his oracles here. I mean, he's got 10, so he's got basically map hacks at the moment for the rest of the map. But those Contarius are coming out now. And I think Soup needs to be concerned just a little bit with his army composition and need to start making some of those catapulties out.
Fine, Steady went for the Kari Ballista himself, but we're already seen that coming in from Recon as well, right? So at least containing him, it just feels like every time he tries, there's a small group creeping out. More Dreads now on the way, and the Cantaria are approaching the main. So another Oracle. I love how this Oracle walked over here. He saw an Oracle corpse on the ground. So he was like, what's that? It's like, nothing, don't look at it. Just stand here. Look off into the distance. Dream of a better world. Idle time achieved in the primary. You can see the hesitance from Hasup to commit to that big boy dive. He knows how expensive it's going to be.
You know, I'm looking at this thinking just a little bit about just random ways to even improve on what Soup's doing, because, you know, we've got Omniscience, we can see a whole bunch of stuff, but he's got all these manas in his base. What if you just throw a mana out next to the Oracle as well? I mean, you send a citizen out there, and the citizen can chop down wood next to the mana, and you put an Oracle next to it, and you just get everything everywhere. And then if your opponent tries to rage you just garrison in the mana, and you're all good.
Sorry,
that not?
Nah, I'm afraid not. Oracles don't have citizenship rights. We live by the Starship Trooper rules. Okay, you know, after end the military 15 years, we don't count as a citizen.
True.
Great grab though.
This is good. This is good for Recon. He's solid.
Oh, wow, this
Ray.
is great for Recon. Katario, they find the citizens out on the elephants, and even the elephant is angry about this. Joins in on the party. There's not really that many Prometheans here to stop damage being done. And keep in mind, this starvation doesn't work if your opponent gets gold. So all of a sudden, Hasup has no choice. He has to commit the army. The dive now comes in underneath the fortress.
Man, he's got so many Promethean at the moment. Losing these citizens is not going to matter if he can get a gold starve. It doesn't matter how far in front your opponent's economy is if you can't get gold. As the Dryads are all going to get mowed down. Prometheans have got bonus damage, I think, against myth units as well. So they're not even going to be helping out. And that's going to be a very challenging position right now for Recon.
He doesn't have the favor to just generate a lot of hero units in this situation, right? And the Zerg just continues. You're seeing how impactful this Promethean count could be. The military count just holding so healthy here. Gold has been starved, and that essentially just kneecaps this idea of the Dryad's Bomb because it is reliant on gold access. So we might be close to a clear outcome here, right? Like, what do you build at this stage to hold back such a big army? Citizens retreating will be able to mana shuffle out the other side, but it feels like you're now just locked in a corner with nothing to do.
Well, this has just been a ridiculously creative strategy here from Soup, because I can make mass Prometheans. He's got 2 temples up, mind you. This is something you don't see very often. 2 temples. He's still gaining favor. Are you kidding me? He's spending all of his favor on 2 temples worth of Promethean consistently, and his favor is still going up.
We are trying very hard with our commentary to get this nerfed. We'll let you know how it works out in the coming weeks, because it still seems to be a thing. It's ludicrous. I mean, in fairness, you need map control for this, but this is where, you know, like Kronos, Uranus in particular are very good, because they are civs that lean into that idea of classical age, me come smash, right? And Gaia, on the other hand, is a faction that we've seen today play classical age, but is much more comfortable with the idea of a age-free rendition.
Big shockwave.
Are you kidding me? He was so close to completing that. Now look at the health bar.
I mean, Soup's just playing with his prey right now. He doesn't even bother to try and kill off the citizens. He just cleans the palace, and he just knows, all I got to do is keep you off this gold mine. It doesn't matter if you've got more citizens than me. It's 4. It doesn't matter if you've got more tech than me. It doesn't. I've got more military. Try and kill me. Do something, he's saying to Recon. And Recon's like, what am I supposed to do?
He's going to get pop blocked at this point. He might as well just consider a tech up in the coming minutes. He's just got so much dominance on the map here. I mean, I imagine Recon is mashing the trade button just to try and exchange anything he can for a little pittance of gold in this game.
Yeah, and you can only do that for so long, KP. It starts at not a reasonable rate. You get 70 gold per 100 wood or food, but the more times you hit the button, the less gold you get. And Soup here, he knows, he just get a town center. He doesn't actually have to go to the next stage. He could, but he doesn't have to, because he's just going to keep pumping out Prometheans. But in fact, if he does get to the next stage, he gets that hidden bonus of extra HP and damage on those Prometheans as well. It's going to be even more challenging for Recon to get out of his base and deal with.
I mean, this is mostly, the settlements are just mostly about, I need more population, right? Like, I'm doing a Zerg type strat, I need to keep the Zerg going. So that's the real big difference maker here. You know, Recon, even if he had the gold he needed, your population is going to be his real limitation in this type of game. Dryad count somehow has replenished, but as you mentioned, the Prometheans seem to be a solid answer to this.
Yeah, I mean, the Dryads, they... Wait. I'm trying to remember what they cost. I think they cost wood, right? So that's the only unit he could build.
You're right. Why do I think it was gold? My brain's haven't wanted to know.
I think it's gold on Legacy. I think
it's gold on Legacy. You're right. It's 150 wood now. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's a good life then that you're spawning trees. However, unfortunately, those trees are probably needed to block this entrance to your base. Dive comes in. He's finally had his fun. Hussoop, he wants to get that first win under the belt, and with an army this big, it is looking undeniable.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 190 pop. Recon's at 188. Sorry, 118 pop. And Terma to take out the Arcus, which Recon's assembled here. We're seeing raids with the Dryad. That doesn't matter. You're losing your main base, my friend.
He just heroed the citizen to distract the Dryads for longer on the flank. Primary settlement going down. Recon, we have reached the undeniable point of defeat in this first game. And we are robot. Reconnect. Alright, we are back. Sorry for that, folks. The giant trees were actually, they were intercepting the Wi-Fi signals. It messed with our audio.
Alright, well, let's keep going then. It looks like Recon is still staying in this game. It still feels like he's got a bit of a shot here. The Promethean numbers, they're still huge, though.
I think it's just been deceived by the fact that the Prometheans were beating the crap out of all the buildings. I mean, that archer count is about to evaporate. He has still got the Dryad group running around, raiding, but it's against double settlement now, right? Like, soon to be triple. Actually, it is triple now, so... Cool idea by Recon, but it is now 3 settlements versus 0. He has infinitely more settlements than Recon.
Yeah, and he does manage to get a little bit of gold here, though. This is big for Recon. Yeah, he's got no town center. Yeah, he's got no citizen, but he does have gold, which means he can make military. And making military, at least you can put pressure onto your opponent. At least you can do something. If you don't have military, that's nothing you can do. But he's getting hit off that gold mine immediately now, so it's all over for him.
Well, thank you for inspiring.
I want to believe. Let me believe in the unlikely event of a comeback in this game.
You know, while we're in the realms of unbelievable, maybe if Recon just keeps running far enough north, he can hold on the edge of the earth, and then Husksoup will overcommit and fall off the side, because as we know, the earth is flat.
Oh well, I've seen that happen. That's a valid strategy. Sometimes Age Mythology units just say, you know what, I just don't. This is not the world for me. Let me go into the next life. I'm going to step off and just see what happens.
The good news is there's plenty of life in this series, right? Best of 5 means we don't have to worry about too much of a stomp, but you can't take away from him. I mean, credit to Recon for trying to see this one out. He's like, if I still have trees, there is still hope, the way of Gaia, but it's looking more and more ugly. 82 economy now to 38. What a smart read by Husksoup. I feel like he just strategically outplayed the Trash Panda in this one.
Yeah, I also want to point out one other thing right now. I haven't seen a single sky passage from Soup.
Yeah, because, like, you know, why would I want to move away? Let his tree folk come. We can chop them up and put them on the Kindle. You know, fire them up.
I mean, the point here is, this seems like it would be just as effective with Kronos. Like, this strategy is going to be... yeah, you could just do this whenever you want. This is insane. This is really, really strong.
Because, like, yes, sure, you get more favor generation with Uranos, but look how much he's holding on to. He doesn't need it.
Yeah, doesn't need it at all. There's no advantage. I mean, all I'm saying, imagine if you used Sky Patches, you wouldn't lose any citizens either.
Yeah, but then Recon would have GG'd out and you stop having your fun, right? You ever have one of those games? Actually, you did. Remember you had that free-for-all against
That's right.
Against
yeah,
Yeti,
yeah. That's how I play.
Oh, I'm going to leave him alive so I can come back and kill him later. And then he killed you. But I don't think that's going to be happening for Recon in this one.
It's not every day you play with Regicide on. Come on.
All right, hear me out. Husksoup has rushed off for a toilet break right now. Recon's going to make a comeback.
Well, he's trying. I mean, how do you make a comeback when you're down 80 population, no town center in the back, no gold mine? How do you make a comeback? Well, pick off every single citizen your opponent has. And
90 to go.
You pray that you can get a gold mine for a little bit of time so you can make an army that can kill your opponent. But remember what we were talking about this. Remember what we were talking about at the start of the series, Killer Pigeon? Yesterday, Soup was in a
50-minute game
against Rudo.
Yep.
And he lost. He's not going to lose this one. He's not allowing Recon the pleasure of a comeback here. He is getting very, very heavily onto these gold mines. Recon still can't get a town center. He's at 15 citizen right now, right? The 30 population of villages. Doesn't matter how many citizens he kills here. Honestly,
he's got the
Soup
full
could just drop like
musketeers.
Soup could just drop 2 village centers, and then he's going to have 5 town centers of villager production. Doesn't matter how many you kill.
You know what I need? I need him to walk into Recon's base and build a settlement where his is meant to be. That'll be the cherry on top here.
Someone PM Soup. Tell him to do it. I'm kidding. Don't do that.
No, don't distract him. He's in the middle of a series. I mean, you'd think at this point, what does a man really need? Maybe age free? I'm just seeing a guy holding 4,000 resources at this stage. He seems to agree. Hyperion down the way. I think that would probably be the convincing point. It's like Recon's hope is I have age, so Chip Eco can come back. Once that tech up completes, I think any delusion, any hope kind of evaporates.
Yeah, this is probably the only thing which Recon is like, the only reason he's actually thinking he's still in this game is because he's got that tech lead. But once you lose the tech lead, you're behind on military, you're behind on economy, and you're also behind on tech. It's a sad place to be.
The tough part, actually, to highlight is when you have a best of 5 ahead of you, game 1, and you stand out this long, it becomes exhausting. When you're trying to find the way back this long, and then you just realize just how big the difference is. Because I'm wondering if he has to realize how big it is. But if small chance he doesn't, and he realizes afterwards, you start to question your feel on the game. I hope that's not happening to him.
I mean, there's 2 ways to think about it. Maybe this is just the mental. You know, Recon knows he's a seasoned. He's got a
Wait,
lot of experience in
wait,
this.
is Hussup a morning gamer? That's what maybe this was intentional fatigue. Either way, Hussup is going to be the one wearing him down. Recon finally waves the right flag, and Hussup will take the opening game in this qualifying series.
Yeah, I mean, this was an exciting one. This is the strategy which I must admit I haven't really seen. Every single time I see Aranos players play, they go for that Oceanus. They make those Bite of the Shark, Milo and Terma, and then they play with the Galadriel and the everything else, right? That's what we see. But in this one, he goes for something completely different. You were saying you may have seen this, and Mass Promethean very, very strong, obviously here. But surely Recon knew that this was a thing that is possible for Aranos. And he just didn't have an answer for it in the slightest.
I think he leaned on the idea of static defense as being good enough, but maybe I think maybe he's practiced something similar on a map where you have options with golds, but you highlighted very early on there was no backup gold behind you, right? There was nothing to fall back on. I think that spawn made whatever Recon's theoretical defense was impossible.
Yeah, and I mean, he made Soup work for it. But Soup gets the first win. It's a long series, best of 5, and stretching it out makes it even more tiring, even more troublesome. But you know, Guy is out. Guy is definitely one of those gods that Recon really, really enjoys playing and feels like is really strong. So he's got to be feeling just that little bit shook on. Wow. Okay. Soup is a gamer. He's going to be a challenge to get through. I just lost on one of my power picks right now. I think he's probably got like a nearly 100% win rate with Gaia on the ladder. Recon does.
Good
So,
not
yeah,
just that. This is wild for Anatolia. Freya, not
I haven't
the
seen
map.
Freya play on the wood. I haven't played it. I
No,
haven't seen it.
I wouldn't have
Not
expected it
once.
here. But I guess there's not. It's not like we have Alfheim here, right? Like I guess the only other option would have been maybe Freya on Marsh.
Marsh is a great call, great shout
Yeah.
for Freya. But I mean, you've got Odin. That's obviously the one he wants for that map.
This is wild. Then
I don't even know what to think about this. Okay, let's unpack it. Zeus power pick on Anatolia. This is arguably one of the best gods on this one. You get Bolt, which can knock out a myth unit for your opponent, especially like a heroic age water myth unit, so you can win one of those sides of the water very easily. You get those Skylar, which are really, really strong. But yeah, what do you get from this Norse god? You get Asgardian Bastion. I mean, you can use that on the side of the map to kind of control one of the midpoints of the water, I guess. If you put it on the shore. What else do you get? You get a sad state of getting gold starved in the center of the map. This is going to be a challenging one. I'm excited to see Soup do it. If anyone can do it, it's going to be Soup.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he's got concocted here because I said that one of the players that plays with Mister a lot, right? Like Mister, Recon, Hussup. I think out of the collective group, they probably at least around Wallow had the most games played against each other, so they're quite familiar. And I said, Mister definitely a big believer in the power for it in general, but he was honest about it. He thinks it's a very hard god to execute.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
I mean, playing defensive in Myth is challenging. You have to think for the entire game about what your opponent can do. You have to think about what your weaknesses are, and you have to figure out an answer to both of those. And that's what this god is all about. It's about figuring out how to do this. I did see one thing in the chat here, which is an interesting comment, and I haven't seen it got grabbed yet. The heroic age god for Freya, Aegir, this has got a really, really strong water tech.
Oh yeah,
you get that tech, and if you're, what are they called? Your siege ships, I can't remember the name.
the
Draco,
not Draco. Oh, the long range ones, right? Yeah.
Whatever that. The siege ships, if they get enough damage, they spawn a Kraken. We might see a lot of Krakens coming through here if that's the plan.
Grasp of Ran. Dragon ships can summon Krakens at nearby enemies when it. Ooh.
Yes.
Okay, that would be wild. I don't think I've seen that yet with Freya, so that would be a unique approach. You're right, though. It feels like maybe the only thing that would make sense here. Like, I think there were other picks you could have leveraged elsewhere, but we'll have to find out what they got in mind, folks. It's time for the second game of this qualifying best of 5. Recon versus Hussup. Let's hop to it. In the blue, spawning in, and they had to keep that purple blue. I knew they were going to do it. Blue is going to be Recon on the Greek Zeus.
On the other side of the map, in the glorious purple skin. His name is Soup, and he is playing as Frere.
And we are very curious. We spent a lot of time Fury crafting the Frere pick here because typically it's picked on land maps, it's picked on defensive land maps. I mentioned Alfheim because I think Alfheim has to be statistically the most picked map for Frere drafts. But this is definitely the first time I've seen this on Anatolia. Anatolia feels like it hasn't been coming out too frequently so far in the qualifiers. And as you mentioned, Zeus going into this should just be a premium pick because of that Age 1 bolt ability.
Yes, but I mean, the other thing, maybe this is the other thought process here from Soup. If the entirety of the early game is spent worrying about water, Soup can say, I can put my Asgardian Bastion in the center of the map, secure myself not only a large gold mine, but also a town center. And then I can just say, have the water, and I'm going to take the land.
Yeah.
And that might be the idea here from Soup. I don't know if it's going to work out for him because I've never seen it before. But I mean, I'm trying to think of a whole bunch of different ways forward through this one. But all I can think of is Recon is going to be very, very happy with the state that he is going to be dealing with in this game.
I mean, right now, think about that. If you're Recon, especially after the way that first game played out, you're very suspicious now, right?
Yes.
That's the other thing. We talked earlier in the day, this whole idea of how things are meant to be played. We saw in the Zeron series where it's like, well, yeah, he should now transition to this unit. No, keep doing the same. Recon's got to try and work through the permutations. I think one thing that Recon has historically struggled with is pivoting on the go. So once he's in game, he likes to have a flow for how things go. If it goes off script, that's where things can get a bit awry. And this is someone that I think you saying you haven't seen, I personally have not seen, is Freya or Anatolia.
Yeah. And this is This is Age of Mythology, right? There's 13 gods. They're all so different. So you've just got 13 by 13. We don't have mirror matchups in this one. So what is it? 13 factorial. I'm trying to do math on stream again. Someone stop me. Amount of matchups that you could potentially have on this map that you have to be prepared for if you want to be picking Zeus. Now, I don't know how in-depth Recon's training is going to be, but I have to say that it takes you quite a long time to get through all those matchups and kind of work out exactly what has to happen.
Yeah, because you don't just play them once. That's not how that works, right? It's over and over again, right? 30, 40, 50 games on each.
Yeah. But if you're playing a low tier or an unknown pick, you just have to be training against the strong picks, and then you already know. You go, okay, well, my opponent's going to play a Zeus here. He's going to play a Poseidon here. He's going to play an Isis here. And you just go, no worries, we're all good.
I think we have got to move out onto the west side from Recon now. So he's fully secured the east. He's now challenging the West River. So there will be some pressure coming in there, which is where that bolt power in particular is going to be quite potent here. Wondering, do you just lean to that settlement idea you were talking about? Like, it feels like a nice spawner because I think Recon's going to overreact on this west side, and you can kind of essentially sneak land on the east.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw, I saw an interesting game of the Mister playing against Dragonfire yesterday on this map, where the Mister said, I'm gonna get my fish, but I'm not gonna defend it at all. No, you can have it. Yeah. And he just grabbed a town center straight away, had a boom, and there wasn't a single. And I think there might have been one trireme he built in the entirety of the water there, and his economy was totally fine. So there is a world here where Soup just goes, it's fine. I'm just gonna get my town center. We're just gonna play a defensive game, and I'm gonna get my strong army because I got all the cheaper upgrades anyways. So even if you've got a little bit more economy than me, it doesn't matter because I'm spending half of the amount of resources on tech that you are. And he's gonna be able to take this game into the center. He has the town center. That's Ghoul and Bursty as well that he can use there, and he's gonna be in for a really, really good time.
That's going for dropped. He's just gonna counter the dock play from Recon here. Not much you can do about it right now as well. The age up is coming in, but it's going to be a question mark on whether you can get units out quick enough to block this play.
Oh yeah, this is incredibly aggressive from Soup. How long does it take to build that? If we can get a click onto the thing, it's going to be 60 seconds. There's a lot of time here to react to this. Get yourself out an archer, a trireme to attack the units. doesn't have the wood either. No, what's he going for? What's he spending it on?
He just hadn't, I don't think he had it ready. He pivoted over 11 people now. Like, if he had them there the whole time, he definitely would have the resources. Military Academy as well. Finally, boats are getting queued up, but it's just more fishing boats right now.
Well, okay. I guess here's the
He
thought.
forfeited it, right? I think he's just
It
like,
doesn't
okay,
matter.
this isn't worth it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's a god power going on. Have the water all good. I'll take
Building
the
the sea
side.
ships. I mean,
It's
it
all
makes
gonna be
sense. The building is literally right next to the shore. So, in fairness, he's just going to leave, though. Yeah, so he's just going to try to harass fishing, I guess, and accept this for what it is.
Yeah,
This is scary. Couldn't Hasu turn this into a proxy fort?
yeah, I mean, it doesn't quite defend anything useful apart from the water, but he's going to be able to make Huskar strength. And Recon is making, or he's built, and he is making Toxite and Hoplites. So long as Soup doesn't take too much damage from this initial attack on his main base, if that's where Recon's going, he's going to be feeling like he's in a really, really good position here.
Recon is on the hunt. Do we have to still worry about that defensive ball power? Could easily just disrupt this plan, but the mischievous monkeys will try to do whatever they can. I mean, I would personally just love to see Hasu maybe just drop a forward production building or two, just try to actually counter offend, right? Do the same damage back. Hasu is going to get intercepted with the relic, so no shiny trinkets for Hasu. And the final dot that was snuck on the west side is now being harassed.
Yeah, and if Soup doesn't finish that one off down there and that dock stays and lives, Recon can continue to harass this fish. Doesn't really need to kill anything, just needs to make life really challenging for Soup, so he has to spend all of that APM. We talked about how little APM Soup has. Not as a negative, just he's more of an efficient APM player, but if you start stretching him thin, then he's going to start making some mistakes, right? Just walk past the relic, Recon. It's just sitting next to you. It's all good. Nobody likes relics on water maps for some reason. I don't get it. I don't get it.
I think it's like when he gets dropped near a tree line like that and you're just glancing by like, huh, what? What was happening here? This is a nice little crawl down the center, though, coming in. Hasu just trying to get close to the action, but nice bypass. Recon heading straight over to the gold. Has plenty of units to just park here and disrupt production. Yeah, it feels like actually Hasu is going to have to set up a second line of production here because these buildings aren't really cutting it.
Yeah, he's found himself in a fairly common Norse trap, which is where you just don't have enough military buildings for how much economy you've got. He's got a lot of resources in the bank, and he just needs to put down a ton of buildings, but he doesn't have the units out to do it. So we'll see if Recon can put some serious pressure on here and keep Soup at bay, but at the moment, I don't think Soup really wants to take these fights. There's 2 Minotaurs. There's those heroes there. This is a really, really strong army, but he's going to be getting pushed out, and was going to push out anyways, as Restoration is still available. Oh,
that Drago is just being wasted on the monkeys. I love the interaction between Minotaurs and Dragons. Like, oh, nice, I'm at range again. This helps. Thanks, guys. Now I can shoot a few more times. You're great.
Yeah, it's you know, the more I play Retold, the more I'm thinking that the automatic ability, I mean, it's obviously, this is for high-level players. It's the automatic ability should all just be off by default. But yeah, more for the high-level players than anything else.
People are like, wait, you can manually use those? Yeah.
Yeah, you can. It's
especially
really
good with Cyclopses.
It's great for Minotaurs as well. A couple of, like 2 melee attacks on a villager, and then the headbutt, that's the villager dead. Or 1 headbutt straight away, and that's the villager alive.
Oh yeah, especially if you're very high level, you wait to see where they're heading, and then you can headbutt intentionally, because if they're heading towards a building, they'll basically rebound off the building back towards you. You're just playing squash with yourself.
So much room for activities in this game.
I love it. It's beautiful. It's the granularity. It's very elegant granularity in that it's got a high depth to it, but also to someone who just wants to watch a good fight, it's so funny and also action-packed to witness.
Totally. But we're also seeing now Heroic Age coming through for Recon. Recon's found himself with a fairly decent advantage thus far. He's got himself the bottom fish. He's also got 3 fish on the left side as well, even though Soup spent that huge god power on the shore there. Dionysus is going to be huge. He's got the dock. He can actually spam out some Skylar there if he so chooses. Get some serious pressure onto that water. And that might make life a little bit challenging for Soup moving forward.
Rating Cab not really finding anything they want here. Forces a reaction, but only able to take a house. So not even really achieving the outcome they're looking for. Maybe he just goes for a little bit of poke, but it feels underwhelming, man. I mean, Hasu, he's at least buying time. He has got the tech up on the way, and we have to be real about the fact that as we get these later ages, that's usually where Freya tends to feel more comfortable.
Yeah, I must say it's a new god. I'm not 100% familiar with how this specific matchup goes, but if you talk about Greek versus Norse, the Greek normally has more power in the late game. But when you're talking about Freya, he's got a very nice technology in Freya's gift, which gives extra HP to his unit. So he gets a little bit more oomph in his army for that late game, and that can be enough to turn the tides there. So maybe Recon is going to be feeling like he's really going to have to do something here. That being said, we do have Aegir coming through. That's Tempest. Bronze is in. Restoration is in. Bolt is in. Still available for Recon.
There's a lot of Hopper as well, so you have to remember that Stone Guardian really can just kind of turn the tides, or Rock Giant rather, can turn the tides at the beginning of the age. So just something to be mindful of. It's all about positioning against this. And I think a lot of myth can be about positioning, but Rock Giants are still something that people haven't fully adjusted to yet.
Yeah, and we do see the Ghoul and Bursty coming in as Recon. He is going to have to retreat back, but Tempest is going to be stopping that one. Raiding Cavalry coming around this moment here.
Restoration's in though, comes in to just rejuvenate everything, but he's going to get wheeled away at. Trickle of troops on the backside are going to be brought down here, just trying to outweigh this god power so he can turn for the fight. He's going to end up losing one of the Hydras though, and I mean, look at the army at the end of this. It's still a military lead for Recon. The god powers have been used, but he still has the bronze to work with here.
Yeah, he's still got the bronze, but Soup, he knows he needs to get into the center of the map quickly here and get it secured. Otherwise, well, this is going to be all she wrote for Soup in this one. No gold, no hope is this map right now on Anatolia. And now we see the units running forward. He's got that bronze like you're talking about. He's got the bolt to remove that Rock Giant if he so chooses. And Soup is saying, all right, I'll just retreat back and just wait it out just a little bit.
Taunt comes through. Actually clips onto the Minotaur, but there's the bronze activated. Still hasn't actually bolted it down here, so a little bit of a wraparound as the cavalry tries to target onto that backline of Toxite. But it's difficult to trade into this. You just see how chunky even the backline is with this extra armor. Frontline's starting to fail him here. And Hasu, no hope of holding. The military dominance via this buff is overwhelming. And Recon looks poised to strike back quickly with the Greeks.
I'm surprised that Soup didn't even try to retreat. And also, Recon didn't even use the bolt there onto that Rock Giant. So we're still going to be able to hold it for potentially a Fafnir if that could ever manage to happen. But yeah, Recon could just walk into the main base. Soup's out of gold. He's got to go sneak a gold mine right now. Turns around. Bronze is over. Is there any chance he can hold this one in his main base right now?
Well, the army is split. It's a little bit suboptimal Recon, just hunting onto the tower about 15 Hopper instead of having everything there. So the backline defenders get a bit of a better trade, but the reality check here is simply too much. GG gets called. Recon able to strike back.
And you see the very different approaches here in this series. Recon taking a long time to tap out in first game. Soup says, all right, game's over. Let's get the next game going. I want to go to sleep. Come on, hurry up.
I'm telling you, Recon, man, he's used to the GGN hours. In AoE4, he would scrim a bit with Marine Lord, who is infamous for going for the midnight stream starts. So, Soup, I've seen him on early. Maybe it's just all the strategy. And considering there's still potentially 3 games ahead of us, it could be one that pays off.
Yeah, very much so. But I mean, we saw the attempt there from the Frere, and I think he caught Recon off guard to some degree, but you could see why Zeus is the meta pick or one of the premium picks for Anatolia. Just so much advantage on that one. He just does it in such a beautiful way there. And level in the series 1-1. We get to go on to game 3. We've now got a best of 3 remaining. So it's like we've got the series reset in some ways.
Yes, we got past best of 3s, and now we're back to them. Welcome back. Of course, this is going to get quite interesting though, as we fin the draft of god options deeper into this. Right, next up, it looks like it's going to be Tundra, and Recon definitely got to be feeling comfortable with this. Isis, one of his favorite gods by far. Odin in the hands of Hasub. I think you say Odin's one of his specialities, right?
Yeah. Soup at his heart, a Norse player.
Yeah.
He's got some pocket picks that he's kind of happy playing certain matchups in. He likes playing Ra in certain matchups with his kind of slinger idea with the Wadgets. And there's other matchups he really doesn't like playing Ra with because that style doesn't work. He likes playing Hades with those Cyclops and things like that in some matchups, but there's some matchups he doesn't like there as well. He's Norse. He's comfortable in any matchup. But this one here against Isis, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is a bit of a challenge. Isis has got a lot of heat she can throw at Odin and put him off his game, whether that be through Anubis or through Bast, whatever style Recon wants to go for, he can judge it based on what the map spawn is and go for it. Soup's going to be having to be the one to react in this game.
It's tough as well. Like, yeah, on a map like this, you'd think like we're being more open because Isis can usually play maybe a little bit more safe. You'd have that flexi, but it always comes down to the Sphinx into Eclipse plays, right? Like,
yeah,
that vulnerability, that breadth for the map actually works both ways here. And I think it's fair to say, yeah, that Egyptian combo does more damage than almost anything a Norse player can do at the same time.
Yeah, there's one strategy that I've seen recently. It's not necessarily a new strategy, but it's definitely something that maybe is going to get a little bit more popularity coming soon. And that's mass Anubite. It was something that we used to see versus Odin back in the day, because there's actually a pretty famous matchup of it, and Mr. kind of raged because it was absolutely broken. Magic versus Mr. Allah 2000, just before Age of Empires 4 released, right? We had a big show match between those two, and Magic just went mass Anubite with Isis against his Odin. He was like, it's so broken, and he's not wrong. And that strategy still exists here, though there are some more options for Odin to deal with it. Maybe we'll see it. Maybe we won't. Who knows?
I'm kind of intrigued now. I mean, it would make a bit of a difference than maybe just seeing Isis play a little bit more standardized, maybe go for the settlement boom. But reminder, folks, there's still potentially 3 games, and this is a qualifying spot. Only 16 players in total make it through to the main event of EGC's first Age of Mythology tournament. The question is, who's going to be? Who's going to have them on the edge of the seat? Who's going to be on the verge of tasting that main event? Let's find out. It's time to get someone on match point. Recon versus Hasub. Game number 3. Recon comfortable with the Egyptians' Isis.
And at the moment, on the other side of the map, we do see Soup with a comfort pick. He loves his Norse. He's going with Odin. He gets it on Tundra as well, so he gets that bonus hunt in his main base. This time it's looking like it's Aurochs.
I'm looking at the spawn here. This is one of those tough ones, right? Like, no retracted gold, which is always someone I look for when there's Egyptians involved, right? Like, on average, I'd say Egyptians more than any other faction can find themselves being the defender. And if you're ever thinking a double settlement, like, you're basically not securing anything with these type of spawns, right? You'd have to fight tooth and nail to get additional gold veins.
Yeah, this is what mythology is all about. This is what Retold is all about. It's all about, you got these big win conditions in this game. Those gold mines are just such a priority to need to get out and defend or attack. And if you're on the defense, at least you know where your opponent's going to be attacking you, so you can prepare for it. But yeah, the person who's attacking generally has got a lot more advantages. So he tries to get onto that priest there. You can get caught out, man. That priest dies. If that villager gets one shank onto the priest, that's 2 fighter on away. It's gonna go down.
Let no one debate the manliness of Scandinavians. That man just fisted a giant column to death.
It's just not structurally sound, They didn't have the architecture for the archaic age. They haven't figured out how to build the pyramids yet. Come on, give them some time.
I like to imagine if he zoomed in, that's what he's saying in Scandinavian. It's not structurally sound. It's not structurally sound. He does that with the priest as well. He's like, your face isn't structurally sound.
We've been doing too many casts today. I've lost it. It's all over.
No. I always say, it's the same with Winston. I always say, once you get past the 5-hour mark, that's when it really gets good, you know? The unhingedness is the best form of casting.
It's gonna start. It's gonna happen. Don't you worry.
We will get there, my friends. So, yeah, kind of surprised he hasn't actually used the hunt duplication at all in this opening. I mean, is he
Well,
waiting for the center pack,
as
maybe?
as you get further along in your
Gets
ages, a
better,
lot of these
right? Yeah.
archaic god powers actually get a little bit stronger.
Mhm.
So with the fact that he's got Aurochs in his base, maybe he's thinking about saving it for the classical age, clicking it on those Aurochs and just getting a little bit more value out of it. It's not much, it's like 100 food or something, so it's not a huge big deal, but it is something. And in a game of min-maxing everything, tiny little bit of a food advantage can be the difference between your villagers being in a bad spot and being in a good spot. So that's what he's going for. Unluckily for Recon, him saving his prosperity doesn't give it anything. It's Norse privilege all over again.
How dare they? Just thinking actually, like that, you know, there's a lot of matchups where the protection against god powers can be very powerful for the Egyptians, right?
Yeah.
But this, I don't think the Norse Pantheon is really one of them, right? I think the Norse Pantheon is the one that's least impacted by that.
I think there's one situation where it might be big, and that is Ancestors Eclipse getting
True.
countered heavily by Frost. So if you get a forward monument up where you want to be clicking that Ancestors Eclipse to kill your opponent, get that Pharaoh empowering it for the entire duration of that, then yeah, you can prevent that one from coming through. That'd be something Misty would be able to pull off in all honesty. But I was playing a game the other day and someone was trying to do it to me and I was just like spam clicking curse all over the place until I figured out where the
There's a
the
spot
edge of
here.
it
He
is.
must have missed
Yeah.
one.
That's right. Where there's a spot for me to click, and I'm like, great, now I can use it. There you
That's
go.
the best feeling. Like, oh, you must feel so smart. You're just clicking around. You find the one pixel. You're like, yes.
That's right. I'm looking for one
Sucker.
pixel. That's all I need.
It is interesting. Like I think that's something that makes Isis just such a top tier pick, right? It's like as the game goes on, she also scales really well against these OP god powers in the late game that can ruin your base. And usually you just have the person and the monuments in position to do that by default. But we are having him prep for that standard play we see so often. Bring out the kiddies and have them howl at the moon.
Well,
Totally
I'm
makes sense.
upset, KP. We don't get to see. I haven't seen my Cyclops yet. I'm not seeing my Anubites. These guys, they just want to win. They don't even want to have fun. This is a game. We're supposed to be having fun. What is this?
Yeah, you could afford to lose one more, you know? Just come on.
Fine.
When are you going to build a keep next to the enemy's primary? Like, you know, perfect opportunity, by the way, in that first game. Hotsup could have had his fun, but Forest Fire time.
Oh, this is so good from Subi's animation
it?
canceling that Valkyrie
No,
there
no,
beautifully.
No, he can't get it. He can't get it. Oh, the priest healed just in time. The pathing as well. The Valkyrie cannot get the kill, and instead, just about gets away on what, 20 HP?
I mean, this is that was just
That was
I don't
wild.
even know.
Nice tree line though. Enjoy your safe wood.
That's right.
Oh wait.
I mean,
That's the crazy
nowhere else
part.
they can click it, right? They've got those monuments.
No,
that
but
just
I'm
block
saying it's
the
that good, right? It's like you've just
Yeah.
completely denied a safe tree line. It's just unfortunate to get the eco kill. That would have been the cherry on top. But
you absolutely know that Super's just raging now. He's like, you know, he's gonna.
why are
rage
they
me with
allowed to
things.
heal? Whoa, but he's gonna look to bring him to heal. Hurricane Katrina has arrived. The Sphinxes are in. And the villagers, there's no escape. I love the micro. He goes deeper. Recon piles on top of it. The injuries are stacking up here. Kitty paws are out. And right now, Hasup is looking poor, behind by 3 eco. And several villagers still damaged now.
Yeah, he gets a lot of villager kills, but Soup is 2 town centers right now, so sustaining a little bit of economic damage, not the end of the world. 50 seconds left on this Eclipse, though, so it's not over. He does have a handful of Hersa, and we are seeing a second town center coming up in reaction here for Recon.
Love the hit on the houses, not just to break through the walls, also to deny a reaction play, because of course you're going to need to escalate more units here. Well, luckily for Hasup, he lost a lot of economy, so he does have the room to keep building. But nice blocker here. Takes the opportunity to step over this. We have got, of course, that second retracted settlement, so he might be able to dive in here. The Sphinxes are really quick at this stage, and I think there's a lot of eco gathering on the tree line in the southern corner.
Yeah, I mean, he's open to get attacked there. Still 10 seconds left of
Look
the
at the health
eclipse
bars.
sign.
If he just a tick.
I mean,
Here,
he
kitty,
doesn't
kitty.
know. He just doesn't know. He's looking for something to kill, and it's right in front of his nose.
This is why
Just
more
has to
people
sniff a
prefer
little bit.
dogs these days. They at least listen. Those cats.
Well,
Didn't
there's
shake
that
the
great
trees
hunt.
enough.
Now he's got some safe hunt somewhere, or at least maybe. You can create hunt out of nowhere with that great hunt. There it is.
Oh, a few to
Fat
work with, yeah.
aurochs.
I feel like that's the one he wanted in the center, right? The big clump of deer. But it's just now so difficult after that hit to run out onto the map at this stage.
Yeah. Now, it's just because Recon uses that Eclipse early does not mean that Antis' Eclipse is gone necessarily. He's got 2 monuments. Give him 10 minutes and you can get another Antis Eclipse. Great raids coming in while the units are fighting in this one,
God.
KP.
He doesn't realize it, right? Like, why would he right now? He's like, yeah, I'm winning. Suck on this one. Wait a second. Who let the cats out? This is ridiculous. He's got 2 settlement, 2 settlement. He finally realizes to shift back. But it's now going to be, what, 8 eco lead that will be sustainable.
Yeah, and now, not only that, he didn't pull his army back, and now Recon is winning on the front here as well, but the Hersir are going to come back in. He does have a brutal counter to those Spearmen in those throwing axemen, and Recon's got to respect that. He's got to get himself out some slingers, or get those Sphinxes actually fighting and starting to whirlwind through on the back line.
And of course, the Sphinxes are still alive. That's the critical detail here. It's still a threat looming, and also, if you let up on the Hersir production, these Axemen are going to end up dead easy peasy. So, a little bit of a counter dive coming in, trying to focus on the eco. Dives immediately in with the Sphinx, but the Hersirs right there to react. Will force him away before significant damage is done. The Spearmen dive on top of the Axemen. Another Sphinx comes in with the body blocks here. The min-max coming out from Recon to ensure that he can deal with that backline and then mop up the Hersirs afterwards.
Yeah, there's this upgrade that Soup desperately is in need of right now. It's available through Freya only. It's called Sesrumnir. And those Hersir that he's got, if you get that technology, they get an extra 15% HP. I think it's available in the Great Hall. And that's going to allow him to get enough HP on those Hersir that they're able to stay alive for long enough to actually kill off the Sphinx, because Recon right now is refusing to build any Axemen. He's going Heroic Age. He's going through that Nefties. And that's going to allow those Hersir to just get big numbers and do a great job here. But, you know, it's all starting to wind up into this next portion of the game where that gold mine starts being a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about the state of Hasup's economy, right? He's not reacted accordingly as if he's anticipating a tech up here. He's hoarding a lot of gold. Maybe there's a worry that he's going to get blocked there, but it's also just a case of obviously he has a lot of dwarves to play with. So my concern is how long is it going to take him to catch up? Because it seems like he doesn't realize this is an age-free play out of Recon.
Let me give you a little history on one game happened in Legacy which featured Soup. He overmined gold by about, I want to say it was about 3,000 gold. I was like, what are you doing, Soup? Why are you overmining? And it's like, he knows that there's a big power spike coming for his opponent. And he's like, I'm just going to overmine it right now while I can. And then when you come, I'm just going to retreat away. And I'm going to have that sitting in the bank so that I'm good to keep training units while I'm not able to mine that during that power spike moment. Now, I don't know how true that is right now or not.
I think he's been gathering a bit too... Last thing I want to see is a bunch of dwarves hurled around in a tornado. Humans is a bit more acceptable, though. Oh my god, 3 of them in on top of it. More villagers being hemorrhaged on the backside here. He does at least minimize it. So I think that's free. Car is also going to survive because cats don't usually eat ox, from my understanding.
No. Well,
no. They eat humans. Tried. They start with the eyeballs.
That's a great fact.
Are you a cat owner? Because you responded like someone who's now looking at a cat like, oh.
My poor eyeballs.
Don't die in this house anytime soon.
Here's the thing. We're seeing 3 Great Halls coming up. The throwing Axeman on the front, getting sniped down. Great trade here for Recon as Soup. His Hersir, he needs to get them in on this one, but he's going through Skadi, and that will give him Frost Strides, and that's going to give him a little bit of relief in this game against those Sphinx. You can get a couple of those out, you can freeze them in place. They can't run away anymore. They die very quickly to the Hearser, to the heroes in that moment.
He's just so fast, man. The map control is a little bit worrisome. Luckily, the spawn, the way that he's played into it, Husub does have some sustainability, longevity with the gold, but big scary things on the horizon. The one upside, of course, is Ancestors is not going to be coming, or sorry, Eclipse rather is not going to be coming anytime soon, right? He's got a lot of favor he need to generate. Ancestors is still a bit of a worry here. I'm keeping an eye on the opportunity for trade, because I saw Marketplace placed. It didn't make sense for trading, but you'll know as well as I do. I gave Recon a nickname in the AB4 days. I called him the Tricky Trader. When you think someone shouldn't trade, he'll be the one trading.
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on that.
It's always an interesting one, because it's like you start the trade, it costs so many resources to get it going. So I mean, do you go it before the gold mines start running out? So you get a little bit more economy, cost you economy to get it started? I don't know. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one, but we do see something even more tricky here from Soup. This is a 13-minute, 30-second Mythic Age click up for Soup right now. He wants that tier. He wants that Thimble Winter. Recon, he's spamming units. He's in front by 70 population KP. My math is struggling.
That's because this game is going to scramble brain us in the end. It's just wild the way they're playing this. Like we talked about the whole idea. These are two macro players, typically slower on the pacing. They like to play that mid-late game, but it's felt like it's pressure opportunity here. I'm wondering though, Recon, it doesn't feel like he senses it, right? Like if you did, you'd be diving the main right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got, there are certain technologies which do give you a little bit of map hacking information into what your opponent's actually doing, but Isis doesn't have them, so he's not going to know until he starts thinking about it. It's like, wait, where's the Norse player's army? Oh, he's going heroic. He's going Mythic Age. But at this point, it doesn't even matter. Soup is already 50% to the Mythic Age. That's 1 minute remaining on it. He's got Frost. So if Rico wants to put some pressure on right now, you just hit that Frost button, wait for that Thimble Winter to come through, and then Frost ends, click the button, and you will have a lot of initiative moving forward. Soup's going for a 4th town center. Are you kidding me?
What? In his face as well. Of all places to do it at this point, suspicion, alarm bells need to be going off. The problem right now is you stack your army, you're going to be putting a timeout inside a freezer, right? Like this is the risk that you're running here as Recon, as he tries to run forward. But we are now, what, probably about 15, 20 seconds away from Thimble Winter being on the agenda.
Yeah, and this is, like, you're already struggling for economy here with Egyptian. You can notice that Recon's using that Pharaoh in the front here for the army to try and kill off the Frost Giant. So he's not using it on his economy. He's going to be having some trouble here. The Hearser charging forward onto this position. We do see the Thimble Winter and the Ancestors coming down.
Counter on counter here. Front line of Giants try and hold the choke point. The Priests, they're not focused on the right thing. They're actually attacking into hero units, so not even efficient in their trades. Finally, the retarget comes through, but the Axe Throwers may have already done the necessary damage. The Wolves also absorbing some of the blows. The army is going to get no doubt wiped here. There's no escaping from it. The Migdals are not going to be able to be an effective defense either. It feels like this is going to be an overwhelming push in favor of Husub.
Yeah, this is really, really good for Soup. He gets the economic damage done. He gets the military damage done. He can now turn around and grab that 4th town center that he wanted as well. It looks to me like he's got enough buildings already built up as well to keep spamming those units out, but he doesn't have the hill forts just yet to get those Huskar that he really wants. But not only that, not only that, he's going to be able to get himself some big upgrades coming through. Berserker Gang coming in. He's got that heavy infantry, champion infantry coming through, as well as bravery. All of those big Thimble Winter tier upgrades coming in. But Recon does have Osiris on the agenda. And Son of Osiris, that's a big ticket item for him to be using and throwing back at Soup.
Especially against mass axemen, they just get melted straight away, right? Like, oh, nice, you got a few axes. Have you met giant laser powers from the lightning gods, right? It's not it's not as pretty of a trade as you think for the Norse, but what worries me is we do have like a risk of zerging, right? With this type of map control, if he just bulks up settlements, you just don't have the quantity available through population to hold it back.
There's another thing to think about right now. Soup still has Frost, so even if you've got that Son of Osiris, One very, very naughty play you can do with that frost usage is once that Son of Osiris creeps out, frost it, and just go and stand on it for the next minute until it's dead.
You're right. He's going to be Captain America frozen in the Antarctica when he's needed most. It's so like, how do you play around that? I'm trying to think if there's any sort of outplay because you don't really have a position right now that can force its usage. I feel like.
I mean, I guess the option is you get from your temple, you get the technology, a new kingdom, which gets you an extra pharaoh, and then you empower the monument, and you just make sure that that pharaoh or that Son of Osiris is not going to be able to get frosted at any point.
True. Yeah, we said about this earlier. I wondered if because I was saying this is the civ which, or rather, Norse in general is the civ that it feels like it's less impactful against, but that might be the way, man. Just have to see if he remembers it. Spearman Raid coming in on the flank in the meantime. The eco has been fully scouted there, but the reaction is a little bit slow. However, Spears, of course, shouldn't be killing eco too fast here.
Yeah, Soup's got to be feeling somewhat comfortable in the position that he's in, but this sort of thing can just turn in a heartbeat. Those mummies, if they come out in any sort of mass, they're terrifying. Absolutely, they can get a very large amount of minions spawning, and we see the frost coming down.
He uses it maybe early here, right? I don't think the Son of Osiris is in there. Is he?
I can see it. No, he's hanging back.
No, he's vibing. He's like, okay, yeah. Oh, wait, guys. You got a timeout. I think,
guys?
Is that like, I think there's 3 people trying to build that structure, max. So that gets taken down. Full position. Yeah, stabilizing a bit, but the zaps coming in, and you have to realize, Husu, this is a golden opportunity to try and dive on the Son of Osiris. Army's moving in position now. Shuffles back. The mummy is going to vomit over everyone here. Now, if you start to get a few spawns out, if you idle them on the spot, this could be enough to hold for Recon. 10 seconds until the defrost comes through. Son of Osiris is untouched. Military numbers are about even, but Husu may be a bit spread thin here. Is this a sandwich with a lot of meat or a lot of bread? Let's find out. Chariot Archer's a little bit overextended. Mummy Vomit continues. The spawns are coming through here, and the Son of Osiris may have it. He may be able to carry this through because that backline is far too squishy against the demigod.
Yeah, and now no frost remaining for the Son of Osiris. The only good option for Soup, well, he's got 2, is mass raiding cavalry to catch the Son of Osiris out, relying on your opponent to make a mistake. Or 2, start getting Ballista and siege that one down from very, very far away. 30 range, that's enough to get some damage onto the Son of Osiris. But Soup's just dropped down to 160 population of 260. And he's about to lose the Fort Town Center. Recon's getting gold mines. Recon's going to get the town center in the middle, and he's going to be able to flip this game on its head.
It's the quality units, right? Like, it's actually just the mummies and the Son of Osiris alone. He's using your own trash tier units against you because that's the reality, right? He was spawning a lot of these axe throws, and the right circumstances are great, but the wrong circumstances, that Zerg does just pivot the other way. So trying to get a second wave together, a lot of Godias coming out. But the problem is, can you kill them quicker than they spawn? It's not feeling like that's working out. He's at least trying to target down the mummies, micro back, maybe a little bit too delayed there, so we'll get the snipe on one of them. Able to shift away the rest, but the Spearmen, they're doing so much work here. That backline feels untouchable. In this game, Recon feels unslayable. And Husu, I don't know if he's got much left in him here.
I mean, he's still got 3 town centers, he's still got gold mines, so he can just retreat back and try and get himself through an army at the moment. But you've got the catapults out, and we talk about it a million times. When you're on the back foot, it just becomes so tough, and Sleep doesn't want to keep playing this one. GG.
What a way to do it. Recon, first to make it a match point. What a stylistic way, man. We've got to break down that big fight, because what mattered, we talked about the Frost. Husu, just so phenomenal. The patience he showed, the understanding of this late game. We talked earlier in the day about how you have to prep the late game, and holding the Frost was one way to do it. But what I love from Recon is he understood the way he loses this game. If he brings the entire army forward and they all get stunned up, there's going to be focus fire on Son of Osiris. If he brings Son of Osiris in on a staggered delay, he's going to get focus fire. So what does he do? He holds him so far retracted in reserve that he can poke when there's an overextension, but he's never going to get dove onto. That detail, the way he elegantly understood that late game parameter, is why Recon came out ahead.
Yeah, it was an incredibly impressive show of restraint. Like you go, I've got this massive unit going so strong. Let me go get him. And he's like, no, I don't need to. Let me force Soup into a position where he has to use Frost, and then I'll use him. And maybe just maybe Soup needed to be a little bit more careful about that one and play around the fact that, you know what, we've got to deal with mummies now. My opponent's Osiris, so get some Cody out in prep. Or start making those hill forts and just saying, well, if you want to make it an attack on me, you're going to have to take a big volley or a couple volleys of Ballista before you start moving forward. One thing that was maybe just lacking a tiny bit, and it did make Soup's life very challenging throughout that game, was just a lack of walls. He has all the map control after a while there, and he just couldn't make it happen.
It's one of the beautiful things with the Norse. But yeah, I mean, especially the Sphinxes was still kind of a looming threat. Multiple times they came back in and they found just as much damage each and every time. So we move into map number 4. Recon already ready to cinch it, to sink his teeth in. One more game, and he's there in the main event for Genesis Retold. Was back up against the wall. Hussoup goes for something that I've seen him play, I think, more often, like almost I want to say like 80% of the Civ pool. I feel like this is one of his most played factions.
Well, looks like
are we already in
getting...
Oh, wait, no,
we're
replay.
going to the replay. Got
They're
baited.
teasing us. Oh, yes, of course. This was the important discussion around fisting obelisks. And he set a good foundation here, though, right? Like, yeah, the Sphinx is coming in. This was sick. This was where it really began to look shaky for Hussoup. I was impressed that he recovered the game as well as he did after this initial raid.
Yeah, for those wondering how you actually execute this, you've got to use the special ability on the Sphinx and then actually do a movement command with them. Otherwise, they're just going to sit still. So it does require a decent amount of micro to actually get the value out of it. But obviously solid execution from Recon.
It's the most scary strategy people came up with for ISIS, right? Is the whole idea of doing that into the Eclipse. And we saw plenty of GGs in the early days of Age of Mythology Retold off of that move alone.
Yeah, and the Sphinx have been nerfed quite a few times from memory, right? So
I think so, like 3 times maybe? Might be more.
Yeah. So
still kicking.
It's a tough unit. I mean, you don't, like we say, just because something's strong, you don't really want to nerf it into the ground. You still want it to be good. Like, it's a myth unit.
No,
it's supposed to be
buff
epic.
crap units. Just buff crap units. That's my take, right? It's much better that way. Like, the Cyclops is getting buffed again and again. Felt much better. Unfortunately, it required Minotaur nerfs here or there, but people were a little bit obsessed with the Horn Boys. Yeah, this was, I mean, a good holdover on. There we go. So you can just see that the play comes in, and at this stage, you kind of felt like it was going to be over. I think the Wolves done a good job of absorbing a lot of damage, but it almost felt like they did nothing to his economy.
I mean, it idles the economy for the 30 seconds, and if he's at 77 villages, all of those are idle. I don't know if they are or not. You know, that does end up being a decent amount of lost resources, but I mean, you've got to be thinking about what's the next step? What's my next weakness in this one? And obviously Osiris on the way, you're not to know, but you've got to be thinking about how you're going to be dealing with that because it is an absolute monster.
Honestly, Son of Osiris in this one just kind of felt like was it Grogu from Mandalorian? Just like everyone else is doing the fighting, is on the side giggling, but obviously he's doing his own fighting. But it's just you feel like if you're on the other side of that fight, you want to go punch him in the face, but you can't. And it was just overall well played. Like the timing around the mummies here, it just has that snowball effect. I think quite often Norse players can have this issue at this stage in the game where they kind of become Zergy, right? But by being Zergy, it's not a quality Zerg, it's a quantity.
Yeah, I mean, the mummies are there's this one unit that I don't think anyone's complained about yet, and I think it's actually absolutely busted. I think this is one of the strongest myth units in the game right now. But yeah, you've got to get the heroes out. You got to be ready for it. Another unit that he could have gone into if he wanted to. He had the favor. I think maybe he was spending it on something else. Or he got Berserker Gang and he got a couple of other unique upgrades. But he could have gone into those Fenris Wolves. Not great against the Son of Osiris, but if you can pick off the Son of Osiris and then you get the Fenris Wolves out, they can cruise through and just remove that unit from the fight. You do have to think about that first problem of Son of Osiris. It's just too strong. You've got to get rid of it somehow. Catch it with a raiding cavalry, build Ballista, Frost. Those are your 3 options. And there is counterplay there, but Soup just couldn't get it done there.
I'm intrigued by if we do get that 5th game, actually. I got just highlighted in chat, Set versus Ra. And of course, I think you go back a few weeks, this was very Set favored because Ra was too greedy. We now have the new build, right? The Priest approach, which Husscoop is very familiar with. So we still have a series that could go either way.
Yeah, if we get there, we can talk about it. But we've got Loki versus Hades on Blue Lagoon. I'm predicting we're going to see some Cyclops. I don't care that he's playing against Loki. I don't care how good Loki is against Smith units with his boosted Ursa. Show me some Cyclops soup. Do it. Make it happen.
It's time. Let's get into it. Could it be Husscoop's final game of Genesis Retold, or is he going to keep the dreams alive in the main event? We hop into the 4th game of this Decider series in the blue, Recon with Loki.
And in the red, currently up 2. Wait.
No.
Did I say this all wrong? In the red, currently down 1-2. What's happening with my brain?
It's late, maths.
His name is Soup. We got through it. We screwed it up, but we got through it. It's fine.
He's made our brain soup. That's what's happened. It's been what feels like a long set, but Blue Lagoon.
Let's talk about what's happening right now, because this is somewhat new. This is a relatively new build order for Hades, which focuses on squeezing out the technology Vaults of Erebus very, very fast. Idea behind this one is it's 2 gold a second, costs 15 favor. That's the hard part. 200 wood, not so hard. 15 favor, a little bit challenging. How do you get it? Well, you get the temple up as fast as you possibly can. Then you put your villagers onto it. You get yourself that 15 favor, and you're good to go.
And important that you try to get it as early as possible, because, of course, the more villagers you put on a temple, the less efficient it is in terms of favor generation.
Exactly. But what this does mean, and Recon is scouting this out, he sees exactly what's happening. Recon knows he's not going to be under any pressure early. This is, quote unquote, a greedy build from our main man, Soup here. So what do you do if your opponent's greeding? Well, it means you can greed as well. Or it means you can get aggressive early. So it is against Hades. Hades got Sentinel, so it's hard to do that. But it is an option.
I'm just looking at the spawn overall. Like, I'm always eyeballing the gold. I think the gold is like the kind of driving factor in a lot of these, right? And it does feel like there's maybe a lot more sneak points for Husscoop, but it's all westward facing. So it's like you've got this balance of like there's maybe more crafty ones like this high ground gold. Whereas I'd say someone that Recon at least has cooking for him is he can play west or east side of the map. And he is up against a Greek Pantheon god that tends to lean away from cav and more towards static units like infantry.
Yeah. I think, especially if he goes through Ares here, you've got to be making those hoplites. We talk a little bit about divine damage in this game. It's basically true damage for anyone who's playing at home. Ignores the enemy armor. So getting a little bit of extra true damage onto those hoplites just completely sends them to the moon and back against the Hursa, against the Berserks, against the raiding cavalry. So basically every single unit that Recon can build in the classical age is going to start crying, except for those Toxotes, which are going to get mowed down by those Hades Toxotes.
Age up now coming in, so Recon looking to move up here. I'm wondering. You have to get aggressive here as Loki, right? I don't really ever see Loki as the take the hit to the face type choice, right? Like 4 can do it to a certain degree. Odin's not too bad. Freya is expected to do it. Loki's, I feel like, always been seen as you open up with aggro in H2, you don't stay at home.
Yeah, it all comes down to style, right? Like, I think the god, like each of these gods have got their own unique bonuses, right? That pushes you down a certain play style. But you've always got little sneaky things now. You could go for a second town center hero as Loki. There's no problem with that. It's just not in his... It's not like a bonus that he plays into. But it doesn't mean you can't do it. So if he finds the situation where it's just better to go for that, and I'm not saying that this is, but he could do that. But it's looking like it's just going to be Great Hall coming down. He's going to be spamming those Hursa out, and you're absolutely right. He's going to get on the offensive and try and make something happen in this game.
Makes sense as well, because as you said, he should be aware that this is going to be a greed play, right? With the tech coming out from Husscoop to get the gold trickles. So you're essentially in a situation where your opponent kind of has a mini TC boom going on. So you need to try and leverage the fact that while he's put into greed, you can put into attack. And sometimes in these type of games, we even see the idea of like forward healing springs to enable that further.
Yeah, totally. This is pushing this to the nth degree, KP. This is Soup at his absolute best. I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but it's currently 4 minutes 45 seconds into the game, and he's only now just deciding to advance. And what does this actually mean from a tangible kind of point of view? This means he's gotten not 1 villager more than Recon, not 2, not 3, but 4 more villagers than Recon, I think. In an advantage, and that's 60 seconds more gather time for all those 4 villages. So that's like an extra 240 resources total. Quick math. Did I do good? I think I did. We did math on the main stage and we got it right. Let's go. Ha!
What time is it there in Australia?
3:51 a.m.
There you go. It's like werewolves with a full moon, mate. Like, get deeper in, the math brain activates in a way you've never seen before. But, you know, while you're doing that, I'm in this game. Go back to that troll. That's me in Age of Myth right now. He's lost it. Oh, vodka. Yes. So what I was saying earlier about the monkeys and how they should have a ranged attack, just imagine instead of these rocks, it's like just color them brown and we can have monkeys throwing feces. That's what I want for Age of Mythology.
If you got any modders out there, KP is going to be very happy with you very soon, all right?
Oh, yes. I love modders. They do everything for me. Hers might be able to poke Ajax. Unfortunately, he's a very chunky boy, so that is going to be a relic coming home.
Yeah. He's going to get home no problems here. We did see Recon. He's already gone in with that Eyes in the Forest tech, and he is starting to spread these houses out, and he is going to be getting very, very cheap omniscience in this game.
It's not an easy thing convincing trees to snitch on people. I don't know what you do. Like maybe bribe them with what do trees like? Seeds?
I don't know. Seeds, water. I think
water, probably. You promise to exterminate the local woodpeckers. That'll convince them. Oh, that's a bit too overextended there. Let's go for maybe 80% of the map having vision. We don't need to do 100%, buddy.
Yeah. But this is literally just going to be triple archery range Cyclops. This is Cyclops Toxite in a decider match for a $15,000 S-tier Age of Mythology tournament. Are you kidding me?
Yep. And Recon right now has scouted out early, right? So he has the anticipation, he has the potential time to react to it. Now, one interesting thing is if you can turn this into more of a poke play than an all-in, you do have the edge because of heal springs. So this is someone Hasup should be fully aware of. He knows he hasn't got restoration to even try and clutch up. So with the use of the Pestilence, he can look for that full commit dive, but he needs to get the raw scale together first.
Recon is making a good decision here, in my opinion, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to deal with you have to deal with the Cyclops. How do you deal with the Cyclops Toxote? You can't really build Hersa into that because the Toxote is going to murder them. What you can do is you can build Ghoti. But you need to get to the Heroic Age, and we are seeing Bragi on the way. We're also seeing Hall of Thanes on the way. That also speeds up those Ghoti's speed as well in the fight, so they can get in there and start getting that damage done and then retreat if need be. But Soup, he's a smart player. If he doesn't think that this comp is going to be giving him any value, he's more than happy to just move away. He hasn't been touched in this game economically. He is so far in front in resources because he's had that Vault of Erebus. He's had 4 villager lead for a very, very long time. And that's just because he's playing as Hades, right? Mm-hmm. And at some point now, he's just going to say, well, it's time to move forward. We're going to get an attack happening. Or he's just going to be like, well, I don't mind taking this game longer. We're just going to have a nice slow one. And he's going next stage as well.
Well, it's going to be Apollo, so an easy peasy Manticore grab. And then, of course, you know, you got that looming Underworld threat, which means Recon kind of has to play defensive. And because of that eco lead you talked about, you don't like that. You want to have this ability to go on the offensive. But the reality check is going to be when you're halfway across the map, your opponent can already be in the back of your base.
Yeah. There's some scary stuff you can do with Underworld as well. Pop through pick up a couple of dwarves, throw the dwarves at the enemy dwarves.
That's all, folks. Runs away.
I've seen. What I think I've seen is one Cyclops. I want to say it's one Cyclops pick up a dwarf, throw the dwarf, hit the entire ball of other dwarves. I think it was like 15 of them, and then one swing of the club with that AOE damage that you get, and they all died.
I think Cyclopses are misunderstood. You know, because right there you're thinking that's malicious. But I think what's happened is they've watched too many episodes of Gundam where you bring all the small Gundams together to make the big Gundam. And the Cyclops is like trying to bring them together, you know? Like the one he's throwing at them is the master Gundam they're all going to assemble around.
I don't even
Cyclopses
know
are misunderstood, man.
I don't even know what that is.
You don't know what Gundams are? You live in the Southeast Asian region. Here we go. Underworld jump straight in. Surprise! We're hungry. Let's get some dwarves. They're mini meals. They managed to make it safely into the settlement. But the siege is underway. The crush damage is coming in. In the meantime, Toxite are able to push away the Godis, so no defense against the mass Cyclopses. Primary settlement already down to half HP. The hero units are holding back the main army. It's undeniable. This settlement surely has to be going down.
Yeah, the Hursa are coming back in though, KP. Flaming Weapons is on the cards here, but Recon, he doesn't have an army. He's only got 53 population of military. He doesn't want to take an engagement at the moment.
Also, if you use Flaming Weapons, we will just leave. Underworld. What a reasonable ability. He can't do anything about it. This is brutal. Remember, he is one settlement, so now every extra minute he waits is just a minute closer to death for Recon.
A minute closer to death, indeed. The Cyclops is just going to come through and just break everything here. What can Recon actually do? He hasn't lost any villages at the very least. Those Godi are getting a little bit of value, but the Toxite just walk through and they're going to kill everything.
They're just front-lining for the Cyclops now. The roles have been reversed, and oh no, the ball. He gets aggroed straight before he reaches the Toxite mass. That should be curtains closed on Recon in this fourth game. Flaming Weapons have been activated. I'm a little bit surprised actually Hussup hasn't tried to make an escape here. He's confident he doesn't have to care. So just target fires in. We'll finally back off a little, but now you're just going to chill mode, right? And we might see a second rendition of what game one turned into for Hussup.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's so far in front, but, I mean, he's still playing against Loki. Loki is never out of a game because he has those free myth unit spawns that come from dealing damage. In and out. In and out. You can't deal with this. Underworld OP.
So we have something in Age of Empires 4 right now, which I dubbed clown carring 2 years ago, which is where you hop in and out with archers from a ram shooting people. This is Age of Mythology's clown carring.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Toxite will at least get a little bit of harassment in there, but will be pushed away by the ball. Recon, credit to him. You know, he's been, in fairness, if anyone's like, why has Recon not GG'd? He's been in worse games than this in this series, I can assure you.
Yeah, and he's also got the mental game going on as he needs to kind of reset for game number 5. And he can take his time here to try and pull this one back because he's got a challenging game in game number 5. He really does. He wants to win right now.
Yeah, Set versus Ra. I mean, I don't know. Is it weird that I feel like that might now favor Ra with this new build? Maybe Set.
There's a couple of. I'll go out on a limb and say there's a couple of shenanigans you can pull with Set. We'll talk about it later.
Not an open and closed book here, but the Underworld is at least being attacked, and he knows that Hussup's army isn't in it or on the other side. So instead, funnily enough, they are just casually going to walk over. The Cyclopses are coming out. Karen's now arrived as well. It's Mascoda here, but the Toxite are licking their lips and shaking their hips because they want to pounce on top of that opportunity. It may be a little bit too heavily into the anti-myth comp from Recon.
Yeah, I mean, how much DPS do the Godi actually do? Those Toxite are the premium archers in Age of Mythology. So, you know, you basically got priests versus archers in a way.
Oh, we have got a new troll arriving. It's absorbing a lot of shots. I feel like you just need an opportunity to get that boar in. Maybe if he's garrisoned. It's just so oppressive, man. Like, usually we talk about defender's advantage, which is a huge deal, because you'll eventually, over a long slog, get the advantage in this situation. The problem is, that underworld passage is almost like you've got an entire enemy base next to yours.
Yeah, there's no defender's advantage right now in the slightest here for Recon, but he is managing to take these fights in a good way. He's somehow keeping this close.
Eco difference isn't overwhelming, right? Like, yes, it's a lead for Hasup, but it's not an immediate GG type lead. It's not like you've looked up and it's 30 versus 90 here. And right now, Recon, he's claimed the military lead.
Yeah, I mean, you don't resign in Asian mythology unless your opponent's killed off your gold mine, killed off or has way more stuff than you. It's just not ready. You're not going to be tapping out. That's no reason to.
This is wild. And also, for such a big fight, he's generated a lot of favor here, so that can lean into more Myth units. Or you continue to stockpile, and you get a second Reckoning with another Flaming Weapons play.
Yeah, it's a ways off for the Flaming Weapons, but you can definitely get there. He's got so many heroes generating favor. It's going to be a big, big help here. And sooner or later here, Recon can just start making some other really, really nice units. Maybe Soup needs to be making himself some Peltas, and that's what he's going to be going for.
Even more archers to be on the way here. We've got the troll upgrades coming in. Yeah, actually, the more I think about it, it is the answer to Toxite here. Kind of similar to the idea of Cyclopses and countering a backline, right? You can't do the same. You just don't need to target a unit to hull something.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a tough one. Super's score, I don't know what the score means in Age of Mythology Retold. What does it mean? Tell me.
Number high, good. That's pretty much it.
Number high, good. Number high, good, does it? Are we sure? I mean, it's a tiny little bit of an economic lead. Loki doesn't care about economy because he can make myth units out of thin air.
You know what it is? Like, the Age of Mythology engine's bias. They've seen too many Reddit... Like, it's got AI now reading Reddit threads that say that mass Hades Toxite is OP. So it's nice. Like, if X percentage of army is Toxite, plus 50% score. Figured it out.
50, I see. Yeah, that's right.
Well,
Recon, playing from behind, KP, there is one way back in and one way only. And that is get good raids off, don't lose villages, don't lose army. And right now he's getting the raids off with those raiding cavalry, and that is allowing him to get up in population here. If he can get to full population, there's chances here. He's got a whole bunch of trolls. Those are scary. You're talking about like the area of effect damage that Cyclops do. Trolls also get some area of effect damage done. You have to be a little bit more specific about how you use them, but they can get some good value for sure.
Scary. You can see the space is given him. It is kind of worrisome, this situation. I love the fact he doesn't even want to waste the rock throws, right? Just in case there's a counterattack coming in. Toxite giving over ground here. A lot of gold gathering in this area that could be denied. It's all about the positioning, though. Settlement now being built up is going to force a commitment here out of Hasup. Raiding Cav. Essentially throw away their lives here, though, for nothing. And that right there, folks, that's more of the trolls than you'll find on Reddit. Rock's going to be picked up. Hold over. No dodges, though. Hit on the Toxite, not good enough. Godin now trying to counterattack this, but they're locked in on Achilles, wasting a lot of fire. Settlement is going to go up successfully on half HP. He's waiting for the recharge. More rock throws are coming in. That's the big hit he needs. One by one, the way to do this. Unfortunately, too much damage done. Hasup is going to take us all the way to a 5th game.
And my God, was that an incredibly strong strategy there. I got to do it. Shout out to John Arbiter. I've seen him playing this strategy on his stream before. It is very, 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 very strong. And it works at the top level here. Recon having some big problems against it. That underworld play, KP, that's where it's at. Your opponent techs kind of greedily, doesn't get the units out, and he's not able to defend like he might want to. Maybe the better option here for him would have been to go through Njord, get himself out a Mountain Giant, get himself out those Jarls, which have got some Ring Giver shenanigans there, so we can actually kill both the Cyclops and the Archers. But in this one, Recon doesn't figure it out. And Soup has leveled the series 2-2. We've got a deciding one, a deciding game, a decider. Best of one.
There you go.
We're back.
Best of one barn burner is the best way I've ever heard it described. I love that. So it's going to come down to this. It's going to be a fantastic one, you know. I was thinking about those trolls. It's weird, right? Like that first flurry done no damage, and then one troll, apparently with the power of Grayskull imbued in his rock, almost knocked out half the army. Maybe that's what Recon got baited a bit by. It almost seems like the hit registration on those is a little bit funky, so wasn't able to turn it around.
Well, I mean, I think what actually happened is he threw 4-ish rocks all at the same spot, but they didn't all hit at the same time. They fly away, like the first units fly away, and then the rocks, they're gone. You already used a special.
True, yeah.
And this is just another example here of you've got to use those myth unit abilities manually.
Turn auto toggle off. There we go.
Turn it off. Give us default option off. That's what we need. We need it, and that's just for the top players, and everyone else doesn't matter. You can whatever.
Check this though. A lot of series still going on. The first player to qualify through in this second qualification stage is going to be the second member of Fox in Age of Mythology, is Tennyson, who ended up losing 3-2 to his teammate Vortex in the first round of qualifiers yesterday. We've got Stax versus El Matador, Samara versus Player, Matreus versus Shelty. Shelty we saw earlier today. Tiger Boss up against Divine, and Kvoff up against Garneth, as well as Chemo facing off against Grass. And well, ours is looking like the most lofty of series so far, going all the way to the fifth. And you were alluding to it a little bit in game number 4. There's a few different ways we can approach this, because the fifth one is going to be Set versus Ra.
Yeah, this is a matchup that I have recently heard is 80-20 for Ra from Magic. Magic's put out his little tier list video after he's qualified. And I mean, let's look at this first, because this was absolutely amazing.
The timing attack was fantastic. I mean, you saw the panic as well. From moment Recon's like, I can defend this. Immediate regret as he tries to retreat. But I was impressed that he even came close to biting back into this after losing the primary settlement.
Yeah, I mean, you lose this and you're falling behind every single 15 seconds. You're losing a villager or falling behind in a villager. So it's not the biggest a deal for you to lose the town center, but how long you lose it for is where things start getting out of hand. And right now, Recon is just so scared, or right in this moment, he's just so scared of that mass Cyclops army. He goes so hard onto Goaty, and that just allows Soup's Toxotes to just do so much, get so much value.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing there is, like, you know, when you think of all the factions in the game, the one that can recover from a settlement loss the quickest has to be Norse, because as long as you've got an army, you've got a way of rebuilding it fast. And here's the fight we were talking about, where the army of trolls felt a bit underwhelming. The throwaway of the raiding cavalry most definitely did not help the position, but yeah, even with the throwing, it looked like the impact point didn't do as much damage as it should. Yeah, there you go. He hit the front of it.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Attack move.
Yep. Toggle that off.
Toggle it off.
Cast it manually.
Right, one at a time. They hit it,
like
they
this.
run forward, you hit it. Look at that. Look at that. They took. If he hits
20 pin Toxite.
And they run straight back. If he hits 3 of those in a row, they're all gone.
Yeah, that right there is the whole I'm only getting started, steps back up, gets knocked out. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it, but fortunate we get to see a 5th game. We're just a few seconds away. It is going to be on Marsh. Remember, folks, when we go the full distance and best of 5s, there's no redraft halfway through. If your strategy isn't elegant from start to finish, if you drafted to end in 3 games and find yourself in 5, that's your problem. Should have drafted better. And it is going to come down to this, because 2 very talented lads, 2 well-known players in Age of Mythology and beyond. And this is their only hopes of making it to the S-tier tournament for Age of Mythology to round out the year. Let's get to it. Game number 5, a best of 1 barn burner to decide who will make it to the main event. In the blue, we have got Recon on Set.
And in the red, we have Soup as the Ra player. Map is Marsh KP. This is exciting. We've got 2 very, very similar gods here going into game number 5. Fireworks are going to happen here, but This is a great map for set, and Soup's going to be having to be aware of this one. Why is it a great map for set? He's going to be getting those conversions going. He's going to get a lot of animals a set, and that's going to help him control the map. And controlling the map in this matchup means getting the town centers. Get a town center advantage here. Get more of those beautiful slingers, and you're going to have a really, really good game of it.
And now
But do you have to go with slingers? Do you have to? That's the big question.
Because we have to unravel the box. We talked about it in the pregame. A certain talented Age of Mythology player said that actually this matchup does not favor Set anymore. Heavily favors Ra.
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm sorry. I misspoke. I got the matchup wrong.
Wait, you did? Oh.
Set Ra, Ra versus Isis is 80-20 for Ra.
Oh.
So I got it wrong. They're similar. They're all the same. They're all good Egyptian gods or something. Don't mind. It's fine.
Yeah, they all build the same village.
This matchup's pretty close. This matchup's pretty close.
All right, that's going to be sick then. I have no other way in a deciding game here. So already the obelisk going up in the center. So Hasup will be aware of Recon's look into my eyes, not around my eyes, directly into my eyes approaches here. It won't really do anything to interrupt it early though.
All right, so, I mean, what are the options here? There's two minor gods, two different minor gods for both players. You've got Ptah, and this is the flavor of the month. You get the electron bullets from this one, boosts those slingers base damage from 3 to 4. So big boost, and that's not just pierce damage, it's divine damage, so it's even better where that's concerned. But you've also got Anubis, you've also got access to Bast here if you want to go that route. Now, if you've got yourself a defensible enough map here, which unfortunately I'm not really liking Soup's map, you can go for a Bast idea. You can go for get that economy going and start going into some sort of a mass myth unit thing with Eclipse to try and punish that barracks army of the set player.
I think
Set, on the other hand, I don't think he's got access to Anubis in this matchup. You have to go Ptah. End of the story. But he's going to get all those animals, and that's going to give him a lot of map control. So there's going to be a lot of difficulties to overcome here, nonetheless.
Yeah, I think to that whole point earlier, let's go for the Pew Pew boys, right? Just mass priests. The only issue is, of course, you can kind of just brain dead mass spears as a response, and I think that does win out with the perks you get with Set in particular. So yeah, I think it's going to be the alternative option here. We'll have to keep an eye on it, as we do know that Hasup in particular is quite a big believer in the mass priest approach.
Well, there is one strategy. Okay, I'll go out on a limb and give you one strategy that Set could go for. We're not going to see it here, I don't think. Both players going Ptah. There's one strategy for Set that I've seen work once and caught one Ra player off guard, and that's mass Anubites.
You really want the Anubites today, don't you?
I don't. I don't think it's good in this matchup at all. You just build yourself 10 priests, as you probably already want to be doing, and those Anubites get absolutely massacred. So stop it, chat. Get out of here.
I mean, the alternative is Mass Slinger Wars, which actually, now that I think about it, that could just be where we're going. It's sometimes mirrors deliver the most beautiful games. Sometimes it just turns into a monotonous slog of both of them refusing to change unit types, you know?
Yeah. There is a real big hard counter to the Mass Slingers here for Ra, and I don't know how much Soup is going to want to go for it, because it's a tiny bit of a risk. You've got a nice snipe there on that priest pulling the relic back, but it's a tiny bit of a risk because you give your opponent the chance at winning the game with a big tornado and timing push. But going through Osiris as Ra, Set doesn't have access to this, gives you access to the mummies, and we've already seen how good mummies are once in this series. Maybe Soup's going to be going for that himself, but first and foremost, he's just going to be getting his barracks up and he's going to be pushing forward. But we already see Recon going for a town center.
In the center. So he's setting up for a short route to access his opponent. Priest is going to get sniped, but that already happened the other way as well. So 1-for-1. The paws are a pain in the ass here. We'll be able to get away. Has got the healing in the secondary. And looks like for now, Recon will have dominion over the map, as expected when you open with the Animal Kingdom.
Yep, and now Soup is forced to do something that he really doesn't want to do. Recon's getting a town center. He's already got started. Soup's getting himself a village center. Now, there is some benefit to village center over going for a settlement, and that's just that you don't have to walk to the settlement to get it. But that's about it. That's where the benefit levels out. So it's going to take maybe a minute, 2 minutes to recoup those losses or whatever in terms of just gather time that Recon's going to get. And then it's all going to be advantage for Recon. Soup does have all that empowerment going on. So his villagers are all getting bonuses. They're all working very, very hard.
Exactly. The tough part, of course, is in this matchup, small differences make the mile. Gold is the big difference always of Egypt. And the more I look at this spawn, that's not something that you feel safe about long term as Hasup. So looks like we're going to get mass Huck tours on the way as the budgets are being spammed up. A little bit dangerous when there's already a few priests in the field. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a few more queued up now for Recon to contest that.
Yeah, priests are pretty good at killing off myth units. They do get a little bit of divine damage plus a huge multiplier on that. But the weakness of them is they've only got 12 range in the classical age. So Recon's going to want to get those priests out, get heroic age to be able to deal with those Wadgets. They got up to like 18 range from memory, maybe 17 range. So they're able to start picking them off in the fights in a big way. Fair, on the other hand, he's very, very useful at taking down those Wadgets.
They're going to fish onto the economy there, so some poke damage should be done. But I think that was a pullback just in time. Well, the poison not being addressed from the heals, so it looks like he's going to end up losing one, maybe two of the villagers here.
Yeah, this poison here from the Wadgets is so noxious. I saw this yesterday from the Rapple. He would come in with 2 Wadgets, shoot twice on a villager, and the villager dies. You just watch him just ticking down. If you don't have priests to heal it, or a Valkyrie, they're just dead. So it's quite an obnoxious myth unit to deal with, because you got to react immediately, or the dude's dead, and you can see another villager going down there. Because the poison stacks, right? You get 2 shots off, 3 shots, 4 shots. It's something like crazy amounts of damage.
Oh, this is very ancient Egyptian. My people starts killing them as the Pharaoh has shown up in the opponent's base here. Forward overlist being spammed up. He's actually holding the Pharaoh here. So, there's a very loss of efficiency from having all your boys on the front line like this. It needs to pay off and needs to start with these Wadgets dying.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why he's doing this, and he's spotted, he sees the gold mine.
Yeah.
Soup's gold mine is exposed. And this is something that doesn't happen a whole lot in Retold, because the tower normally spawns on top of the gold mine. It is there, but there is a gigantic weakness here for Soup. And it's just going to get worse and worse for him as more and more priests come forward. You do see some slingers in, but they're not going to be all too good against these priests at the moment.
Villagers are going to be pulled now. He needs to do something about it. It's George at this point. But the Wadget in reserve here, just getting those spits out. Priest going to try to dive onto it. The Wadget trade is underway, but the Priest mass is simply too big. Spears are now showing up, and this feels way too expensive a Huck Soup. Ironically, the player that has the Railgun Priest is not the one spamming them here.
This is really, really big. I don't even think Soup barely has enough resources to go to the next stage. I think he may have forgotten the armory as well. I don't know if it's even going to help him. Recon's now going to the next age as well here. We see Recon's got the animal on the top side of the map there as well. He can always use that shifting sands. Obviously, Soup can use shifting sands in defense as well. But not only is Soup on Village Center right now, but he's also going to be having himself no gold income, so he's going to have to start trading for that gold. Small saving grace. He's going Sekhmet, and he can cast that Citadel in his main base to help defend himself. But Ancestors is going to be coming in. That's a difficult thing to deal with as well. I think Recon is going for broke in this attack. He wants to get a gold star, and he wants to win this game very, very shortly.
He's already keeping an eye on the reserve golds, right? There's just no sneak out. The animal snitch. And, well, when that tech up comes out, what you got to be feeling, that sinking feeling, I imagine, in this situation. It's not like you got an immediate pull out here, right? Like, it's also awkward because sometimes you get these kind of H2 plays off your god power. Shifting Sands doesn't really do anything for you in this situation.
No, this is a god power right now that you realistically can't use because it just cancels out your opponent. We're basically in a mirror. At least both of the players have picked different heroic age gods. So you do get a little bit of something different happening here. But yeah, this is going to be a big challenge here. Recon could potentially even just send a couple of villagers over and drop a Migdol on that back gold mine there as well if he so chooses. Soup's going to try and get there, but the Spearmen are already in position. Ancestors can get dropped down at any point here. And Soup is going to be in for a big challenge in front of him. momentarily.
He has to go for it, right? Like, he's got no choice. Gold-starved Egyptians might as well have just not entered the lobby in the first place. So gold gathering underway. Army is maneuvering right now. The Ancestors has not been committed. And there's no realistic defensive choice here, right? Like, you can't build the stronghold over here. Nope. More priests wrapping around. Scorpion's that's what he's waiting for. He wants the poison spread here. This one Scorp, man, could be too much for Hussu to defend against. Priests are going to immediately target on the Scarab. And there it is. Ancestors get summoned. Scarab is going to go down. Explosion is irrelevant. This gold gathering, just keep working. Ignore all the death around you. Villagers have to get the spears out to try and defend against this. But it's a swarm and an overwhelm. And a clear, emphatic victory for Recon here.
Yeah, this is all she wrote for Soup as Recon takes the win. Recon goes through and a tear comes to my eyeballs. My bald brother Soup will not be participating or in the main event this tournament here, but solid play here from Recon. He saw his win con. Soup didn't see the weakness there, and he paid the full price for it.
2 out of 2 players that were in the grand finals for the last S-tier tournament. Keep the hopes alive as they, of course, have both qualified. Mr. in Saturday's qualifiers and now Recon for Sundays. So well played to both of them. Commiserations to Hussu. Had high hopes from, I think it was just a kind of brutal bracket. I mean, it was always going to play out this way for a few players, right? We said things were looking quite stacked when we looked at the bracket earlier on. So always felt like someone was going to be left to the mercy of an awkward draw, right? Like people like Kavoff in the mixture, Chemo, Grass, Tunison, who's looked really talented, and of course you got, like, what was it? El Matador comes to mind, Matreus. Just so many people, and only a few, of course, can make it here.
Well, this has always kind of been the thing in Myth. There's more than 16 top players, so you want to run a 16-player bracket because that's what the good players are. But man, from anywhere from like the 16th player all the way up to like the 8th player, I'm like, this could be kind of anyone.
Oh yeah.
And right now we're seeing Tunison and Recon are 2 of those anyones.
Man, I'm looking at these sets and we're eyeballing up. We're thinking about where we go. I think we're going to work that out now because, we can't leave it like that, guys. I mean, epic series, but apparently we want to fish for more. We might be being a little bit greedy. Big shout out to Hussu, who just came through the raid. Commiserations, brother. Good luck in the next one. Unfortunately, we can't get all the players in, but, that's the way, of course, tournaments work. Eventually, someone has to fall. But you played an incredible series, my friend. So what we're going to do now, folks, we're going to hop to a short break. So far, we've only qualified 2 of the 8 for day number 2. When we come back, we should have a clear, painted picture of which series we'll be hopping into midway to see who might be our 3rd or 4th to qualify for Genesis Retold qualification stage number 2. Genesis Retold is not done yet with the qualifiers. That's right. We continue on into another decider series here. Shelty, who we saw earlier today, a Brit going up against the legend of myth, Matreus himself. And Matreus right now is trailing.
I mean, I gotta do this. We've got Matreus, the Italian stallion, versus Shelty, the snake Shelton. This is a matchup that goes down in history. We've seen this quite a few times. These guys have had many duels. But Zeus versus Aranos, we were talking earlier. This is not the first Shelty game we've watched today, but he's on his comfort pick yet again. He's got that Aranos. He's loving it. And
was it Ra last time as well?
Oh, he did play a Ra game from memory, didn't he?
I think he lost that one though, and it was the Odin game that he won in a Norse mirror. So we theory crafted that he needed to prove more than just 2 comfort picks. He might be able to do that, but he's got to keep the pace. It's already time for game number 2 of this decider series. In the blue, it's going to be, as you say, the Italian stallion Matreus with Zeus.
And his opponent today in the red color, currently up 1-0 in this best of 5 series. Playing as Aranos, it's Shelty the Shelton snake. No, Shelty the snake Shelton. That's a tough one to say.
You shelled that one up, didn't you?
I did. I shelled that one badly. Oh dear. But the map, KP, we've seen this one a couple of times throughout this this tournament. This is one of my favorite maps of them all.
Yes.
A legacy map as well. Ghost Lake. You get the big fat, nothing in the middle, big icy river. And you can't build on this. This is unbuildable terrain. So you have to traverse through. You can't get any cheeky little map hacks, omniscient sort of buildings in there. So it's easy to traverse there and get gold staves happening. All the gold's really far away.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out.
Hearing you out.
We have an event for this map. 50 minutes in, the lake breaks open, and a new titan emerges that takes turns beating the crap out of players' bases.
I like it. I like it. I think what we actually do need is we need to have like the casters have the ability to like level out games by just deciding to just throw meteors at each of the players whenever we feel like. If they're winning too hard, which go that it's just meteor, get back over the other side. Oh, you're winning too hard. Now we're gonna just bolt that Colossus out of there. Don't need to see that one.
Oh no, not just that. It's more like, oh, what? He's doing a 4 settlement build? All right, let me just meatball the primary. Screw this. How dare you?
Yeah, get it out of there. Don't need it.
Stop fighting.
Stop grading so
cowards.
hard. Yeah. Appease me.
I need blood spilt in this game, and I think we will have that kind of approach. So it's interesting, actually. Zeus has Zeus been performing that well? I feel like statistically, he's maybe been the second most underwhelming. Like, it's Poseidon's best, right? I think Hades has been a mixed bag. Zeus has felt, I want to say, dubious at times ever since the early days of Myth Retold's release, because when it first released, everyone was crazy for that insane Minotaur timing with Mass Hopate.
Well, if you talk to any of the top players, they say Zeus is good only if you put the time into him. He's got some really, really difficult problems to overcome, to say the very least. But if you do, you've got some really, really strong things in his arsenal. I know that Matreus is one of the players who has devoted a lot of time into Zeus. This is definitely a comfort pick for him, but a tough matchup. We'll see what he's going to go for. He's Athena. Now, this makes a lot of sense. You get that restoration for potential chaoses. You also get the Minotaurs out, like you were talking about before. Can still make them, even though they're a little bit more expensive. But yeah, he's going to be going for, well, we'll see if he's going to be going for the hippiest hoplite idea or what. But first and foremost, Heracles coming out. And Shelty with Oceanus. So not really any surprises there. No Promethean shenanigans against this Zeus.
Kind of can be a little bit annoying to try and play into Oceanus with these openings of heroes. Already against an annoying Civ when it comes to Oranos, who can just kind of camp and then play out safely with the Sky Passages. But for now, those aren't in position, so a little bit of frustrating getting blocked off the woods. Has food and gold close enough that it shouldn't be harassed, though.
Yes, well, we do see there's a couple of Oracle heroes already being made here for Shelty as well. He wants those so he can turn around and fight that Minotaur back. A nice little defense here from Shelty thus far is Mattress is just trying to make Shelty's life just a little bit harder. It's trying to say, you advanced too late here. Make you pay for it.
It's always I feel that's the potency of the Greeks, right? Poseidon in particular have, I want to say, is it the fastest Age 2 timing of any Civ on average?
I think, well, 315 is arguably the fastest. There is one build with Chronos, which is a little bit cheesy that you can go a touch faster, but yeah, he's probably the most consistently putting pressure onto his opponent early.
Yeah, and Atlanteans usually trail a bit more, especially because they usually like to just funnel out these oracles early on, focus on some sort of kind of map control layering. Nice thing is you also always have that early Carnivora defense if this gets a little bit overwhelming. Obviously, it is double hero, but if you build it near your base, then you're not going to try to dive that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan right now of watching what Shelty's done. He sees the faster advance, he gets some walls up, he puts the nice building walls around his base, and this early game here for Matrius, he's not going to get anything done with this. No, and Shelty is going to be very, very happy.
Oh, Milos arrive as well. That's kind of problematic for the heroes. They overextend slightly. Well played, well micro by Shelty. Also just keeps the support units alive in the air. So we're able to poke this back. Eventually, I imagine the hero will be able to get away with this, but it's going to be heavy damage done, and the Minotaur not looking too healthy either.
Yeah, half HP remaining on the Minotaur there. We are seeing some nice raids here, but the Caladria is in to heal up these villages if they ever get a little bit too much in pain. You got to get a lot more units to get into your opponent's base. So Matrix is just going for little chips. If he can get a kill, great, but he's not really expecting to, I would assume. Just trying to force some idle time. As Shelty, he's defended beautifully here. He hasn't thrown down a Sky Passage yet. I don't hate the idea of this. This is saving him a little bit of resources, but he will be wanting to get out to the sides of the maps fairly soon. And with 2 gold mines in the main base, you can really offset any sort of timings that your opponent wants to hit by just going onto a second gold mine super early by sending his citizen out there and just putting a Sky Passage down. You can save that home gold mine for later.
We do have the second Collider in now, so any damage done just gets offset. Kind of a tricky thing here for Zeus, right? Sure, you do have the restoration, but that's a one-off trick. I usually find that's the awkward part, is that when you play this type of matchup, we've talked about it with, for example, the Norse, when they have things like the healing springs before, they can play more of a chip damage approach because they can repair. Whereas whenever you play around restoration, you need to try and force that big bulky fight that decides it in one.
Yeah, and right now, we are seeing Matris deciding he wants Minotaur. He's got 5 villagers on favor at the moment. 6 villagers on favor at the moment. So and he's sniping oracles of Shelty. So he is wanting those Minotaur. He wants those big and scary, because he's picked off all those oracles, that means less favor for Shelty, which means less heroes, which means it's going to be a much more challenging thing to deal with it. Shelty needs to react. He needs to get his oracles back out. We are seeing him doing that to some degree here, but he needs to get a lot of favor out so he can suck in those heroes. Otherwise, those Minotaur are going to be a challenge.
Dive now coming in, the Caladria. Able to maim slow, so it does get a kill with the Murmurers. Needs to move away quickly here, though, because the second wave is coming in. The hit pieces are building up, so good understanding by Shelty, right? He doesn't want to get this hard commitment. We mentioned you just want this chip damage, poke, kill one unit, pull back, repair, because eventually, Atreus is going to be forced to commit the big boy god powers. At that point, you just run away.
Now, I have seen Matrius with this Zeus, and he does this one really, really nice thing, which can be very, very frustrating to deal with, and that's he masses up this army, and then he goes to Apollo. When his gold mines run out, when they expire, he underworlds onto his opponent's gold mine, the one that the opponent wants to be there, and he just sends his villagers there to mine it with his entire army. And he's like, well, I can't raid him in his main base, there's an underworld there. Can't raid him on the gold mine, there's an underworld there, the army's there. Where do I attack? And you just start scratching your head, and you're like, everything is defended. And Matrius's army is too broken to deal with it, and you just go, well, bugger. But we are seeing that the Sky Passage has been found on this spot, so Shelty's going to have to get out of there, but he's not going to take too much damage on this one.
No. That's the funny thing about this matchup, right? Like, Age 3, you get Underworld, you basically get your own Sky Passage. There's a lot of dynamic play on both sides here. But we have to aim a bit deeper first, and I think that's going to be easier said than done. You can see what's happening right now is Shelty is basically keeping Matrice honest to the Age 2.
Yeah, the thing is, we're just seeing a technology getting grabbed. This is frontline heroics. It's really, really good tech. It makes your heroes or your infantry cheaper to convert into heroes. But the problem is it costs so much favor and he doesn't have it. So while he's going to be able to get those heroes at some point, he does open himself up to a little bit of a timing here where he's just not going to be able to get that many in.
Nice hit. Mamillo's just targeting different hit pieces here. So the main definitely adding up with the assistance to the ranged cav. So nice chase down here. Takes out, what was that, 4, maybe 5 cavalry units in the end. And the military lead is extending. 68 to 48 now. That's without even highlighting the eco difference here. Game's getting a bit ugly. Matreus, he needs a fight, and he needs it sooner rather than later. Counterattack is now coming in. Hopate should be able to start maiming that up, slowing down a few targets. But remember, we still got the Shockwave. There's still the Carnivora to play with as well. And the upgrades are coming. The heroes have been queued up on the eastern flank here, which means the Minotaurs need to get away.
Yeah, I think Matthew's been a little bit too aggressive right now. I don't think he needs to. He can be definitely sitting at home, but he will be taking some nice fights against those heroes. If he can kill the heroes off, that's going to be a big win for him. But the army of Shelty has actually kind of quartered off from his home base, so it's caught out in a way. Will it matter or not?
Just pulling all the way back. He's going to take the engagement or attempt to where you set up the settlement. Happy to, right? That army looks so pitifully small right now. So forced retreat. Risk of losing the Hopate on that retreat as well. In fact, the formation shuffle does get him a nice strike in there. Restoration gets committed. But you see it immediately. Shelty just pulls away. He segregates a few units on the east side, pulls the rest out of range of the heal. And now it's a matter of just buying time. He's still got his god powers. There's only a bolt left to work with for Matreus. And the lead is becoming overwhelmingly in favor of Oranos.
Yeah, this is being really well controlled by Shelty. He has got 2 different groups of units kind of wedging Matreus away from his army. We see those hero units coming through here as well to try and take down those Minotaurs. But the Minotaur numbers are starting to get scarily big here as, I mean, they're going to start getting taken down. We just have bolt there onto the Collider. Carnivora coming down, KP.
Nice hit. Carnivora splits things up a little. That headbutt from the backside did shove the backline to the forward, but it just doesn't seem to be good enough. Matreus, he doesn't have the numbers to follow through with this. The Minotaurs are at least still healthy. The hero unit's kind of a little bit limited, and he's doing a good job of staying away from them, but raw count doesn't lie here, boy. This is an unwinnable fight for Matreus.
Yeah, this one is too many units, a simple mathematical problem. He's got more stuff than I do, and Matreus going to have to retreat back. He's still got the gold in his main base, so it's not out of it right now, but he has got a very, very difficult road ahead of him to get himself some more dudes to start thinking about how he can kind of get some value in this game. Does have those Minotaurs. They're still really strong. He's going heroic gauge, which is an interesting decision considering the massive fight he just took. We'll see if Shelty's going to sniff this out and start putting some pressure on himself, or if Matreus will get away with it.
He's getting ready to, right? We're seeing more and more Termers getting queued up. Now back to the Mamillo. The Termer's a cool idea, just flank raise, right? At this stage in the game, your opponent can't be sitting underneath the primary anymore. He has to be playing out onto those pocket resources. But with an army lead this big, you might not need to think about cute raids. You could just think about that jugular blow that could end the game.
Well, it does look like Matreus is getting away with this. The army for Shelty's just hanging in the center of the map. He doesn't want to overcommit to anything. You see that some Hippias have found a couple of villages. So you're going to build up a little defensive thing. That's a sky patches there. We'll be able to get into that. But you will be losing at least a citizen for it.
We should be able to hop inside safely. A few troops are peeled to react to that. And Dive is coming in now, but too little too late. I think Shelty has to just back up and now go for his own age play, right?
Well, yeah, you see that third age come in. Now you have to deal with Manticore.
Love that. And he queues up multiples as well.
Yeah, they've got the potential to absolutely erase an army.
He's diving in, though. No hesitation here. He's going to get punished. Spread damage not looking great to begin with. The Manticore are starting to wind up more, and I think he realizes this was a mistake. Shelty backs away. He's halted production, so he will still try to trade out here. But it seems like we are gradually heading to an age up. Shockwave is going to come through. Shoves the Minotaurs out of position here. No headbutts being used. The Manticore still getting some good hits in. But it seems like right now, Shelty's priority is containing this Greek threat.
I mean, he's got to get some units out that can actually deal with those myth units. That's the challenging part right now. Matreus has got 9 villages on favor. We were talking about how much favor Uranus can gain in a game by getting himself 10 oracles. To be honest, Zeus getting favor right now, 35 per minute at the moment. That's a crazy, crazy amount of favor. And he's going to be able to pump those myth units. He might even want to get a second temple up to get those dudes through. But Hyperion on the way now for Shelty. That's going to be access to Chaos. That's going to be those Satyr. And Satyr, they are Atlantean's version of the Manticore. And they can be enough to deal with anything coming through if you get enough of them.
Yeah, especially considering he's starting to blob into Hoplite here. Wait, I can't remember. With Apollo, don't you get the tech on the temples that lets you heal? What?
Yeah, you get the Temple of Healing. Yeah, you can get those. Yeah. You can get those guys back up very easily.
Be surprised he didn't go for it. Ironically, we talked about this earlier, right? It's a game of dynamics. Underworld, Sky Passages. Literally building the Sky Passage right next to the Underworld forces a reaction back at home, though. That was meant to be striking. Matreus didn't find what he's looking for on the other side, though.
And guess what Matreus is saving that favor up for right now? He is thinking 2 steps ahead right now. Chaos is going to be coming through, but Restoration's going to be online. He's got 80 favor.
Could be big. Nice little poke damage there. The attempted escape not looking good as the Manticores find the hit. And immediately we see the Terminus getting queued up. Restoration is going to be popped, though. Can he do enough work here? The Chaos comes through. He's trying to body block the retreat, but unable to get in the way. So Matreus takes a bit of damage here, but most of the army able to escape.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about, like, that was a good trade, let's be completely honest, for Matreus. Yes. But it was 80 favor.
I love this.
80 favor is close to 800 resources to make that, to make sure he doesn't lose anything. But he's going to keep getting more favor. He's going to be able to spam those myth units out. Shelty, on the other hand, he needs to get his own favor through and start getting his heroes in. And he's still defending this underworld passage. He wants that there so he can get over onto this spot and mine gold there. It's a very, very safe spot there with the underworld passage as a defensive resource.
Yeah, Smoke's father, the Terminus that have been heroed up, just running down the Manticores, the real threat being removed. Matreus, this was just one hope of being able to take these good fights over time, and it is denied. Has to bail on everything else, barely gets the Manticores out in one piece. Militaries have at least balanced out a bit more, but you're still talking about 27 to 51 in a game where you are beginning to fall behind an economy.
It's always an uphill battle against the Uranus. If Matreus can find the ability to just stay alive here, the longer the game goes on, the stronger his units are going to become, and the harder it becomes for the Uranus player to push you out of the game. We'll see if he can make it happen. He's struggling. You're saying it right. He's very far behind on the military. Skypass is on this position as well, means he can chump down if he needs to and defend and try and prevent this gold mine from getting grabbed. But Matreus is coming in.
Yeah, in credit to Matreus, he denied it last time. This time it does go up, but there's no army position to react. So good choice, and that allows him to get the gold. I love the way, you mentioned on the north side, the Underworld Passage, the way they're playing for that gold. Mirrored move on the south side, right? The cool dynamics that you get out of Ghost Lake, this is what it provides.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's a really fun matchup. It's a great god power. It's a great, like, kind of unique building here to add this sort of stuff into the game. It might be too strong. It might not be. I don't care. It's sick to see. It's sick to use. And we are seeing both players trying to squeeze as much value out of it as they possibly can. But is there going to be a fortress coming down onto this gold mine here? Because this is a loose condition that Matreus is just kind of have fallen into. If he loses this gold mine, he's going to be having a very tough time.
That's worrying me a bit. Yeah, so fortress is going to be on the way. Army is shuffling over there. I wonder if there's more value to just dive the main, but there's nothing guarding. I mean, one worrying thing is Shelty's army collective health bar doesn't look that pretty.
Yeah, there could be a lot of dead units here if some good Manticore focus fire comes in, and Shelty is terrified. He wants to attack, but he's terrified.
Fortress almost complete. He hasn't got enough for a Chaos play. Choke point going to use Shockwave, though. That could be big. Shoves the front line behind them. but he doesn't A-click through into the Manticore, so start a step back, we'll be able to hit again. Carnivora is going to be dropped. Fortress is now up. Military numbers are off the charts, though. 94 to 29. It doesn't even matter if you have good position at this stage. The numbers, it's turning into a Zerg.
There's just too many units here for Shelty. Matris has been putting so much economy into favor, and this is just not working out for Matrius at all, and that's the game. Shelty is up 2-0 against the Italian Stallion KP.
This is wild. I mean, we were hoping we were getting a back and forth one here. You said these guys have quite the history, but today, Shelty really turning up. And we mentioned already, he opened the series with the Ra pick that I believe he lost with earlier. There's still the potential for Norse mirrors, and that is an area where he is meant to be king. So Matrius needs to navigate these waters correctly, read the draft, find something strong that leans into his favorable Civ picks. And I think maybe just avoid touching those Norse until the rest of the field has been cleared.
Well, yeah, I mean, once you get rid of the Egyptian, once you get rid of the Atlantean, Norse is all that's left for Shelty. I mean, what else is he good at? I don't know. Honestly, actually, I'm telling a lie. I absolutely don't know. Shelty's actually a random god talent. He's won a lot of tournaments with random god, but generally speaking, if he's playing against an opponent's main god, he wants to go in with his best. If he's playing against an opponent's off god, he's happy to play his off god against that. But Matrius, he doesn't have an off god. Matrius plays so many gods at a ridiculously high level. So this is where Matrius's depth starts coming into this and starts becoming an issue for Shelty. We'll see how it's going to go.
Let's hop back to the lobby and check in on where we're going to be heading next. Because we still have potentially 3 maps. So Blue Lagoon is not going to be a mirror. Hades versus Set. By the way, boy, I too am a big Ghost Lake fan. I may have stolen that from a certain land.
That's so sick.
Favorite map, man. I don't know. It's something about the dynamics. What I love in that game as well is like, it feels like there's so many different ways that Ghost Lake can be played, right? Like a lot of the time you see players lean left and right. Those guys just sent it straight across the center, which I'd say on average is abnormal, right? Most games people just try to go straight for the flank economy.
Yeah, I mean, the weaknesses are obvious. There's nothing in the center of the map. Why would you go through there? But it is a short route to the weaknesses, right? But yeah,
the irony being they both pick transport type civs as well.
That's right. That's right. We're it's like they're playing on like an islands map, and they're like, well, let's not bother. We'll just teleport there. Why would we walk?
We'll just build rocks. In a boat?
Yeah, we'll just get a rock, which fine. But KB, we've got a match up here: Hades versus Set.
Speak to me. Tell me your.
We've already seen Cyclops once, so we're going to see Cyclops again.
I mean, it looked really good when we saw it earlier, right? That was the Hussoop game. That was an incredibly well executed strategy. I believe that matchup was against Gaia, right?
It was against Loki. It was against Loki.
Oh, sorry, against Loki. Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
We had the Gaia that was game. Yeah, so it's Loki. So bit different here with Set. Maybe there's a few different options you can lean into, but I don't think we're going to waste any time on this. I believe it's time to hop into what could be Matrius' last game in Genesis Retold. Shelty leading 2-0. Can he make it a clean sweep? In the blue, manning the most manly of Greek civs, Hades. Matrius needs nothing but perfection to make it to the main event.
And his opponent, 1 win away from his ticket to the chance at $15,000. It's Shelty. KP, we've got Set, we've got Hades, we've got Blue Lagoon. This is a great Set map. You get elephants on the map potentially. We see them over here. You get Rhino on the map. Lots of good conversions, and Shelty pretty lucky here 1 minute into the game to discover those.
Good old Elefanto fun time. Already knows exactly what he wants here. Now, of course, Patricia's side, we're probably expecting something a little bit slower. I wonder if we're going to get the greedy build. It's etched in my brain now. What was it, 5 minutes classical age timing?
That's a soup classic. That's a soup classic. He's a man who does not care about fast advances. He's like, why are you guys going up at 3:30 when you can just go up at 5 minutes? But I mean, there's 2 variants of this quote-unquote greedy build, where you rush out Vaults of Erebus. There's a 345 build, which is absolutely insane timing, while also getting Vaults of Erebus, and there's that later one that Soup showed off. From what I've seen from watching Matrius play, he is a fan of the faster variant. Because then he gets the pressure onto his opponent, he can deny a town center potential, or at least harass it while it's going up, maybe get a villager kill. And then he also keeps that going with his bonus economy that he gets from that Vaults of Erebus. So, I mean, we'll see what he's going to pick. But Shelty, on the other hand, he hasn't even put up a monument just yet. So this might be a really quick advance from him.
Feels like it. Look at the map spawn as well, like in terms of settlement approaches. I think out of these two, usually Hades is more like to play towards that. Maybe there's a play on that east side, but the only issue is, of course, you're not securing any additional gold if you play for the safer settlement on this map.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a longer route to the for Matrius to get to his second or his better town center. You take a look on the mini map, you see there's a gold mine behind it. There's a wood line there. There might even be some food behind there as well. But he's got his gold mine over here and his wood line, so it's actually a short trip to the west town center, the west settlement, technically, the one that's supposed to.
Oh
be
yeah, the one that's forward, right?
Yeah, a little bit further away. It's actually close to his villages. So, and it's the better town center for him to get. So if he wants to go for it, he definitely can.
The risk, of course, is when you're against set, the baboons show up, the elephants show up, and then the aggro shows up.
Shifting sands, it's a scary thing. It's generally, you don't go for a fast second town center against set. You get some units, put some pressure on, and you try and get that slightly delayed second town center while getting a little bit of pain onto the greedier set players.
So Fina on the way. You know, I was going to call my my second child Athena if it was a girl.
Oh,
weirdly enough, my partner was okay with that. I'm surprised.
Good name. Good strong name.
Yeah. Already got a Freya.
Yeah, that's a good strong name too.
And then my son's middle name is Artemis. Yeah, I like my myth. Anyway, Monitor coming out. Already been scouted out by the reveal there, so nothing subtle about this approach. We'll know exactly which direction that Minotaur is leaning into. On the east side, we've already got an expansion early here, so Set is going to be going for the double settlement build. On the east side, the much more desirable settlement placement.
Yeah, there's no stopping a set second town center as Hades. You can put a little bit of pressure on, but there's going to be animals there. It's going to be a tough thing to stop. We see Matrius getting a stable up, probably a little bit on the safer side of the openings here. He could, if you see the town center going up or feel the town center going up, game sense or whatever, your opponent probably can't deny you going for your own town center, so you can just try and sneak it up. But Matrius just wants to be a little bit safe here. Comes in with the Minotaur, and he's going to have to run away from that. Too slow to get over there. And Shelty's off to the races.
Expensive commitment in Achilles, but does at least give you the flank potential, just kind of chase, find those pocket resources later on.
Yeah, and relics to be grabbed as well from that one. We've already seen one relic grabbed by Matrius. He's grabbing a second one on the west side. He's got that Achilles going off to the east side to get another relic. And he's going to be enjoying this one here. Kopesh of Horus, great relic here to deal with ancestors, deal with myth units. That's going to be a sad one for Shelty to see going the wayside of Matrius.
Especially just feels so good on the Greeks, right? I think, you know, especially in the early days, you might remember people felt that the Greek heroes were a little bit too overtuned. They felt like maybe the strongest. Makes sense, right? It almost felt like it was more timing based because we've seen a lot of the other civs in recent times easily outscale them later on in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, it's odd. It's like you get this huge boost or bonus by playing Greek because you get the really big, strong heroes, but you only get 4 of them. So as soon as there starts becoming a massive myth unit, you're like, I can't kill a massive myth unit. It says Greek's so underpowered. Oh, yeah. And you'll hear every Greek player, every Greek main complaining about myth units at some point in their life. But
and then every other faction at some point complaining about.
Yes, everyone complains about their own. If you complain about your main civ being weak, it's just it's a part of being an RTS player. Even I think StarCraft Brood War, Protoss players complained about Protoss being. I don't know.
Oh yeah, well no, historically what it became more about Protoss is they're too easy to play, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Wait, what's our Protoss equivalent in
Gaia?
2 Gaia mains just felt called out in chat.
Yep. Sorry, Kavol.
They're red come by because most of them are still in their games with an average game length for like 2 hours. So they'll be clocking in for the VODs layer. So we have got the Ford Raxes just set up. So of course you are going to get a discount. And it looks like spin production already on the way here. With second settlement on the line. Love the Sentinels being delayed. And
I just wanted to take this moment just to point out, for those of you wanting to get into RTS games and you go, wow, these players, they just do so much. They're so good. They can learn so many hotkeys. It's so hard to compete with them. Our mate man Shelty up here, he plays, I actually watched him at a LAN. We went, shout out to Count on Count and hosting us on that one. He plays the game, scratching his chin for half of it with his left hand, and he doesn't use a single hotkey. This man is a top 16 talent, or potentially a top 16 talent, and he barely uses hotkeys.
I can believe it.
So, if you're like it's just, RTS is too hard, it's not. Just watch Shelty how he does it, and you'll learn. It's possible to make it happen without any hotkeys at all.
I've watched players reach the top 1% on RTSs without a keyboard. Full stop.
That's right. Like, with an Xbox controller, right? Even the Xbox controllers.
Oh yeah,
they can make it happen.
I've seen it in. It's crazier actually in Dota 2 and MOBAs to do it without hotkeys, right? Because you have to cast all the abilities. But I've seen a guy get like the top percentile rank using only his mouse.
Insane. That's insane.
I don't know, people put like these guys are very talented, but I think sometimes we do put people on pedestals to an extreme. It's like not saying it's easy to get this good, but you never know what you can do until you try.
No, but
like
we're now starting to see Matreus showing off a little bit of the fundamentals right now. He's getting the walls up. How do you slow down a barracks army of set? Well, you put walls up and you force him to have to beat them up, and that shows not only where the spearmen are, but also slows them down. The villagers can get to safety, no problems here. Matreus totally safe, totally fine, and he knows exactly how to play this matchup. Right now, Shelty, technically speaking, he's on a timer. He's got to get some damage done. He's got to push the Hades player out of the game. If Hades stays alive for, say, 20 minutes in this game and still has got a gold buy, still has an army, he is just going to win this one. And we just see Shelty running into a big headbutt there from the Minotaur.
Yeah, and then retreating into a funnel choke point where some units are going to be left behind. So kind of just awkward situation. But you can see his approach is to try and just find that raid damage. He doesn't want the direct engagement right now.
No, he doesn't. He's got the speedy spearman, though. This is a unique bonus of playing set, is you get the bonus speed here. And the only real way to slow the raids down is to fight with Hippias. And technically speaking, the spearmen counter the Hippias. So it is an interesting one. You're not going to be seeing a heroic age coming through very, very shortly here.
Makes sense. He understands that he's going to get bogged down if he continues like this, right? Like the spearman spam is eventually going to keep sneaking in. So queues up the age up. Other side, we're not seeing similar coming out. So Shelty just leaning more and more and now pivoting into the slingers.
Yeah, I mean, he's going segment. He's going to get himself that death ball. He wants the he wants the slinger, the OP slinger. Electron bullets, slings of the sun. Divine damage plus bonus damage against infantry units. So you've got a counter archer that is doing bonus damage against infantry units. So it's not only a counter archer, but it's also a unit that is decent against those infantry. I wouldn't go so far as to say it counters infantry units, but you know, some players can go that far.
Yeah, and in fact,
okay.
Yeah, like usually with Hades, they like to lean more into the full infantry comp. So we'll see if he actually reads through it and gets into the big boys. Walls already going up as he's spreading wide as well. I like how he's just kind of segregating the map. It's like, the spearmen have walked in this area. Let's wall them in.
Yeah. And Matreus is just... I love this. Like, Shelty is running around the map just trying to do something, but there's nothing to do because Matreus is just closing off every single weakness that he's got on this map. Closed off the east side with that wall, he's closing off the west side, and he's also securing a late game trade route if he really needs to. And he's going to have Curse, which can get him a little bit of pig food for himself a little bit later if he wants to chop it down at some point soon, close to his base. Totally fine. But he doesn't have to take a fight. He doesn't have to do anything. He can just sit back and just get himself up to population, and that's
he's
fine.
essentially trivializing Set's strongest point in the game, which is quite demoralizing when you're on the receiving end. We'll have to see what Shelty's anticipation and answer to this is going to be, because right now you look at the state of the map, you see where your opponent's walled, and you realize, oh, this is definitely heading towards late game if I don't make a move soon.
Yeah, he does have shifting stance, so he can make that move, but what he needs to make that happen
down.
to be dropped down. It does.
Restoration as well. That's going to force him away, so has to leave the fight. It at least gets rid of the god powers. He still has a military lead, and shifting sands is going to be activated. So didn't want to risk it for the biscuit. Just gets out safely.
Sometimes I love this play. Shifting says to run away from a god power. And sometimes I'm just like, is that really worth it? 9 times out of 10 it is. But in this one situation, I'm like, you could have just ran. Just sack the scarab and just run away.
Yeah.
And then you've got shifting sands remaining to go and hit a timing on the main town center, on the second town center, maybe somewhere else on the map. But nonetheless, Curse, Restoration gone, Shifting Sands gone. There's still Citadel Setter left to be cast when Shelty gets close to full population. Shelty can take this game late. He's a really aggressive player normally, Shelty. He doesn't like the late game, but I've seen him have some incredibly good games go very, very long when he gets to play it in his own style. But Matrius is playing a really, really solid Greek right now.
And we have him playing solidly into that age 4. Both of them knowing it's going to go there. So Artemis coming in for Hades much quicker. I'm trying to think, actually, can we check the base? Are we worried about some like earthquake here? Because I don't think, are we at the farm transition point yet?
I mean, earthquake on the forward town center knocks off all of those buildings, all those barracks, as well as the town center, right? But in the main town center, how has Shelty constructed his base? It's actually okay. Earthquake probably going to kill off 4 or 5 houses in the town center as well. Very quick to be able to get that back. We also see Horus on the way. Lots of upgrades coming through.
Weirdly enough, actually, Set can be quite good against the Chimera because these spinmen are so fast. So it's kind of difficult. Usually you feel good seeing infantry because the burn damage is going to add up quick. You're going to have to probably find a way of targeting the Slinger backline in this situation just because of how speedy these boys are. Or just kill them all off now. Wait, what? Where are they going?
It's a crazy... It's just a crazy thing. Shelty just can't take any fights.
He's sacking the spears almost to just send it in here, but I don't see what your clear target is here. He's thinking about gold, but we know the fortress is down a little bit deeper. We'll find a few villages for free. He needs more, though.
One thing he does have is Horus. And Horus comes Tornado. Tornado is an army deletion god power. If you can get a good Tornado off, you can kill off an entire army with it. It's kind of like Implode or Lightning Storm. But good control from Matrius plays around this. And he's almost got himself enough resources, favor, to class another Restoration.
There it is. Tornado straight away. Forces it into him. It's going to force the retreat back away from this settlement. So some of the army is still shuffling around there. Definitely amounting some losses. And if you look at the military bar, this becomes a bit worrisome right now. Matrius, half of the military count of that Shelty is parting with. A Migdal stronghold dropped on the fort as well. He's positioned himself now to seize deeper into those vital gold lines. The one hope for Matrius sticking in this. Are you kidding me?
This is scary, but he's making Chimera. Chimera are going to be able to barbecue those slings. Look at the damage from just one of them. Imagine if there was 2 there. Or 3.
It's not getting targeted down either. He doesn't have a priest transition coming, so this is going to force him back. You can't hold it, surely. Frontline has finned. Second Chimera is now arriving. He needs another good targeted shot here. That wasn't really the one I was looking for.
Not it. It's not it.
One's going to go down. Second one's going to fall. I don't think this has worked. I mean, Matrius is crazy. It's once again going to be another example of auto attack on by the looks of it, because that east side was begging to be purged with flames.
And now all the Chimera are down, and Matrius gets the right town center. He's still leading in score, but he is so far behind in military right now. Shelty can move forward and grab that forward town center. He can find himself a potential citadel on... No, he's used citadel, never mind. He can grab that town center and the town center behind that and give himself a 4-2 town center lead here, as he's got a really, really strong army of slingers massed up at the moment.
And there's like a bigger problem here, right? All the gold is on the west side, so that east settlement doesn't really count for much because Shelty's already tapping all the veins over there. You're at risk of just being burnt out of this game due to gold starvation. The one thing keeping hope for Matris right now is that fortress on the gold vein just in the top left of the screen.
I mean, Shelty just needs to be considering to move up there. He's attacking buildings at the moment. If he gets over onto the gold, it's just over for him, right?
Donkeys, please. Where are we going? This is not the route we want to choose. Slingers are getting whittled away at, though. It's getting a little bit awkward. I mean, Shelty, a little bit fatigued after that dive, right? Eco lead is still there from Triss. I kind of expected to see maybe a siege tower or two to prep for the next step here, but Shelty hasn't found that transition whatsoever. It's just more and more slingers.
The slingers going to be taking out those donkey caravans and everything else over there, but I just don't know what Matris is going to be able to do. He's got Earthquake still. He hasn't used it.
We don't have vision for the primary, right? Which I think is what he was looking for.
He's sending the Achilles for, but that's getting caught out. Might go down.
This is going to be close. He tries to go for the build. It doesn't work, though. Final shift comes out just in time there. The Earthquake will be denied.
Earthquake's denied. I don't actually even think the Earthquake kills off a Citadel Center.
No, not now, no.
Does it have... It would kill that one off. It doesn't have any upgrades. It doesn't have any upgrades.
Oh, okay. And then all the Raxes. That would have been catastrophic because right now, like after that throwaway, Shelty needs a rematch. He's about quantity, not necessarily quality.
Yeah. But Matris is going to be... this is tournament life for Matris. If he loses this one, he's going to have to sit on the sideline for probably the first S-tier tournament he's ever, in Age of Mythology, he's ever sat on the sideline for. Shelty, at the moment, he is staring down this army and saying, my dudes are so much better than yours, but the population is climbing for our Hades player Matris. He's got a chance here to come back in this one and make a game of it, but can he do it or not is the big question.
Siege towers are here now. That was the thing that was, of course, missing for Shelty before. Give him the breakthrough that he needs. Looks like we did get the Earthquake in, so it is going to be on that fort base. Raxes will be forfeited. Stronghold. Can he repair it? Good. It's fine. Not even close.
He was repairing. Okay. It was repairing. All right. Restoration coming through for Matris.
On what?
He's got no unit. Where is his stuff?
On the east side, mate? I'm so confused right now. It feels like he's spread across the map. Maybe it's the rally points. I don't know where they are. There's a small group building a retinue on the east side, but that stronghold is still up. And the settlement is now being sieged again. It feels like Matris is not done yet. His eco lead has been maintained, but the military lead in response from Shelty still favors him. The gap has shrunk.
But here's the thing, KP. Here's the thing. The economy of Shelty is absolutely shook right now. I don't know why. I mean, it must be some raids going on, side raids getting hit all over the place. Shelty's economy, maybe he's not getting economic upgrades. He's just investing everything into military right now. Even if he kills this town center, Matris is still 100 villages. Matris is still able to build more stuff here.
However, that's 4 siege towers, and the thing that's been holding this back from being a GG feeling is that fortress. He can now target fire across them there, shove away the slingers. This might be the remedy, the issue. Shelty may have found the solution.
He's going to have to get something done soon, because if he doesn't, Matris will eventually spend those resources. He will eventually... He's now got champion upgrades on all of his units as well, so they are starting to get very, very quality. He just has to get them out at the moment. There is a gold one on the east side of the map that is kind of available for Matris to grab.
Were the villagers chasing the siege tower? They were. Slingers, they get a nice hit in there.
Slingers are so good at taking out any of those low HP villages. We could also see, if Shelty can get some of that burning pitch in, you get bonus damage onto your range units, onto buildings, right? And normally it's not that big because they're just doing pierce damage and every building's got like 90-95% pierce armor. But when you get divine damage on a range unit and burning pitch, it starts feeling like they have got some very good siege potential there. But Shelty's coming back and he's got another Chimera here, KP.
Chimera, whiffs though. Good micro away by Shelty. Heroes are going to be diving in. The count on this siege town now up to 6 here. Chimera does dive in. Target fire is going to be there, so should be dead before it gets another Flame Blast out. But the second one comes in, and that's the stack damage he needs. Good burns being done here, but is it going to be enough? Health bars are low, but Army shriveling up and dying quickly on both sides here. The Siege Towers just need to send it because this Fortress is doing so much damage in the engagement. Chimera will be able to mop up the last of it, so the Ford Army is dead, and the military now neck and neck. Matreus looking like he's going to survive the onslaught, but it does come at a cost to the defenses.
We do see reinforcements coming through here for Shelty as well, but he's for the first time in this game behind in population. Matreus grabbing his third town center back. He's got the gold income coming through. Remember, he's still got that Vault of Erebus, so he's always got at least 2 gold coming through a second to help him out in any sort of times of absolute turmoil. And not only that, he's now going for raids onto Shelty's gold mine. As what can Shelty do? He needs some good units out. He's making spearmen, he's making slingers, he's facing up against those hoplites. I think he needs some axemen through here, and he needs those upgrades. He doesn't have the income at all. Only 18 villagers on food at the moment.
I think he's way too fixated on the Siege Towers here, that whole golden goal of breaking the fortress, but that was a different time in the game, right? The conditions changed, and I don't feel like Shelty changed with it. Even though that fight looks so good, you just see how easily wiped these type of armies are. You know, we talked about it like Norse in a separate series against mummies. Just get a few good spreads, and all of a sudden it turns against you. It's the same with this Chimera effect. Another shot comes in, and he walks straight into it again.
That was a really, really good use. I don't know if Matreus manually targeted that on the back side of those guys or not, but they're all at like half HP now. This Chimera is getting work. All these Chimeras are getting working in this game.
Early ones were a little bit debatable, right? They had a little bit of a whiff here or there, but the later ones definitely have made up for it. However, we do now have Priest starting to shuffle out to counter this. The question mark is whether it's too little too late. Military lead now favoring Matreus. Not often we've been able to say that in this 23-minute long game.
And this isn't just a military lead in terms of numbers. This is a military lead in terms of quality. He's got full champion. His armory upgrades are probably looking very, very nice as well. He's got very, very strong myth units out, and Shelty, he's got one monument up. 23 minutes and 24 minutes into the game. This is looking very, very challenging now for Shelty.
Now, Eco is neck and neck, but it still comes down to that quality game, right? Like, has he even got MIG builds? I'm starting to wonder, because we must do, right? But it doesn't matter. It's not enough. Matreus able to strike back with his tournament life on the line. He finally gets on the board.
That was a solid defense from Matreus. He was playing the defensive game for the entirety of this game, and you're riding the edge of being dead and being alive in this matchup. I mean, that's just the way that it has to be. You can see that once you get going as Greek, that Egyptian army just starts getting very, very sad in a way. Basically just because the economy is just not there. If we take a look at the economy tab, you'll see the story written very, very firmly there of that blue line soaring into the skies.
Impressive. I mean, honestly, for a second there, it looked like it was going to flatline, especially when the goal was starting to be kind of targeted in. But I love the fact that Shelty leaned into his aggro. Maybe if there was a bit more optimization around Tex, we would have seen him have that breakthrough. But obviously, that comes with trade-offs. But love the fact that we actually get a competitive series, right? You know, we talked about how these individual games, even if it's 3-0, they can be close. This one had its moments on both sides, and we get to hop a little bit deeper, and we get to hop into a mirror next because we've got the Atlanteans making a show on Savannah.
Okay, so we've got the Savannah, and we've seen this. Remember what we talked about in that cheeky little who was it? Soup versus Recon game. It was an Aranos versus Gaia.
Yes,
and we saw a lot of Prometheans. Are we going to see more Prometheans? Maybe.
We theory crafted this, right? Because like he was flowing a lot of surplus favor, so we pointed out you don't need the extra favor generation that Aranos is infamous for. You can still play this with Kronos. In theory, you can play it even more aggressive.
Yeah. Well, you got that time shifting ability. So while you're missing out on sky passages to get you around the map, doesn't matter because you can just put your buildings around the map. It's fine.
Remember, he didn't even use sky passages when it mattered in that game either.
True.
Just checking in on the standings because we have some updates coming through. Kickoff was unstoppable, able to annihilate Garnath 3-0. The other side of the brackets, another keen member making it through in the form of player. Matador was able to overcome stacks. Chemo versus Grass has gone all the way to a
baby.
game 5. Insane
I
to
can't
see
wait
that.
to watch that one. Don't show me. I'm not looking at it. Don't tell me who wins that one.
Well, you might see it by the end. And of course, we're on board with Shelty versus Matrius. That's going to get updated now 2-1. Tiger Boss was able to free over Divine, though. So the picture's starting to be painted. A lot of our players have now qualified through. We saw Recon earlier on this channel. Definitely check that one out. And Tennyson was the first player today to qualify through for Team Fox. So 2 slots left up for grabs here, boy. Chemo, Grass, Matrius, Shelty, but can only beat 2.
Yeah, there's some. Can we just roll back? There's 3 players currently remaining in this in these deciders right now. Chemo, Grass, and Matrix. They were top 8 in Red Bull.
Yeah.
And they might not all, well, they're not all going to get through. This
Times
could be
change
only
fast.
one of them. It could be one of them only getting through. If Matrius can't find another 2 wins against Shelty, you know, that Red Bull, well, top 8 doesn't mean much anymore.
I mean, it would be crazy as well because, you know, I'm looking at 2 of the players involved. I still remember the Matrius Grass series from Red Bull Wallow. Absolutely insane game. You might remember it was the Oranos versus 4 game where Grass was dead and then he converted half of his workers.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
And betrayed, like, it was like a deer in headlights, right? So, you know, I bring it up. I imagine in some ways it's got to be on his mind if he fails to make this one, because that felt like that should have been his deep run. So he doesn't want to fall short here. And I mean, looking at this though, with what we saw earlier, do we favor Shelty?
I mean, let's be completely honest. It's a strategy. You can go for it. That doesn't mean that it's unbeatable. There's always counters in Asian mythology. I don't care what strategy it is. You throw it at me, and if there's no way to beat this, then I mean, when we'll start talking about it. But I know that there's a counter to this from the guy's side. We'll see if Matthews is going to be able to find it, or if Shelty even goes for it.
All right, I just heard Boy confidently say he can beat anyone, so I'm going to organize a best of 9 between him and Mister. Let's get into it, though. It is time for
He has to play the
game.
same strategy 9 times in a row.
You'll still find a way to kick your ass. Game number 4. Matrius with Gaia in an Atlantean mirror here.
And his opponent today in the red color playing is Kronos. His name is Shelty.
Looking forward. Mate, I'm excited for this. We've seen it played once today in a very unique way. The question mark is whether the whole playing field is envisioning it that way, or it's going to be a more traditionalist approach. Of course, in that game it was with Oranos, but the idea around Prometheans seems to fit more comfortably in the Kronos pocket than it does usually with the other gods.
Yeah, I mean, this one all just is going to come down to finding those oracles, killing them off, and not allowing that favor generation to come in so nicely here. Obviously, Matris is going to want to play defensively versus playing Gaia against Kronos, but that doesn't mean he can't. Doesn't mean he has to sit in his base with all his units for the entire game. He can send a unit out onto the map and try and snipe an oracle, chilling in the corner of the map, no problems. So that's going to be the keys to success here for Matrius. But equally, you know how we were talking about in that Uranus game, how potentially you could walk around the map and put houses next to your oracles?
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to walk around the map when you're playing Kronos to do that. You can just time shift it.
Oh, yes. I mean,
So these oracles are going to be safe.
I remember the early days, people talking about the cheesy strategies of just making a base right next to the enemy base. Don't think we'll see that here. At this level, I think that kind of cheesy level of strategy fell off pretty hard from what I've been seeing recently.
I think so too. I mean, you could go for like a forward temple to start the game off. And
Yeah,
that can kind of force Matrius or force the Gaia player to stay constricted for a little bit while he grabs a town center, perhaps. We've seen that quite a bit, kind of like a fake rush into a town center. But yeah, I'd expect Matrius to be completely well aware of what's going to come to him, what Shelty's going to throw at him in this one.
So let's see if he's going to lean to it. Ooh. Well, yeah, it's on the way. We are going to be getting it. So it's Oceanus versus Prometheus. So step 1 is already aligning. We've talked about this once today already, that the counter to the Oceanus strat, right, relying on your debuffers from the air, is to just blob, right? Like This is a strategy that a lot of people think is kind of OP with the Atlanteans going to Oceanus, but it tends to feel impactful when your opponent doesn't have many military units.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got ourselves Oceanus, Prometheus. I don't know, man. I think you're just gonna see. We haven't seen any oracles coming out for Shelty, so I don't think we're gonna see a whole bunch of myth units. So it's gonna be a lot more of a standard approach, it seems, from Shelty. But we're already seeing a beautifully defensively constructed base. Matreus is, to me, he's feeling like one of the most defensive players in Retold. The way that he constructs his base, the way that he approaches this game, he's playing very, very safe a lot of the time.
It's really smart, right? You just essentially create a concave, defensive concave. So if your opponent, yeah, they can run around eventually, but they're going to run in line with the outpost the entire time. And we are going to get the deconstruct coming through on the counteracts.
Yeah, I see some villager shanking action going on. But you do have some free hero citizens when you're playing this guy, so you can use those to defend yourself if you really want to. He's also got the Galadriel, which you can heal those citizens back up if they get too low on the HP.
Yeah, this is more about the out of time, right? So like you mentioned, it's not about the Prometheans. That's not the end of the strategy. We're not looking for mass Clayboys, but if it delays this transition from Atreus, it gives Shelty an advantage elsewhere. And we've already seen the Mamillo now getting queued up.
Yeah, so Shelty, it looks like he's staying just the one town center, which is not surprising, but I'm a little bit thinking like, well, you've got to get damage done here. You've just seen the main base of Matreus. You can't hit the gold, can't really hit the food, can't hit the wood. So what are you building units for at the moment is the question. And he might just be saying, all right, I'm just going to mass units and we're going to go for that second gold mine. We're going to make sure that the guy can't get a second town center in this game. And even if Gaia's got, say, 500 more resources than me in this game because he's got the cheaper upgrades or whatever, it's fine. I'm going to have my Prometheans. I'm going to have my bonuses here, and we're going to find the advantage.
Looks like we already got the mass cav coming out, so Terma for the rotations. Meanwhile, Shelty, he leaned into the Mamilla to begin with, and is, of course, adding in that nice composition of ranged on the back line. We are seeing it done the other way around by Matreus, but I feel like he's leaning more on this idea of raiding with the cav, whereas Shelty's almost forming a combat line for a main engagement.
Yeah, it's funny. We've actually seen like a lot of Atlantean mirrors over the past couple or past 2 days, right? And a lot of it's just kind of been Terma spam, and we haven't actually seen either of that thus far today. We've seen Promethean Terma spam, but now Shelty's going Mamillo Terma. So it's all its own thing. I don't know what's going on here anymore. I don't know how this game works. I don't know what's good, what's bad. These guys are showing everything under the sun.
I think that's the weird thing about Atlantean mirrors, right? It's like, oh yeah, these units actually, like, we're building the same unit, but we can't reach each other.
Yeah,
it's a unique thing for these civs. So the cool thing as well is, I mean, you look at any Age of game, horse archers. They're just so good, right? People love them. It's the comfort, it's the control, but that looked uncomfortable. Running headfirst into a melee line is not a good way of leveraging cavalry.
Yeah, that's exactly what Shelty's looking for. This is why he's making all these units. He wants that misstep to come through. He wants to get that damage done in some way, shape, or form. Because if he just lets Matreus sit back and just get the economic lead, it's all over for him. So getting those snipes equals everything out, and that's going to be really, really good moving forward.
Already poking at the towers here, because he knows that Matreus cannot fight him right now. 20 to 46 military pop. Goes in for a dive. The Caladria, slow to react. Does realize what's happening just in the nick of time before the second flurry comes out.
Well, I mean, Matreus has still got a lot of time to just sit back and relax here in this game. He can get himself watchtowers if he wants. He doesn't really need to, but there's not really anywhere that Shelty can really pressure for the time being. But he's still really far behind on population. And why? Because he's got those upgrades coming through. He's got those Galadriel coming through that aren't really helping him out all too much in terms of these engagements thus far. But where does this actually end up resulting is the question.
Yeah, well, we do have him finally realizing actually Terma's being upgraded is probably more useful here, right? Because you need to deal with this Caladria before they snowball.
Yeah.
But the blob, man, he's looking scary right now. I'm glad he's not taking a greedy approach. I feel like going second settlement here would just lose you this constriction you currently have on Gaia.
Yeah, you go 2 town center as Kronos, then that gives the Gaia player the opportunity to go 2 town center themselves, and then the boosted economic upgrades you get, well, not the boosted ones, but the cheaper economic upgrades you get end up becoming even more valuable. It does make sense to try and take this into a 1 town center approach here from Shelty, and it's working out for him thus far. But I'm still worried here that Shelty's not going to get anything done with this military. We'll have to wait and see.
What do you think? Like maybe the players to try and go age-free?
You got to think age 3 is a decent idea here. Chaos is so good, Satyr is so good, but he is going to get under a lot of pressure as the raids coming through from Matrius, and Shelty not even wanting to engage at the moment. He's got his army sitting there. Don't want to attack him.
He's finally moving in. Like he's got the forces on the offensive, but they're not diving in. There's no counterplay into your enemy's economy here. Base just way well too layered here. So he's just going to pull the main army back. Defensive forces at least going to force a retreat. That now is a 2 eco lead for Matrius. What on earth?
I mean, and now we are seeing that Matrius, he spots those Prometheans with the Promethean upgrade, and he says frontline heroics. And oh, this is an aggressive move here from Matrius. I don't know if this is going to work out for him because Shelty, he's got such a military lead here, KP. What is he thinking?
Matrius was trying to get home. That's what happened here. Shelty had this army sitting behind the base. He rotated intentionally. I wondered why he wasn't coming back, but he was hurting him like sheep right now. So intercepts as the Mamilo try to retreat. Minimum damage done, but still can't get home. And of course, just a trickle of troops being lost still adds up. It's now 42 military to 86.
Yep, and I mean, this is the thing is, if Matrius's food economy there gets spotted, Shelty is making a beeline for that, and this slight economic lead which Matrius has is going to become a very large loss very shortly. But I don't think that Shelty spotted this yet.
I mean, and now we've got the Carnivore coming down to try and be a little bit of an interceptor, but the bigger, ugly picture here, right, is as you scale these armies big like this, you start to lose value from your Caladria, right? You're seeing they're just dying too quickly, and also think about them debuffing as a percentage when you're in the early game, 10 units. Wow, debuff 1, that's 10% of the enemy army. We're 100 military, so you're debuffing 1% of the enemy army. It doesn't sound as impressive.
It's exactly right. I mean, you can heal up a little bit as well, but I mean, it's just once those abilities go down, they stop being that useful. So you're very much correct in that analysis there. But the thing is, Matrius is still getting resources in, so he's still got a lot of premium units. He hasn't made any Terma at the moment, basically. So those Momillo, if you can get a good fight with them or get enough of them out, he's going to be in a good spot. He is healing them back up. Decides to take the fight, KP.
Get a little bit of a backstab here as a few of them do ripple over to that backline at Terma, so they're now essentially frontlining, but he's made himself weaker on the Ford, so while he's rippling onto the Terma, it means the melee force for Red is getting a better engagement here, and you're just seeing the mass lead that's building. 96 to 36 now. The Caladria not able to do enough. It's just a mosh pit of death, and one that looks like it's poised to favor and qualify Shelty.
Yeah, Shelty wins that fight so hard, and Matrius, in that moment, it's over for him as he decides to finish it up. Shelty qualifies. What a series here. Incredibly good play from Shelty, wouldn't you say?
Fantastic, man. I was impressed with how quickly that snowballed. You know, it's kind of like you can see the writing on the wall. You're hoping Matrius can find a way to draw it a bit deeper. But what I love, as you said at the start of the cast, you know, this whole idea of there's nothing that's not counterable, right? Everything has a solution. I think that's what we saw here. Is you remember the early days after the Atlantean buffs at launch, Oceanus was being talked about a lot. The Caladria issue was being talked about a lot. They solved the puzzle. Zerg is the answer to this shutdown solution to premium units.
And if you don't have this has always been the weakness of Oceanus, right? Even when Oceanus was terrible, it was the weakness of why it was terrible. It's like you don't get any myth units that can help you out. Whereas your opponent goes Prometheus, goes Leto. You can make a real big myth unit army, and that looks scary. And it was scary, and Matrius could not overcome it, just like Recon could not overcome it in this tournament.
Fantastic series. Congrats to Shelty. Commiserations to Matrius. He'll be on the sideline watching across the next 3 weekends. That's right, folks. It's just the qualifiers. Remember, there is weekend upon weekend upon weekend of top tier Age of Myth action that will be happening here on the EGC TV channel. So if you're not subscribed, I don't know why. I mean, I don't like ads, get them out of the way, and also help a channel that's already engaging with Myth at an early stage. But I think we can check in on the final brackets. I think that is most of the players now qualified, right? So for those only tuning in now, we can paint the full picture because we've got some Giga Chads appearing and also maybe some surprises along the way. So Kavoff, absolute legend, able to take the 3-0. Grass took it in the end. 3-2 final scoreline. Recon series against Hussu went that distance as well. We were able to cast it here earlier. Had the pleasure of doing so. Definitely recommend checking that out. So Recon makes it through. And then, of course, Team Fox's Tennyson able to join his teammate Vortex, who qualified yesterday. Player makes it through. Love names like that, by the way, boy, because when you're casting,
Makes things very challenging.
Introducing the player, yeah. El Matador qualifies. Shelty, we just saw, took it in the end 3-1. And then finally, Tiger Boss was the 8th player to make it through in qualification stage number 2 here, being Divine 3-0. Rounding out thoughts, mate, from the weekend. Biggest surprise, biggest upset for you?
Wow. I mean, I think the biggest surprise is Chemo is not going to be seen in an S tier tournament. This guy is, I think he is the most winningest S tier tournament Age Mythology Legacy player. He has the most S tier wins or the highest like overall score, and he's not going to be qualifying for the main event. That's a shock.
That's wild. It's shifting sands though, right? Like, you know, the whole idea that Genesis Retold being on Age of Myth Retold.
Yep.
Someone that we highlighted in the early days. I think it was said for the Red Bull World Law qualifiers, you know, Retold is not Age of Myth. It is, but it's different. You have to adapt, you have to change. It doesn't mean you're going to have the legacy players dominating like they once did.
No. And I mean, huge congrats there for Grass as well in that series. He is, I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's the youngest player playing in this who's managed to get into the main event. I think he's quite young.
It's like 17, 18.
Yeah, I think he's 17 very young. Or something.
It's crazy as well because like, I still remember we were talking a little bit about his series against Matrius in the Age of Myth qualifiers. Like his approach is very unique compared to almost any other player at the moment. Oh, wow.
And then I guess the complete story on the weekend though. We've got 16 players. Magic, Pegasus, Redo, Suprafim, Themis, Thrapple, Ulysses, Vortex, El Matador, Grass, Shelty, Kavoth, Player, Recon, Tiger Boss, and Tunison. It's going to be an insane main event. These are going to be some quality games coming.
I love it as well. You know, just so many familiar faces, but also fresh ones, right? I think Vortex has been a really big surprise for a lot of people that just comes through. Players from different scenes. Like that's the thing I always try to emphasize is, you know, it's kind of cool when these new games release. Yes, you're going to get your legacy players. They're going to, of course, make an appearance, but obviously, it's also funny just having the overlaps. Like, obviously, for Age of Myth people, Mister will be a familiar name. But obviously, for me, from an AoE4 guy, that's where I knew him from. I knew he came from here first. But it's the way these players, their talent shuffles through into different games no matter what. I mean, hell, I remember there were FPS pros that were competing at the highest level in RTSs in recent years. They're built different, man. Sometimes it's not even about the genre, it's about the player.
Yeah, I mean, everybody learns in a different way. And some people just learn really quickly, and Vortex, he's one of them. I mean, I've seen time and time again, StarCraft 2 players, Age of Empires 2 players, trying out Myth, and it's such a deep game. There's 12 gods, 13 gods, so you got a lot of weird stuff you have to prepare for, and you get to the level that Vortex has done in a month. Are you kidding me?
It's crazy.
This guy's insane. I'm excited to watch him. I actually watched him. There was a show match last week or the week before or something like that, and I I think he actually won that show match against
Yes.
those players who have all kind of qualified there as well. So he is someone to really watch out for as a bit of a dangerous player in this main event.
Well, folks, I think that is all we've got cooked up for you to sink your teeth into on this weekend. But remember, we are going to be back, I believe, 15 GMT every day for the next 3 weekends. Make sure you tune in to see those top 16 players. But we've earned some rest, mate. I got him literally from the hospital, hopped on the cast. I need to go. Papa needs to go get his drug dosage before he falls asleep. But shout out to you for carrying through. What time is it there in Australia right now?
Let's not talk about it.
Let's not talk about it. Like, you're not going to sleep, right? You're just going to drink caffeine, follow through on the day.
We're just going to keep going through the next day. Sun's up. It's all good.
Well, mate, it's been an absolute pleasure to hop on the mic with you. But folks, for those watching at home, make sure you're following the channel. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube so you catch those uploads as they happen. Follow on Twitter as well. They throw out an announcement when we go live. And join the Discord. Huge community, whether you're AoE 4, Age of Mythology, I think there's AoE 1 people, everyone's in there. So, connect, engage. RTS, I always say we're too small to create barriers between each, right? So break them down, be part of the bigger community. And hopefully, we will see you all next weekend when we kick off the main event, Genesis Retold, a $15,000 Age of Myth tournament. We'll see you there.